This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
What? You expect us to stand up on a Sunday? No thanks, baby. Everyone be seated for the Church of Good Ass Valorant. Welcome back to VCT Americas live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I feel like that reduced the impact of what I was saying instead of enhancing it.
I was feeling it.
Okay,
I'm raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
I don't know if I can take your opinion seriously, I'll be honest. I mean, with Van Silly and Baby Bay for today's doubleheader, guys. Great to have you back. Crazy day yesterday. Some blowouts, right?
Oh.
Felt like it was the... look...
It was an easy day.
Okay, sure.
It was an easy day.
Whoa. We're not paid by the word.
Working hard, brother.
No, we were not.
They could see us. They could see us on the co-stream just in the background chilling.
Yeah, now that I think about it, we had to work hard because I had to figure out what the hell we could talk about between these maps when these blowouts happened.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'll be honest, some of the analysis was like, okay, but the vibes were premium. We're going to keep it that way as well, because this weekend, we've also been asking for you to help us decorate our set. You can scan the QR code on screen to submit your works, and we're going to have them featured here behind us. I got some new ones here.
This was yesterday, but it's okay. Skip it up, skip it up. See,
that guy has the same proportions as DDK, if I'm honest with you.
Whoa.
You know what I mean? He's all traps, no game. I like the penguin. I like the penguin. That guy got like a cobra out there. Also, shout out to the Zekken photo. This is living rent-free in my head because you can't see it right now.
The ace?
Can you hold it up to the camera?
I got it.
Bro, this is literally the least celebrated ace I've ever seen. That's that 5K on Icebox that didn't actually make a difference in terms of the map anyway. Also, on top of these photos, these adornments that you're helping us put together, there's another addition to our set, the talent jar here. We are going to put money, fiat currency in it every time we utter a couple of cliches. Fragging, fraud, time and time again, and my personal favorite, comfortability. I'm looking at you, White River. Every time someone underestimates a team as well, we are going to put a money inside the jar. And then I think I'm going to make Vans do push-ups for everyone that's in there at the end of the day. So
I would love to see that, by the way. I would love to see that, by the way.
I have no upper body strength.
Did you just say
you haven't been hitting the...
Did you just call them pipes?
Yeah, my pipes.
Okay.
You guys don't call them pipes.
No,
Let's see.
Pipes is, no, that's your voice. You know, when someone sings, oh, they're nice pipes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, these are also pipes.
That's fraudulent, buddy. That is fraudulent, buddy. Fraudulent pipes.
I would say nice
time
straws,
and time again.
personally, but that's just me.
Let me do squats. I can do squats. Air squats, I'm down.
All right, it's Sunday, so we have to get to our Pulsar flick of the week. This one goes to Jordan, and it's illegal in many states, potentially war crimes, by the way. This is disgusting. Lay it out for me, boys.
Yeah, this is exactly how the entire series went. I mean, Energy couldn't do anything. It wasn't even their fault sometimes. Like, well, how do you beat this? It's impossible.
He is full stun, bro.
Yeah.
I think this was also like a perfect 2v2. The util is correct. You get a rolling thunder. It's a snare by the head for Energy. You're closing that gap. He's low on HP. He still gets the headshot onto Ethan.
Look at Ethan.
You can lip read that. I don't want to say it. You can't.
I mean... Is it crazy that I believed that he would win that clutch even when I saw the Rolling Thunder come out?
It's Ethan, yes, 100%.
No, I mean, you talk about it. I thought Jaw would win the clutch. It just happened too many times at this point.
Dude, I thought there was no way. It made no sense. I mean, even like the wall bang shot, it wasn't even like a... Oh, God, it's just ridiculous. The cosmetic stuns are ridiculous, all right?
Gunplay, precise gunplay, folks. With playoffs looming, by the way, this is obviously a critical week in Stage 1. We're at the inflection point for many teams in terms of their fortunes heading into that sort of post-stage. Here are your standings. G2 are the only team that have clinched themselves for playoffs with an average of 11 maps plus diff for each of those matches that they've played, and a Cloud9 win today will similarly lock in their playoffs.
Almost guaranteeing a crew on the other side as well, right? They're playing so well this season so far in the split. I think on the other side, though, the two big matches that we're about to witness today is also going to determine like the 4th to 6th maybe of who's going to get knocked out.
Yeah, this first match especially is so important for either Furia or Leviathan to keep their dreams alive, right? Yep. I mean, Leviathan, dude, you got 3rd at champs. What's going on?
Dude. I mean, we don't know, and we can't even get the players to give us a straight answer. But today's first match, we're heading to the basement and finding out that the basement, that Rock Bottom has a basement as well. Yes, Fury and Leviathan at the bottom of a mega group are both -26 in round differential. But there's actually a difference in map win between them. So I think Leviathan actually has an extra map and still has the same differential, which I don't, honestly, for me, it seems even rougher.
Yeah.
So these guys, winless, someone is going to come out of this game today, obviously, with a bit of a skip in their step, but still playoffs are a little ways off for both of them.
But that's the thing. It's actually Furia that has a map over Leviathan because they actually got that one against Energy last week.
True.
So Furia are doing an excellent job, actually, if it has to come down to tiebreakers, because I think we go in map differential before we even go into head-to-head. So now you have actually a great start, at least a small start ahead of Leviathan, but a win over them today would be huge.
Because we're talking about starts, we're midway through the stage, but you've got to get going at some point. Now, last week, we saw Rossi fail to get revenge on Cloud9 and just get summarily rolled. Tough series to watch, I think, if you're a Lev fan, because I still have no idea what they're doing. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what the roles are supposed to look like. We didn't know who was IGLing. Cloud9 didn't know who was IGLing. we're getting trolled about it in general here, but look, another showing from Lev that saw them out at sea. Players like Vic honestly just popping off, and we've got to ask, like, this Leviathan Dragon seems a little bit headless right now. We need to see some direction. But we're not even asking for consistency yet. We just want to see a plan. The concepts of a plan.
The scariest thing is like this mass panic within the roster who has like 2 champions, people that got 3rd at champs. You would think that with all that experience, you wouldn't hit the panic button and want to switch up IGLs or game plans or whatever it may be. And that's a big red flag for this roster.
I feel like they
should be way more confident.
they tried everything though, Vance.
I think this is still a work in progress because you have to think about Kickoff as well. They came in with a tank from the EMEA side. And they had to try to work things out with him first. Now with him gone, you have to figure out who's going to be your duelist, who's going to be your IGL.
Didn't they pick their tank up because the new champions will be in Paris? Like, be real with me right now.
Possibly.
No shade on the guy, but like, what was the plan with the tank?
But see, even if he doesn't put the numbers up, or he's still trying to figure things out here in the Americas, overall around this roster, again, you have champs coming into this one from Demon 1, from Calm, and then you have other great players such as King that could actually make this roster complete. But when you're still trying to figure out like the top to the bottom, the questions were asked before in the past, like who's going to be the duelist? People wanted Tex, for example. Tex already answered in an interview that they've tried that already, and it's not the best scenario for them. So right now for them, it's like, okay, well, we have players that are supposed to be comfortable in their spots, and now it's just a work in progress to do better. Think about Sentinels, for example. It's very similar in that story, but Sentinels at least are getting results.
This team feels like inverse Blue Lock. You get a bunch of strikers and tell them all to play goalkeeper and try and win the league like that. Following the loss to Cloud9, Mitch actually tweeted this. Better IGL won today. But I don't know if the guy knew who was IGLing. I don't know if it mattered to him who was IGLing. Because there's a subtweet in response here. Rossi couldn't take this lying down, except he wasn't direct about it. He says, I wasn't even the IGL today, but thanks for the input. I guess is that maybe responding to fans, maybe, but they're a little bit critical about it.
Yeah, of course.
We're trying to work and see what works best, because you've got an example of great individual quality on this team. I don't think anybody's at the point of arguing with that, but it's a team that's less than the sum of their parts, which is obviously the opposite of what you're going for with a team that was touted as a super team in years gone by.
Yeah.
The one thing I like about Rossi is he takes ownership, whether it was on T1, whether it's on Leviathan. I really enjoyed that. But, I mean, to see him say, oh, I wasn't the one IGLing that can kind of be off-putting a little bit to some people out there, especially on social media.
So King was IGLing that game?
Who knows? We don't know.
Okay,
we do not know. We do not know.
But again, if you look at their matches, I think on Split for like week 1, there was still some good things where they want to do some good trap plays and it worked out. Now it's just trying to iron things out, and I think all of the practice leading to this day is more on those fundies, making sure they're able to trade off each other.
Right, we want to win for these guys. We feel like the sacred timeline needs to be preserved and see Leviathan find some success. But let's check in with how King is feeling today and what he had to say to Elizabeth.
Now, King, Lever's still looking for that win this week. So how is the team feeling going to this match today? Are we confident? What's the general vibe?
I mean, each match is like a new mindset, honestly. It's been 2 rough losses, but we're like refreshed. We're like a new team again, so we're pretty confident again.
Okay, well, best luck today.
King, do I believe you? Do I believe you, King?
It is
uncanny, yeah?
I don't know if you have like a face that's just the archetype, you know what I mean, or what it is. You guys obviously are dead ringers. So let's move on. Let's move on to Furia, who they've been repeating the same script, honestly, in stage 1. They come out strong, and then they get stomped. But at least they got a map against NRG.
Well, I mean, listen, Lotus is their best map by far. I don't imagine we're going to be seeing this map in any future series because, I mean, they might be world beaters on the map. I mean, let's just be honest. They even gave G2 a good run for their money on it. But here's the problem is every other map, their defenses just fall flat. I mean, they got no life. They're taking all these aim duels, losing them all, and they just can't get anything working on any other map that's Lotus.
I definitely feel that Furia are actually playing as a one-map team where you're actually trying to anti. No, you're trying to anti the best map that, you know, there's a lot of reps of a certain team. What?
Some would say that their comfortability on other maps.
I was going to say, I did say that. See, thankfully, I was like, what did I say?
You just want him to do push-ups, fair enough.
I want him to do as many push-ups as
that's what it is.
possible.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can't stop him as well.
Finish your thought, man.
No, it's over.
Okay.
You're just a fraud.
Let's move on. Let's move on and talk about Havoc because I feel like this team, guys, rises and falls heavily on what Havoc's able to provide. Some incredible games, generally great performances, and then kind of falls off the map entirely. It's a struggle of consistency in this 2025 year. What's going to happen here? Is that all you're asking for, just like consistently from Havoc? Because at least he's not consistently bad, but there's no consistent, like, solid output either. It's just streaky.
It's just a team overall for Furia that you don't have somebody you can always rely on as well to, like, get those clutch moments or turn around over to its side into your favorite in the mid-round, right? It's not just on Havoc. It's a whole team effort that it's lacking so far in those 2 and 3 maps of the series.
Okay, well, let's get a quick word from Rafa, who spoke with Elizabeth earlier on his expectations for the upcoming game. What?
Now, Rafa, Furia last week got that map win against NRG. Not the match win. We're still looking for that. So this week, what are we doing to make sure we win this week?
This week we put a lot of effort on mental stuff. Like, we know that we had 2 good maps on the previous league games, but we couldn't take the same energy. So we work on mental. We know that we have a good team, so we're confident for today.
Well, best of luck today.
All right, before our teams take to the stage today, we're going to play a quick game of this or that. Very straightforward game, folks. You pick one thing out of 2 options that you like and then try and explain yourself while I judge you incessantly. Let's start out with number 1 here in our this or that segment. Ascent or Split? Why? You're like,
what? I'm going to go... Oh! I'm going to go this now.
You both like Ascent over Split?
100%.
You know what?
100%.
Okay, to what?
Come on, bro. Can I just put some... I don't care. That deserves another push-up,
A quick
bro.
TLDR for this. The comeback from Ascent, much more different compositions that we're seeing right now. It's like the bench comps. You have double initiator, double duelist. There's maybe even some double controllers. Maybe you can see from certain deals. Exactly. So I think it brings a lot of meat, a lot of new looks and refresh of what Ascent looks like, despite the map not changing at all.
I was wondering we were going to go with a lot of meat.
He's going to say meat and potatoes or something. You know what I mean?
That should have been on there. That should have been on there.
All right, let's move along to our second this or that here, and let's have our esteemed... I didn't even ask you your opinion. I guess
No, I agreed.
All right, Phantom or Vandal, guys, this or that.
Come on.
Yo, stop copying me, man. The Phantom is so good. We've heard stories about TenZ even wanting to use the Phantom on LAN. It's just the dominant gun with the new buff. You can one-shot people from further range, and it's just the jack-of-all-trades weapon, guys.
That's the main thing.
Any scenario you're in, clutch, whatever, long-range duel, it doesn't matter what it is. It's the jack-of-all-trades gun, and you should be using it.
Burst shots are really good on that one. Shoot through smokes as well.
Boom.
Very, very prominent in double
Don't show
control.
traces, right?
Exactly.
Yep. All right, fair enough. Let's move on to
And it's
our
on LAN.
next this or that. If you're on LAN, big difference. Not relevant for most of us out there, but that's fine. Phantom is the call. Okay, 5 initiator, 5 Sentinel, 5 controller?
Ooh.
Or is that duelist? I don't know what the
I
symbols
think
are.
the X's are duelists.
Okay, duelist. And 5 Senti, 5 duelists.
I'm going duelist all the way, baby. 5
so
duelists?
I'm going to block that all
I
of
actually
that.
got asked this question recently. Like, if I was to make a team composition of all one role, what would it be? I chose 5 duelists. I
Okay,
think it
well,
would
I mean,
dominate.
you've got duelists with
Full Schmieg mode,
smokes,
baby.
you've got duelists with flashes.
I'm fragging out.
You've got a lot of crossover.
Yeah, and then I'm stalling everybody with a refreshable net from Deadlock. And then I have a chamber that could also ob you down right after that.
Good
And
luck,
headhunters.
buddy.
Sure,
Good
will I split
luck.
everybody across? No, Sentinels are
Next
winning.
one, here we go.
We're gonna build
Okay.
our teams.
Oh, dude. Okay, I actually don't know. Is it a
Prelude
primordial?
to Chaos.
Yeah,
Prelude to
Primordial.
Prelude to Chaos and a primordial battle. Yeah, which one are you?
Play with the chaos.
Listen, before I retired, I was prelude all the way. It was the only weapon I could actually get kills with because my hands wouldn't work, and I would just look at the gun and it gave me a buff. So that's for me.
It is sick. Every time I watch VALORANT, he's got like a pillage chaos weapon. Yeah.
Exactly. I'll be honest, I don't have any of those, and I suck with both of those.
I'm a sovereign only guy.
But all the players that were playing used Prelude the Chaos last year, and I was down with it. I was like, I want it back in my shop.
All right, very quick. We've got back-to-back matches today in the Plexiglass Thunderdome. We are starting the day with Furia versus Leviathan. There's a lot on the line for these two. Remember, playoffs is still a factor for both sides, so let's dive in. VCT Americas starts right about now.
Bom, eu tô bastante ansioso para jogar contra o Leviathan.
King's close by, but Rossi's looking the wrong way. It's a lot on his shoulders, a paranoia in his face. 3 found for King.
Eles são um time que tem bons jogadores e, pô, quero que saia essa vitória. Estamos tentando aí até o máximo para sair essa vitória.
Honestly, I always thought that Heat is pretty good. He had a pretty good year.
There's still 1 to play around. Again, Heat in the position to continue to play spoiler, and that's what he does. 3 on the round for the Clove.
We have to keep doing our best. We need to go for our first win, and it will literally help us to survive and go make it into playoffs.
A gente tá aqui para fazer o nosso trabalho, a gente vem evoluindo a cada jogo e se dedicando muito, então o que a gente mais quer é mostrar um bom jogo, sair essa primeira vitória nossa no campeonato e a gente pode ter certeza que a gente está se dedicando muito para isso.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. The desk put it together very nicely, posed all of the provocative questions that we're going to be mulling over throughout the entire series. And now we get into the action. Leviathan up against Furia. I think the stakes are insanely high for both teams. It's playoffs or bust.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're sitting winless with both of these guys. And, well, Leviathan, they've still got a chance playing, I think, NRG towards the end of the season. So I think there's worlds where they could lose this game and still make it through at the end. But on the other side of things, Furia, it's kind of win now or the chances are gone. They might already be gone, to be honest.
I mean, you were painting the picture for me in the back, Ender, and there's a world where we end up in a 3-way tie in this group.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need these two teams and NRG to lose to everyone besides each other. We need Lev to lose today, but then beat NRG on the last day, and then we've got like 3 teams tied with 1 win apiece. It would be mayhem.
Based on what we saw yesterday, beating NRG, that.
Oh, don't do it, bro. They're already dead, man.
There's a world. There's a world.
Oh man, I mean the conspiracy theories that Ender's drawing up here to try to figure out what the final playoff situation will be, or they're maybe even a little overcooked, but he's right. There is a possibility, and I think a lot of those get answered today.
Yeah, I think for Leviathan, we've never really seen them play a team in the middle of the standings, it feels like, because they beat Furia way back at the start of Kickoff.
Right.
But then they played G2, the best team in our league. Then they lost to MIBR twice, probably the 2nd or 3rd best team in our league. And then last week, the game against C9 was probably the easiest of that competition, but that team is still looking really strong.
Speaking of C9, look at this. Furia right off the bat, they pick Ascent. I mean, a little bit of a difference, though. Lev, if they're running that double Senti still, at least now they're starting on defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, and that's such a huge difference, right? Being able to start on the strong side is tremendous. I want to go back, Ender, to something you were saying earlier, because you look at the record for this team and you go, yeah, but they've played some of the best teams in the world. My sticking point with that is that Lev were built to be one of the best teams in the world. This team was never constructed to be an average middle-of-the-road team. So yes, a lot of their losses are against the best, the cream of the crop. They still shouldn't be losing these games.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had told you at the beginning of this year that we're 3 weeks into Stage 3 and Furia and Lev have the same record, would you believe me?
No, that's insanity.
That's crazy.
Like,
right?
That they're fighting for their playoff lives against each other winless is even crazier. But this is a different look for Leviathan.
Waylay, oh my goodness.
Okay, so what? Yoru feels so strong right now. What would be the impetus behind that change to Waylay?
I mean, we have seen King struggle a little bit on the Yoru, if I'm being honest. I mean, you look at his stats, his first deaths per round right now this year in VCT, I think he's dying like 23% of the rounds.
Yeah, and that's like high up there. I think
very
the
high.
third highest in the league for early deaths.
Yeah, comparing that to last year in Split 2 is like 7% per round. Obviously a very different role, but at least in this Waylay role, as Kesnet says, if you lock in Waylay, you're a baiter. So
hold on, is King gonna be out here baiting? Because they kind of need him to go take fights.
But I do think he is doing a good job of getting into those fights. He's just not winning any of them.
I don't even think it's all necessarily his fault. Listening to some recent interviews coming from Lev, particularly from Rossi, from Tex, they've tried out a lot. I mean, Rossi said they were trying Demon 1 on Duelist, so they've wasted tons of time moving these pieces around and trying different things. Obviously now Rossi taking some of the initiator roles from Com. It's all a moving piece right now, but based on Tex's interview, it sounds like they're frying scrims. King is owning, Demon 1 is owning. They just haven't translated.
Yeah, we need some of that scrim form to show up on the stage, because you talk about Rossi, you talk about the fluid situation in the Lev camp. Last week he's saying he wasn't IGLing. Now they're saying he is back IGLing for the team, so everything is kind of adjusting week to week between this Lev squad.
It's time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. Furia on the attack. And it looks like they're going to go into some of that. Vice Utility, the salvo already clearing out one of the Thorns.
Yeah. And if you heard it, it was actually popped ahead of time. Good awareness by Tex to pop the Thorns before the salvos. Up top mid.
King's going to hear that. He should hear it. He started to slow down, but it was too little too late.
Oh, wow. And the Vise wall is still up on Ace, so these guys can't actually accelerate into the site. King might be able to find all 5 players.
Knife him, you coward.
My.
Knife him. Oh, no, he turned.
Oh, no! And he dies first.
But Tex on the site, getting a couple before succumbing to the pistols of Furia. But it's gotten competitive for what seemed like it was going to be a disaster. At least for now, it's been salvaged.
Oh, look where that spike is. I mean, this round is just over from Furia. No chance for them to really play this. Now they've got 50 seconds, but I think Lev could even still close the door this late into the round. They're going to go ahead and do that.
Wow.
Heat's going to put on a Calm cosplay and go for the late flank and spawn, while Rafa causes some noise here, breaks down the door to pull some heads.
Surely this doesn't work against Calm. Look, he's holding Heaven.
He knows.
He knows better.
This is my play. You can't take it from me.
Salvos break the door.
A little bit of this shots not connecting from Rafa. Heat up in Heaven. 20 seconds left on the round. It was Calm who was watching Heaven.
That's crazy.
Very well put. So every time we'll get the pistol, barring those silly antics at the very beginning of the round.
King impersonating the Jester.
Dude, it's so sad too, because King genuinely played that exactly how he needed to. He just got owned because this guy turns around to pick up the orb.
Why does he have his knife out?
To get the timing.
Because he wanted a knife from, bro.
No.
No, you do it for the culture.
No, not for that knife, man.
One enemy remains.
The knife out is
You blame him for that one? I give him some slack for it, personally.
I don't know about that. I would be livid if I saw my player pull out a knife right there. Either way, Lev had the read. It was still a good play. It was a minor misplay from King.
Yeah.
They still secure the round.
Well, I think the struggles for both of these teams have been very well documented, right? Across really the entire year. And maybe now we've settled, at least on the side of Leviathan, who's going to be the correct IGL. Maybe we kind of get roles figured out, but I don't know, guys. Listening to some of the interviews, like the ones you were mentioning earlier from Pedro Romero, shout out Pedro, like it seems like there's a whole lot going on in that camp.
Well, it's not a great look either. Demon 1 whiffed the one way.
I saw that.
I was going to let that one go, man.
I couldn't.
Low-key Omen Tech, by the way, you purposely missed that. You hide in it with a judge.
You do the dropping one way. Yeah, no. I'm with you. I'm
not
with
even
you.
dropping one way. You go hide in it with a shotgun. They'll never see it coming. Like, oh, you missed the one way.
One enemy remains.
Easy clean up here for Lev. Flawless round. And that'll really make for a strong bonus. Look at the buy going into the bonus. That's a really good bonus buy coming out of Lev.
Take a look at it. The eco frags one more time. Ender, you were talking about how some of the competition that Leviathan have faced makes it to where maybe their record is not as accurate as you might think.
Yeah.
Is there still hope that you're holding out for this squad?
To me, I feel like Leviathan are kind of a middle-of-the-pack team. Like, I'm not a full-on doomer for the squad just yet. But the thing is, we haven't seen them play other teams around the middle. Like, I want to see them play, like, I don't know, like 100 Thieves, the Sentinels maybe. Like Cloud9 was really the closest matchup we maybe would have seen, and that is rough.
very risky. Tech swinging main right there as the Senti, losing that util very early.
Interesting here, Lev not filling in on that space. I thought King might try to post up with Marshall in B main, but opting to give that away for now.
I like the call from Furia here. Cut noise, bleed the clock, and you can see right now the lack of a Senti. It's a 2-2 split for Lev across this giant map.
Yeah, mid's completely open. There was a wall there from the Vise, but that of course going to be offline now. Furia haven't really seized an opportunity to step into the space, and Demon's creeping up on the one-way. Wow.
And getting the kill onto Khalil. Nicely done.
Well, now that smoke's gone for Furia on the hit, this becomes a lot more complicated and maybe requires Rafa to find something top mid.
Lots of pressure on him. He has found the weak spot in theory, or he might be able to press and make it hurt.
I mean, this spot is very powerful because you hear all the rotations. And he knows he has this timing now. He hears the heaven rotate. He knows probably one more at B.
Interesting.
He's looking at it.
He might catch a time.
Oh, calm with the timing.
Very well done.
And the thing is, he was calling his teammates into B. There's still that player there. Calm, a chance to reposition over into lane and do some serious damage with 10 seconds on the clock.
He is by himself, though. The rotations are starting to come through. I don't know that they'll arrive in time. The delay is certainly going to help with the missiles. That's a spike.
Wait, they can't plant. The round's over.
That's the round, unless they frag out, and they're not even going to give them the fights. Demon One's still playing all the way back A. The delay utility saved it.
Oh, the idea there from Furia. That's rough. That is very rough. Something I'm not a fan of, by the way, in pro level is having the lurk activated first in most of these scenarios.
1000%, yeah.
I think lurks coming through spots like this need to be taking second, maybe even third contact. And you could see why. Calm is just sniffing out everything, what's going on in mid right now. And there's just no one drawing his attention.
Yeah, and it's not like Calm has to hold both those lines because it's always possible the A player comes back to re-clear him once no one's speeding up into the A site, right? So you do need those extra levels of distraction.
All right, boys, a quick taking stock of the situation. You've got King with the op
Be right back.
across the middle of the map. And a light buy for Furia.
Couple of rifles still. They held on to. Nice shot from King.
Yeah, very nice. And Knife's going to get a fair amount of info. Demon One's in a cheeky little spot. 5-0 for the controller so far.
If you look at Prize's kit, he is the Sova there. There's nothing to clear out Demon One right now. There's nothing.
Now,
he should feast.
But there's nothing, there's no cross with him. I mean, if he flashes, he's kind of by himself.
Oh!
Yeah.
The paranoia near sight.
I thought maybe somebody would help swing off of from main as well.
No, he had KO spotting the cross. He had paranoia in hand, and what a play from Prize.
Yeah, very well done. Rossi's going to try to save this a little bit with King perched up in heaven. The op ringing true. Another round for Lev. And it seems like they're going to be able to save the op into the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well done.
Yeah, that'll be nice for Leviathan. Also, not really showing very active looks with the Waylay op either, just that deep hold into mid. Now King maybe wants to play a little bit more aggressive into the mains. Because now what? We've seen Furia falter on a much slower round where they get punished going for the late rotate with some mid control, then try to run this quicker split here, but with the lower guns, that not paying off either, and very hard to scale past that op.
Cutting through.
I will say I like the pairing of Rossi and Demon One at main right now. Immediately push back. See, that's an attack smoke in main. Fight for the orb, likely going to the Yoru.
You would think.
Yeah, they pulled the knife out of Rossi as well, so the stall potential on Lev's A side a lot weaker than it would be, especially with Vise set up over towards B.
Oh, the mid-round aggression here. What a read from Lev.
They've got to know mid is a bit weak because they saw so much put into A main early. Now they see the scouting on the B side. They're going to see that Heat's the guy to pick up the orbs. They know there were just 2 players over in B main. Now there's a chance for Ross to get that walkout onto Cat. At the same time, the reclear comes in B main. This is beautiful. Now they can shift back over into the A site. If Furia don't go immediately, they're going to be able to fight this.
Beautifully painted picture. Demon One on the site, getting the best of Havoc. And again, the delay utility becomes a problem. You've got the mollies, you've got the missiles, but Khalil slipped the net. Able to take care of some of that defensive fortification, and now the site is open. Prize with 10 HP, Khalil much healthier. But an attempt to try to keep this back when you're outnumbered and you're outgunned like that, it does not add up.
The Waylay comes out, gets that space. Oh, that's frustrating.
Big time. That was just a great macro round from Lev, I think. Rossi, right? He's calling today. He's the one that is counting the numbers of players across the map, getting this walkout into Cat. Not just the fact he gets the kill, but knowing that that shift is coming over into A, he's able to flood out, get the kill, and then even just up one number. Lev trade each other out very nicely coming through from Heaven.
Yeah, I really like, we haven't got to really talk about the comp change too much here. I think this comp suits Lev a little better, right? Rossi can micro a little bit with Demon 1 in A main. You have Calm and King, heavy vocal players on the other side of the map floating around. And you're kind of spacing out the big comms, with no pun intended. The communicators in the team are spread across the map. Whereas the double Senti comp, it's very static. It's not nearly as fluid. And we didn't see them on this defensive half, to be fair. But I do like the proactivity I'm seeing across the map from Lev.
I think also just more proactive or like obvious fighting tools as well, right? So when they want to set up, you know, some aggressive looks for themselves, whether it's on the defensive side or even on the attacking side too, it can be a little bit simpler to plan. We've heard teams talking about running the double Senti, and it requires a lot slower rounds, especially on the attacking side, where if your lurkers aren't finding picks or finding good information, like those rounds can just crunch to a halt.
Yes, and this is Furia's first time out here. I think they might have been blindsided by the comp change as well, right?
Definitely.
One week to change comps. This is clearly a pick into the weakness of Lev from last week, and they might be a little shocked at what they're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a small change either. It's not like you're swapping the Vice for the Cypher or something like that, where the recipe is the same.
Tex opping.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, we're going to have a tiles push.
Yep.
We're going to get the standard Senti hold down A. We're pushing tiles. Oh, the paranoia is going to cut through. Flash from the KO through the window, maybe?
Oh, crunch.
No.
Comms has his ult too.
Oh, this is going to be insane. They're all outside B.
This could be a mess.
The Waylay's coming tiles. Ole.
You got the recall set up, the dash over the top, the hinder to connect, someone playing tiles. It's not there, it is. Rappa falls.
That was a bit botched.
Wow.
Yeah, they didn't fully invest like I thought they would. Havoc's in trouble. That Stinger does so much damage, but it's not enough to get the kill. Now they're going to speed up out towards B. Demon 1 close by. Calm not too far off. Now it's going to buy a little bit of time, but it's Tex here by himself in a 1v2 with Op.
With the Op is so tough. The Stinger by his feet too. He's going to try and find the pick first on the shot. Great work out of him.
Drops the shoulder, upgrades the weapon to something more formidable. In a 1v1, a tap of the spike, not fully committing onto it yet. His prize is trying to find his right window, but connects the shots onto Tex. It's a thrifty round win for Furia.
That is a much needed round win. That is huge from Furia, and the proactivity, we were complimenting it. They might have bit off more than they could chew right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened in main.
Yeah.
I believe because King jumps over and didn't initially clear the player under him, he spent extra time whipping around to get this, then he gets swung. He needs to have 2 kills there minimum, because those players coming out of main, as soon as the Waylay dies, every single Fury guy is turning to hard hold that B main.
Right.
That's a crazy lineup, though.
That is sweet.
Yeah, that was nerdy.
The hinder onto tiles like that. It did feel like it was missing something.
Right back into the action we go.
Okay, there was just Havoc through a fake TP bottom mid right now. Rossi should have been in range to here. That's why King's rotating to play mid 3 at the moment. Lev might be thinking this is more of a B split look.
Look at this
teleport.
Yeah, look at the turtle setup right now. They're anticipating a B hit, potentially with a Vice ult, and they're just going to chill back here.
Surely they've got like
fine.
shorties to play with backside.
You guys say they're fine. The TP through. Bolstering that a little bit.
Bit early on the flash from the Vice.
They're kind of stalling out here. I thought they'd be accelerating a little bit more. Maybe patience is what pays off.
Wow, just hard holding every angle. I mean, Prize gets 2 kills. Tex is still backside, but not for long. This round's just cooked.
Yeah, it didn't look like Lev was fully ready for some of those fights, but great patience from Furia. They waited out the Vice Thorns. They dodged the flash, and they were just super ready for all of these fights. I mean, none of the Lev players were ready for any of that.
I think King was expecting, because that CT smoke is going down before the scale comes into the site because of the Thorns delaying out. King's thinking he can find a kill, but there were 3 players just hard holding this line against him.
It's one of those rounds where it felt like the macro was there for Lev, but the micro was off, and Furia capitalized on it.
Yeah, even nice paranoia there. Double holding the backside swing. Good work.
The money's now weird for the next round too. You know, they've been investing that op. They can't afford to buy it here because of how costly it's been in the last couple of rounds, and now they're in this weird, like, Sheriff, Guardian, Light Armor mess.
They do have some pretty heavy ultimates to work with, Lev. So not so dire, but this is going to be a big swing round depending on how many of these ults they want to commit in. If Lev lose this, the next one's looking dire.
That Annihilation coming online. Rafa yet to get on the board with a frag.
Dude, he just used that 2 rounds ago.
Yeah. No, I think that was comms.
Oh, that was comms.
Yeah,
There's no way this cat's 0-6 and he's got 2 ults and a half. Poor guy'd be getting farmed.
Oh, this is a reclear?
Does he have TP up? I don't know that King does. Dude, oh, you've spotted him.
Good gate crash out of here.
That doesn't seem like the Havoc way, does it? Overstays his welcome. Bites off a bit more than he could chew. And Heat trying to speed up and re-clear this. They're going to try to double down B.
I mean, the B hits have been working these last couple of rounds. This time, though, Rafa is going to be moving late into mid. Lev saw this a few rounds ago, and he went top mid and got punished. This time, he needs his main players to activate before he goes for the look.
I was going to say, if you're Lev here, you're much more willing to invest some of these ults. King is going to try to get away.
Here he is.
Seconds left.
Perfect pinch timing on the market push.
Now, no, Tex and Rossi, all 3 of them have their ults if they need to invest them, but they're just going to frag their way through. It was a lighter buy, but you mentioned there was enough behind this for it to be a problem. Ender, you were right.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Rafa goes for the spawn walk there. If he plays into B, he's got a pinch, he can trade out his teammate, then it's a one-on-one. Fury kind of chose to play for their individual fights and ended up getting punished for it because of the King just ratting out sort of on site there.
You know, I think that was one of the critiques that I had of Furia, especially towards the beginning of the year, that I'm not seeing having been fixed, is that a lot of times when I watch them play, they play as if though they're better shooters than they are. And they play for their own individual fights a lot. And it doesn't usually work out for them.
Oh, speaking of fights, they're ready to brawl B main.
This didn't work out last time, but second time's a charm, or so they say. Demon 1 dead.
Wonder if Rafa's just going to be lurking mid every round. It could just be the drone this time, but he's been taking space off that pretty consistently.
Is there a follow-up behind it? He's going to try to hunt him down. Lighting up B main, but falling for it.
Oh my god, Calm's stuck on this side of the wall too. That is brutal.
What a mess. And now they can speed up behind this. Rossi's going to be here. He's got full bag of utility, including the ult, but you can't imagine he uses it here. Tex has to find value.
2 on 5. I almost think Lev should save. Nothing's given to them.
Yeah.
I don't think Khalil spotted him on that little jiggle.
The money is not good. Oh.
Oh dear.
You're going forward. Okay. Yeah. I thought he would have cut his losses there, but a flawless round from Furia to get them to 3.
Sean, I want to ask you a question now. On the mud scale, how muddy is this match?
We are covered. We are covered.
We are lathered up.
Yes, indeed. Oh, man. I'm shocked King just went for a solo ult play like that. I mean, it was a good ult. He could have capitalized, but there was nothing helping him.
I wonder if he thought, because there was the drone going mid, he might have thought there were more players going behind that.
Like someone crunching. Yeah.
That's to try and give the benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm trying to come up with, but it was very ambitious.
Fake teleport.
Here's that smoke. Again, front A main. They disrespect the one-way very quickly. Teo drone going up cat from tiles. This guy's got range.
Doesn't really find too much of anything, but...
Well, I think the passive info, though, is valuable.
Yeah, knowing that Lev aren't going to that active walk down we saw a few times in those early rounds.
Havoc sent the gate crash in, and I don't think anyone can capitalize on the TP if he does take it.
Rossi's suppression came in, so Furia kind of called off that quick hit.
One suppressed.
Oh, he does tag 1. So Calm's drone from mid did just tag Heat, as you see on your screen, but Rafa was posted up behind the box.
So that's all back B. Just a dry all back B.
Sticking that?
Say what?
What in the world are they doing? This is so awkward now. I mean, it's into an eco, but the whole map, the whole round has been thrown into chaos.
Mid, there's a lurk tree. There's still 2 players on B.
This is crazy.
Demon 1's in a decent spot to make a play.
Ooh.
A little damage dealt, but he had no health. He had a classic.
That should do it.
How are Furia lurking up 3 lanes right now while their Omen's sitting in backbone?
That was wild.
But I do think for as much as this round is going to likely convert for Furia, I'm tempted to say the only reason this works is because there were no guns on the side of left. If they try to do that in a rifle round,
yeah,
I don't think that works.
I feel like they're showing us how we can make ult plays in rank games.
Yeah, it's kind of sick.
In a solo queue. This is kind of crazy. We're seeing like solo ult plays. I mean, that's just an individual player. The Omen, he reads that there's a high likelihood no one's back there because of the presence on A. It's very risky to stick that in that scenario. I mean, someone could literally be in the site listening and then swing once you stick it.
Leviathan now they're going to be the ones to call a timeout. One thing that, again, to go back to this comp change from theirs, right, is previously they had been playing the double Senti, which, you know, sometimes that means you're just like stacking hard util, like on the sites themselves, but you also have like deadlock walls shutting down lanes for lurks, Cypher trips sometimes working into like cat or mid. So, I mean, Furia now a few times have taken advantage, like really blowing up the center of the map. Lev might want to think about that.
Yeah, I think Fury have actually done a really good job in the early rounds right now. And this is probably why Lev is going to take this time out. You know, they're losing A main consistently. They're losing B main fairly consistently. And if Havoc took that TP out, that round would have felt very different. Yep. They won the util battle in B main, the way they took it, the way they drew out the retake. And yours value is you draw out that retake, you have the other team waste their util, and you're outie. You're gone.
Coming into round 11, though, King will have money for the operator. He's going to be posting up B, it looks like, but it's really hard to play mains, I think, with the op against the Yoral. So often that just turns into a very simple side exec where you're getting hard cleared, so.
And maybe if King was TPing from a little bit further back and he could take that aggro line and get back to safety if he feels some of the pressure.
I love King's line. Oh, he's actually aggressing.
But he crossed. Does he know?
He definitely knows it's possible. Oh, this isn't favorable for King if it's Pete right.
I don't know. He can't get out of this. Oh, yep.
Oh, nice shot.
Very nicely done. Snappy reactions from the duelist.
Oh, he's staying. Okay, I was about to say, staying drone.
Now Havoc accelerating a little bit with his ult. He's going to get a ton of info. Realizing that B's a little bit softer, it's going to be a full retake from Lev.
Rafa plays so fearless, man. Bro just ran all the way up into heaven even before the Yor ult came on in. Pretty good post-plant setup for Furia already.
Yeah, Lev have a couple of key ults here, though. And that's one of them. The null command from Rossi. Tex has his ult, too.
Yeah, you can see how aggressive they're playing with the Vice ult online. And
oh, that shouldn't have happened.
It's not going too bad right now for Furia.
No. Still a numbers advantage for the defense, though. And now the second ult popped. Havoc has to clear out a lot of space. He's going to hit a late lurk all the way through spawn.
What a play.
If it pays off. Do they know? I don't think they hear any of it. No.
Smoke.
Time is the issue, though. The spike's been going on for a little bit, and so maybe as everyone else crumbles around him, he's going to show up, but it might be too little too late. Oh, great awareness from Lev.
I respect the idea to have the attack smoke. That was their smoke in hell. The problem is when you normally see that, the smoke should be like clouded out a little bit more. It didn't give them much room, and it gave all of the space to Lev to get the spam angles. You actually see G2 do that quite a bit. Valen does that at cloud out hell smoke a lot. And I like the idea they're trying to buy time for this flank, and man, time was expensive. They couldn't afford it.
For sure. Even if that smoke is bloomed out a little bit more, that actually gives you the walkout from rafters too, so you're not getting sniped off that angle immediately. Got to deal with other ones, but a little bit easier.
Last round of the half, off still in the hands of King.
Interesting that Fury are just playing out of range of any early knives or anything like this.
The annihilation play. Hinder lineup? Is that what's going on? Hinder annihilation play? That would go insane.
Sean, you're such a nerd.
Thank you.
Bro, I say that as lovingly as possible. The fact that you're thinking that far ahead is just, it's a treat to watch. We'll see if that is part of the plan, though, or what they try to do and execute around this.
Those missiles in the Waylay scouting up and back is so sick.
That was awesome.
Wow. Thank goodness for the cat smoke.
So now what? They speed up towards B?
Yeah, but you can't really with the double thorns.
Yeah.
Rafa's in danger here.
Yeah, I don't know that he's a little behind the pack. He might not get across. Oh, he's
Oh, he
tucking.
wants to lurk, Doug. This is all this guy does. Little fake A, but the missiles give up his position. There's no way he survives this.
Yeah, Dima 1's close by, and if for some reason that fails, Calm is a little bit further back. Rafa, you got to clear those angles, big guy. Can't have a mistake like that happening. That's going to hit all three.
Look at the annihilation in main, too. Forces the Vise out. Heat needs to get in front of this, find some kind of a pick.
Again, the timing is awkward. The spacing is uncomfortable, and Calm getting the best of Heat in a situation he probably shouldn't have. They're going to try to walk into B main, and it does not pay off. An 8-4 half for Lev.
Oh, that's Lev adjusting to that Teo lurk.
Yep.
And it's not a great idea. The salvos give away the position, and you saw it right there. I mean, pretty much all of Teo's kit does. Yeah.
Have you seen someone do that before?
The Waylay peek through a smoke like that? Yeah.
The up and back. I like that.
I think if the, I mean, if we can have a bunch of conversations. Oh, yep. That was a bad word. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. When we return, the second half of Ascent. We'll see you guys shortly.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Leviathan seeming like the more formidable foe here after one half of Ascent. Furia thought they could, we thought they had some cool ideas. They won 4 out of 5 in the middle of the half, but again, it really felt like Lev the entire way, guys.
I appreciate you trying to be sincere now, but was Tech just petting his monitor? Like, what was that?
You don't do that?
No, I do not pet my monitor, no.
I mean, he lives in his monitor. Tech plays very close to his monitor.
I mean, it's a close relationship, that's for sure.
Retrieving thorn trap.
But now Furia down 4 here. Need to come up with something. And Lev's comp not going to have the same attack issues that they had with the double Senti.
Frenzy close. Little trap play in B main.
They're playing so far off A, too.
I like the thematic flower on the ground. Like it's real almost for the flash.
That's a really good flash to swing off of.
Yeah, it is.
No smokes to block this one.
That's a nice thing about Vice. You mentioning it yesterday. But if that flash doesn't get a ton of value, he's going to get overwhelmed. I mean, Prize is close by. Dart just went out. They're fully committing onto the side. Hit the wall's going to keep one back. Rossi and King both screwed.
Beautiful.
Well played.
Prize swinging out a cat as well. Tech's finding this pick in mid gives Lev some options, but wait, the spike is boosted up there. What? What? Okay, he grabs it, he's fine, but like...
Oh, that's robbery. Quite literally, that's crazy. They get a kill out of that.
Tech's in a great position right now, but at the same time, Prize out in mid.
Oh, that's questionable from Rafa. Numbers now in Lev's favor.
How have Prize and Khalil just walked completely around Tex, left this A site open?
The one benefit, though, is that I don't believe Tex has heard much of anything. They haven't made any noise on the rotate, so even if you do think A is safe, you're not fully convinced.
Exactly.
And so because of that, they can't contact out. They have to invest some of this util to clear it out. You're not going to have it in the post plant, at least the missiles.
10 seconds left.
But they are going to land here. Khalil, flash, 2 smokes. Prize has his dart back up, but he's so weak, 5 HP. Door's going to buy a little bit of time. Paranoia out. Still not committing to get a door broken down. Now falls. Prize joins it. Khalil in a 1v3. All three lit up. Beer outgunned.
Wow, that was a round that Furia really should have taken, and one that gives Lev 9 and gets them super close to running away with this game.
I mean, that opening, right, between the flash combo with the Thorns, that guy's full flash stuck in front of the wall, no teammates to help him out. And I think that reclear into main kind of hooks Furia out of it.
Always good to check in with watch parties happening around the globe. Leviathan, we mentioned it. They haven't given their fans very many reasons to celebrate.
But
so
the
far
one
this
is
year,
balloons.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, you're right.
You can't get wins. You can at least have some balloons.
Well, it does seem like they're on the way. They're getting a map win here. Fury have a lot of things to solve and not a lot of time to solve it.
Rossi grabbing mid control really quickly here. Deep mid-3 smoke. A lot of pressure in mid. You can see how passive they are in the extremities. I like this look from Lev.
I feel like Rafa's just playing on his own this entire game. In the mid space too, now doing the same on the defense.
Oh, nice shot.
Unbelievable shot.
Is that the spike? That was? I did not realize they had that up there.
I mean, you're gonna need.
He left it.
You're gonna need 4 more of those. 3. Oh dear.
Hold on. Now there's a push out of B main as well. Wall triggered though, and now Leviathan starting to equalize.
It's the mud again. It's messy again.
Still gotta get the spike and get past Havoc's Sheriff.
That pixel angle. Almost getting a little bit more damage done. 35 seconds left. They managed to get the spike down.
Dude, these rounds are crazy. There's no way we're walking into the enemy spawn again.
A 1v1, of course. This is how everybody thought this round was going to end up.
Calm's having a great game. 1v1. This is his wheelhouse.
I think he has 32 HP.
Guys, look at the guns. The guns, come on.
But you know, honestly though, this is the conversation we had at the beginning of the round, and this is the spot that we're in. So, conventional wisdom out the window. Heat waiting on the other side of the wall, gonna break it. Flashing, swinging. Oh, yeah, and it wasn't even close, right?
Look at the X's on the minimap. That is Lev in an anti-eco, and the positions they're dying. What?
I mean, I like the idea that they had for mid control. I like the extremity holds. I did not realize the spike was making its way into market.
Because that's the real problem, right? The spike goes down here, then it's a Marshall on its own trying to recover the spike and get away from just people closing in from every angle. That's why it turns into the mess.
Instead of mud, can it be mayo since they're sponsored by helmets?
It can be. I feel like I would almost rather be covered in mud than in mayo.
Yeah,
like they've got mud baths. They don't have mayo baths, as far as I know.
I'm sure someone has tried it somewhere. Right. Okay. Continuing along with that. Tech's expecting a little bit of aggression towards B, or making sure that's not the case. Meanwhile, kills traded A main. A lot of utilities still going to have to work through.
Yeah, re-hitting here is not going to be so easy, especially if they wait any longer.
It's not terrible to lose the Yoru to the KO right there. It's going to make the hit, like you said, it's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, it sucks to not have the clone to at least pre-break this Vise wall, though.
Let's see how they use the Waylay to get past all this util.
Something you haven't really had to do yet.
Teleport primed on the Waylay. Here we go.
The Thorns have already been procced.
Oh my God.
Nice entry.
Yeah, very well done.
You went into the door smoke, got the fight on the rotate?
I didn't see, I know he threw out the hinder. I didn't see where it landed.
I didn't either, yeah.
But I know we've seen Waylays try and toss it into smokes they dash towards.
I'm pretty sure he threw it over in the smoke.
Hopefully we catch it on the replay. 3v2 here. Prize and Khalil have a fighting chance at this.
Last player standing.
Well, they had a fighting chance at it. It's now 1v3, quickly turned into 1v2. You still don't understand there's a player in hell. And again, safe and secure in the hands of Lev.
Yeah, and that's the bonus going Lev's way. And oh man, the hope is dwindling here.
Yeah, so tough that Furia picked this map, seeing the weaknesses. And yeah, the hinder was thrown in here. That's awesome. Never jump while hindered. You're done.
Guys, I have a confession. There's nothing more that I love.
I'm better than this guy.
Sure.
I agree.
Oh man, he is 17-6.
Hard to argue with that.
Yeah.
Sean, what do you love? Don't leave me hanging.
Yeah, where are
I
you gonna
love
confess?
fighting support players for the initial.
What?
Like the way he dove into the smoke, the way the Whaleys are diving into market on the B hits.
Especially because on this map, you always have someone on an A hit playing inside the tree smoke, trying to jump through when you hit
Wait,
in.
that's
Same thing for the market smokes on a B hit.
That's not gonna feel good. It's gonna flood him back into B main or into back site. Prize at a distance with a stinger. I mean, he's the only one who can make a play, and they're trying to rotate back to help him out, but they've got the crosses covered.
It's just a shellacking right now from Lev.
Yeah.
I'm really pleasantly surprised with King's Waylay, right? Because he's just been on permanent Yoru duty for Leviathan, just about.
Well, I mean, and I understand why. It's such a strong agent right now.
100%.
It feels like if you aren't leaning into the Yoru or some of the strengths that he offers, you're behind.
But the fact that he's got all the Hinder lineups ready, he's dashing in, finding a ton of entries, he's looked really solid so far.
Yeah, that's the impressive part, is all of the plays he has, right? It's not so much the on-the-fly playmaking. He's probably not at that point yet on Waylay, but they've clearly put a lot of work into setting him up in the set plays.
And remember, a week ago, their comp was entirely different.
Yes.
I mean, the glow up that they've had in, 6 days, 5 days has been insane.
Yes. And, I mean, there's been a lot of questions in the community about, why is King IGL, or why is King, who was an IGL, flex player last year, and one of the best players in our region, why is this guy our duelist when we have Demon 1, we have Tex?
Yeah,
right.
These are duelists. And we heard from Tex in an interview, actually, that the reason for that is they really trust this guy's mechanics. And Tex and the team are really behind it. They say he's putting in work, and in scrims, Demon 1 and King are frying. And it just hasn't fully translated. I mean, I will say, Tex threw him a little bit. He's like, it's off. It's getting better.
It's getting better.
It's getting better is how he worded it. I mean,
A little subtle. You're still not as good as I am. But yeah.
I mean, but to be fair, Tex is up pretty clean.
Tex is
We
also
like that. We like that.
I mean, he was a chamber abuser.
Dude, I would be happy to see Tex back in the chamber.
That would be crazy. I would
Bring
love
it
it.
back for
He was
good
so
times.
aggro.
We are seeing a bit of a resurgence of Chamber in the conversation. Maybe on Pearl. I mean, it's not unthinkable.
I wouldn't hate it.
We still need to close up Ascent. We need to close up the mess and the slaughter that has been this first map. The timeline tells the tale even in the second half. The pistol, anti-eco, the bonus, everything going their way. Furia now in a position to maybe strike back. You've got rifles, heavy armor on a couple of members, but...
Oh, Furia running a Yoru play out of A main. And that's actually going to put Lev in a tough spot because they're almost forced to either re-clear back into mid space, they have nothing, or get in front of this Vise util somehow.
Did that hinder hit?
I don't think it did. Oh.
Oh,
He went back into the middle.
And now we've ulted into backside. Leviathan are still making this work.
They're doubling, tripling down on it, and it might just work out. You're absolutely right. A 3v3, you've got the Vice ult that throws things into disarray for just a moment. Advantage now the way of the defense.
Spike still made it to sight, though.
Somehow.
Last player standing.
Yeah, that's the last thing standing.
Down B.
Com's gonna have to 1v3 this. If he can pull it off, he's gonna get his fights are all bunched up. Not giving him any room to breathe. He's got two! He's got all three! The Red Bull clutch for Lev in map 1. He said it.
He said
He's
it.
better. Damn, that boy was right.
Dude, look at Rossi. Rossi can't even believe it. That was just an insane map out of Com. Not just that last round. The entire way through. This guy's been unreal.
The Ascent GOAT? He's back.
He's so back. On the last bullet, too. Clean.
What a map by Com to close it out with that 1-on-3. Heartbreaking, though. That's Furia's map pick. Whew.
Yeah, Com closed it out with 3-1 KD, 21-7, over 300 ACS, monster.
Yeah, and I don't know that it gets much better map 2, given that it's Leviathan's map pick. And again, neither team has had a ton of map wins this year, but with how clean Lev look and how prepared they looked on Ascent, it's hard to think they're not going to be equally, or if not more prepared on their map pick.
Yeah, and the thing about Pearl is it operates a little bit like Ascent. I think
it does.
It's a bit of an aimer map. You get some range fights, and you don't get bogged down by so much utility. So I think Lev are looking great here.
We'll see if that is the case. Pearl on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Super easy, yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, yo estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale.
Vem pra cima dele, o Rafão vai na caça. Bora, Rafão! Pela que no capita. Rafão!
la primera de Leviatán. Here with Ito Pata from Leviathan, a dominant map from Leviathan. You came in here, you were celebrating, a map win, we did it. I want to talk to you about the new comp we see on Ascent. Talk to me, what was the reasoning for it? Was it scrims? Was it a team discussion? Talk to me.
Well, it's mostly how the meta on this map evolved. So before you had the Jet KO comp, right? Which kind of lost out to the double Sentinel comp. But this new comp, it feels like the Jet KO comp on steroids. So it just has a lot more versatility. You can deal with the double Sentinel as well a lot better. So that's why we decided to give it a try.
Give it a try and you win. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, folks, to the lounge after this first map of the series in which Leviathan display a brand of dominance that we've been kind of looking for, and some of the individuals on this team really able to stand up, especially a couple of former world champions coming to the fore, guys. Great to see Demon 1 and Com link up here and make some moments happen over the course of the series.
Yeah, there was so much criticism on Demon 1 on that Omen, especially after week 1, right?
Yeah.
And week 2, he was looking way better. Week 3, he came ready to play. I mean, he was at the top of the scoreboard for quite some time alongside Com, who, I mean, you know when Com is feeling it, they're going to win the game.
Com top fragged the whole game, by the way.
Yeah.
The whole game.
And Demon 1 was just behind. So what I also liked about this is that they were both controlling their own areas. Com was playing towards this B site, doing whatever he needed to do with the Salos, getting kills out of it, defending the site very, very well. While Demon 1, I mean, it's a boring job from time to time as an Omen. You got a one-way smoke, but you got to delay as much as you could when the hits are coming towards B. But he's done his job. Yeah, and when he needed to push and get those picks towards A main, he still did.
I mean, Furia seemed low, Dre, slow rather, as it was, and it just got worse here with a lot of this util being put in their face. It's so hard for them to get past D1 that, we have them running out of time, and they've got quite a few of those early attack rounds.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at these stats on the screen right now. 32% headshot, 42 for Demon 1, of course, but I mean, it was just domination from start to finish.
And what you were just mentioning before about Furia, like I said, they were basically a team that wants to prep for map 1 and try to ante as much as possible. Look at them play against C9 last week for Leviathan. They got smashed. There's a reason why they picked Ascent, but I don't think they were prepared to play this new composition from Leviathan. I think they're prepared for what they came up last week against, and it was such a stick in the wheel in terms of how they could get things rolling here for Furia's side.
And maybe that's why they stuck to the Sova, because I think G2 have created this meta on Ascent with the KO Teho, and I mean, we even saw Leviathan just copying them, so it's like...
And make it work.
So yeah, I think you're right. I think they expected the double Senti again. Maybe they thought that Leviathan were gonna It was a throwaway game. We just didn't play how we were supposed to. But
why is this
no.
the Jet KO comp on steroids, as Itapata put it? Like, what is it about that takes that kind of comp style to another level?
Go ahead.
So you have Teo and you have KO. And these characters allow you to play Waylay in a way that just honestly makes even King look good on it. You know what I mean? I'm not, no.
Oh my,
no
I'm
BM.
not, sorry,
no,
King, I'm not associated to this
no,
King Junior guy.
No BM. The main point is that Waylay, when you play a Waylay, you need the supporting cast around the character. I mean, we've talked a lot about it. You know, the Jet has smokes for herself or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Teo, Waylay doesn't have much to work with. So you kind of have to create a composition around it, right? This is why it's so viable on Ascent now. So all this exec heavy utility makes it so easy for you to get the entries.
Yeah. The biggest example you can look at that is the util of the smoke towards that cruncher during towards B main. Look at how they use that and then her own stun going into the tiles to get those hits.
Okay, so obviously great start here on this map of Ascent. We're obviously pretty curious to hear what Coach Peu had to say ahead of map 2 and how he's going to get Furia back in this game.
Here's the coach of Furia. A very simple question. What is the plan for Pearl so we can bring this to a map 3?
A Pearl, a gente tá com uma mudança de composição agora. Estamos com uma composição um pouco mais atualizada e a gente está tentando fazer coisas diferentes do que a última Pearl da última semana. E é isso, a gente precisa acertar nosso plano de jogo e tentar executar melhor as situações que a gente treinou para o Ralph sair melhor.
Yeah, we have a different composition for Pearl from last week, and that's it. I mean, a new composition. We just need to get our game playing straight to try to get to the third map.
All right, best of luck on map 2.
Okay, here we go. So we've added a couple. Yeah, I think Doug said fragging twice in that game. It's not the worst here.
And then you said top fragging as well.
Yeah, do I count?
Yes, you count.
Yeah, I think it's all of us.
Yeah, it's everybody.
But I'm not doing the push-ups, so I don't give it.
He is.
All three of us. Come on.
I'm just going to start sabotaging.
Why is it just me?
Bro, the deal is the deal, bro. You can't go changing the deal now, bro.
I mean, yeah, you kind of
No deal. No.
What is it? All right, so you got something for us here. We've got a couple of rounds that you kind of want to delve into a little bit on the Furia side of things, where they were actually able to get some leverage against this Leviathan comp at points.
Here's my copium around Furia, at least, to have a chance for them on Pearl, especially after they, I don't know, but especially after the interview that they had with Elizabeth mentioning, hey, we have a brand new composition coming out for Pearl. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit with more vice, but it's also to highlight this round number 6. Let's get things off here. It's basically 2 rounds after the timeout came through, and then you're trying to play against the push and the crunch from Leviathan. And it's just to highlight here the vice wall that was used towards his B main. Right over here from Heat. This in itself, we talked about the crunch that you have coming through from the Waylay, the smoke and the refract, but because of this wall, it actually splits up their opponents where you only have a KO moving alone and the other one is stuck towards that back. So it was actually really well played from the side here of Furia just to make sure that they could isolate and split players through and eliminate him right away. This was a thrifty round for Furia that allowed for them to get these 2 picks on the side and then go for a 3 versus 2 on this B side, who then became, of course, a 1v1. That was one where Tex, unfortunately, couldn't close that through. So this is just a quick play that they had at the beginning of the round for Furia, anticipating that push. But the other one is round number 9. I know I should have had a clock, but this time it's just like, we're on the fly, you know? We're on the fly.
Yeah, all good,
But this round number 5 is actually a more heads-up play coming out from Heat. So let's look at it from the perspective here now as we get into this replay. You start the round with a push coming in from B main with Demon 1. He gets picked off in the very beginning, but there's still great action coming through and good holds and delays out on the side of Leviathan. But what happens right after? Pay attention to that minimap. It's actually a vice wall being thrown on the attack side for Heat. And they anticipated that there was going to be a drone coming in from Calm with the salvos, and then the whole ult coming out from King over towards that B main. So that isolates Calm right into the front. They hunt this Fury, they take him down, and now it's a 5 versus 2 to overtake this B site. So again, now you have great planification coming in from Furia on pre-game rounds, and then great heads-up play, cerebral plays from players like Heat, who's been experienced playing this game year after year. So if this continues up, and hopefully they're able to frag on top of that, this should be a better Pearl game.
I mean, despite the fair.
What did I say?
That's how you're feeling, huh?
Thank you.
That's how you're feeling, huh?
Chat,
Okay.
it's fragging, not frag.
Any iteration counts,
tomato, potato, potato.
Scrabble rules, I'll allow it.
Fine.
Okay, so a couple of these rounds.
What the hell just happened?
Bro, that's crazy. That was an ender, bro. Bro, that is not stable. Doug almost knocked that over.
Are we playing Valorant or are we playing baseball? That was a fastball behind my head.
Are you okay?
I'm good.
Are you okay?
I have a thick head.
Okay, so not quite a water bottle at least. Let's have a look ahead in this series because a couple rounds there, at least of Furia, they're able to exploit these aggressive defense side pops from Leviathan, but overall, like the map is still pretty lackluster. Now we're moving on to Pearl, and I think it was Sean saying he felt like the map was kind of similar in a lot of ways. For me, the Teho util being used on Ascent B main is kind of like what we see on A main here on Pearl. Anything that you can take away from what we like from Furia that you want to see them apply on Leviathan's map pick?
You have to close out more rounds on the attacking side. They kind of got a little bit of momentum on that Ascent attack, and for a second, I know like some of the players on Leviathan were like, hold on, these guys are actually stringing some rounds together, and it wasn't through individual mechanics, like you said, it was playing as a team, right? Yeah. So we need to see more team play from Furia, more comprehensive, game plans going into the attacking side. But it's the defense that lacks the most for this Furia roster. It's almost like I'm watching like an EG, like the Brazilian.
Do we need to check in with Havoc again,
EG.
guys? Like, what's the wellness check looking like on our Furia duelist?
I don't even think it should be focused mainly on Havoc. He is supposed to be a main,
a mainstay?
A mainstay. Yeah, he's supposed to be the tip of the spear for this Furia roster. And he was struggling a lot, man. I mean, there's that round in Market where he like pops out of the smoke, has util out, and he whips like a whole clip.
Or the A side when he's out in the open and there's two players right here, and you just thought it was a little bit difficult for him to get those Vandal shots to try to control the spray. But it's not just on him, right? It's we mentioned it before in the pregame. If he's going to drop first, he needs the rest of the team, some star power coming out of that. You need Heat probably to step up to the plate as well to help out because he's played duelists in the past. You need those. It is still a fragging. It is still a high firing power team around this roster for Furia.
I mean, it's your push-ups, not mine, baby. Okay, Furia, can they get back on the board, or can this couple of world champions in the engine room for Leviathan propel them to an important series victory? We'll find out in a moment. Pearl's coming up after the short break.
Pra cima dele, o Rafão vai na caça. Bora, Rafão! Pela kill do Capita. Rafão!
Well, boys, in the midst of that really provocative and insightful last map, we got into some serious conversations around different condiments and baths and things like that, and so it only felt appropriate to...
Dude, what are you doing with that?
Challenge you guys with a bottle of mayo. And, I think I'm just going to let it organically happen.
What do you mean challenge?
They'll figure it out. We have the second map up for grabs. Pearl, there was a lot of conversation around potentially changing the comps and kind of what that looks like. Are you guys expecting something different here?
I mean, both of these teams are running, the G2 comp. So I think they're literally probably mimicking a little bit of what they're doing. G2 has so much success on this map. And yeah, I trust the solo Yoru. I think the solo Yoru is a really good play here.
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru is just so effective in terms of dealing with Vi's. The ultimate is incredibly powerful. The quick rotates. I don't know. To me, Sean, is Yoru as busted as Teho?
I mean, Yoru's pretty busted.
But Teho busted?
Not Teho busted. Definitely not Teho busted, but he's definitely one of the stronger duelists. His kit is ridiculous, even with the price of the clone increasing. I still think this is the go-to comp right now.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a mirror comp, a couple of changes on both sides. We talked about maybe, hopefully, seeing a chamber. Not going to be the case. I think for Furia here, there are a couple of things they're going to have to solve on the fly if they want to extend this to a map 3.
Yeah, we're going to be watching them on the attack first. And the thing that I'm going to be paying attention to, you know, Sean, you were comparing some of the similarities between Pearl and Ascent, but like the thing that really stuck out in my mind on Ascent was how often Rafa was just like solo lurking into mid on their attacking side. And I'm wondering if that's going to be a similar vibe with him coming in here on Pearl.
Yeah, that was one of the things I really didn't like as well. I mean, it's one thing to lurk as the IGL. You can get a lot of info, you can hear the rotations, but doing it on specific roles, like the Teo, which, you know, you want to be closer to teammates for the drone unless you're kind of droning out the opposite side of a hit. Think like, I mean, he could drone through street technically as the team's hitting B or some vice versa. I just don't like it though, because the salvos give away location, as does the drone.
Yeah, we even saw that the one round he was in mid trying to sell an A fake, but people saw where the missiles are coming from, so he instantly gets taken out. So yeah, we'll have to wait and find out. Looks like on this pistol round, Fury going to be setting up basically entirely towards this A side of the map. But Leviathan should be able to rotate players over here super quickly to contest if Furia try to push on through.
Are either of you feeling confident about Furia's chances?
No.
Speaking hypothetically.
What is this?
I'm just curious.
I'll take the bet on Furia. What are you gonna?
You'll take the bet on Furia?
Sean, you're a good man. Way to put the show ahead of everything else. The pistol erupting towards A. The spike has not fully made it out of A main. Some of the defenses here are keeping the line. There's no way for them to flood through. And now Rafa's left in a 1v3. Calm, weak, yes. He gets his one.
Can I?
No, you can't take it back. Sean can't take it back, and you've already agreed to it. So now Doug can set whatever rules he wants, and you've already agreed.
Yeah.
Production, delete the VOD.
I think
it's already out there.
I think that if Furia wins, Christy, yeah, you're looking at the Mayo. You know exactly where I'm going.
Well, I don't know if it's going on my head or...
Oh, no, because then makeup and then production gets mad and hair and all that stuff. That's a little too messy. You have to drink the mayonnaise.
Drink it? Wait, are you drinking or are you eating it?
And if, you know, that's
philosophical.
Yeah, that's a heavy question, right?
Socrates was busy with that one back in the day.
If you drink mayonnaise in the woods, does anyone hear it? That's how the saying goes.
Something like that.
I think someone hears you throwing up, that's for sure.
Is this do we agree to this? Is this
how much are we talking?
And then if Lev wins, then Sean, you're the mayo drinker.
Yeah, if Lev wins, you have to drink mayo. That's so unfair.
Wait.
Are you willing? Do you believe in Furia that much?
Did you just like tails I win, heads you lose me? I'm actually confused.
Here's the thing. I would not wish it on my worst enemy to drink mayo. That is appalling.
It is horrible.
What I think you have to do like a mayo face wash.
That's almost worse.
Do you hate me?
That's worse. Right?
I think it's funnier.
It's for the content. It's for the content. Well, folks, you heard it here first. If Furia win, Ender's drinking mayonnaise.
I'm not drinking
If Lev win, Sean's drinking mayonnaise. We're going to make sure we get that on broadcast. Lev up 2-0. Sean, not looking great here.
Let's rein it in for this one. It is Leviathan with a pretty solid buy for a third round.
Yeah. Yeah, Sean, that must be tough, huh?
My mental when I'm rooting for Furia to win this game is questionable.
I love how we actually have no horse in the race, but now you've just made me and Sean both biased, Doug.
I've got such a horse right. Yes! Nice opener, Havoc!
Dude, I can taste the mayo in the back of my throat already.
What? Oh, man. I love my job. Heavy towards A, the spike making its way out.
Ooh, that's an aggro fight. Backside,
yes,
what are they doing? Let's go, Lev!
Yes, it is. That flash. Very effective.
It's 2 free.
Khalil and Heat have a shot to get this thing back, though. The spike was planted.
2v2.
That's a big kill onto Demon 1. Gravity
Well.
well, yeah, pulling him off just a little bit. A minor pause in there on the flash through the smoke. Snappy out from Heat.
Great kill. His blind is going to come back online now. 1v1 for Heat.
Spike has been taken for a little bit. Comet, so much to do here. Oh, I can't believe he faced him. He gets the kill anyway, and the round goes the way of Furia. Okay.
Easy, easy.
Exactly as the round was supposed to go. It was a bonus for Leviathan. They're in a fine position. Actually, think about the damage they just did. 4 guns out of the hands of Furia. I feel like you're really caught up on this round, Sean, but really it's about the next 3 rounds.
Yes. Heat is a player, by the way, this year. I've seen a lot of messages about Heat on the forums. You know, they're not liking the Senti role. I actually think this is a good change for Heat long term, and it's just the learning curve is a little bit steep right now for him. Last year we saw him on Initiator, just owning, right? Everyone wants to see him on that again. But in this role, I feel like, man, these star players with crazy mechanics, they can take over games.
I feel like agents like Vi sort of suit that too. Give you options on more aggressive fights.
What?
And Demon 1's still aggroing here. Pushing back to the line, calling in reinforcements with Rossi on the swing too. I mean, this is beautiful.
Wow. What a round from Lev.
Rossi was really animated there. That was filthy. And the fill-in behind him, I mean, obviously King getting that no-scope is a lot of fun to watch, and that's what's going to be on Reddit. But the fill-in from Demon 1 was perfect. Look at that.
I can't believe King stuck around and went for the 2 shots before Gate crashing out.
Yep, same.
Giga Chad. Actually crazy play from King.
He'd gone for the Outlaw too against 5 light armors. Doesn't matter. He hits the headshot anyway.
Yeah. Just shares for Furia. And gravity well, and the salvos on top to make sure no one's pushing towards A main early on. Nothing found.
Yeah, Calm even's got the Prowler moving in dart. Doesn't find anything on the initial hit. So there could be a walk-up here. Second Prowler spots it as Furia used the ultimate on the Eco.
Pushes him forward?
No.
Wow, what a step forward right there. That was sick.
Yeah.
Where was the flash, though? They were missing one piece of util. They forced the fight forward, but it's like they weren't expecting it.
Sorry, are you talking about Furia?
Yeah.
Only missing one piece of util. And we're also missing 5 guns. I mean,
sure, like, the tail, the annihilation and dugout to push the fight forward. Honestly, they were cooking with how they filtered the fights.
And then a flash out to take the fights.
Yeah.
And that makes a difference. Sure.
The Vice flash, a Yoru flash, anything.
Good news for Furia this round. They've got the Yor ult, looking for another A exec. Leviathan going to try and get up into A main, but usually Havoc would pop this pretty early and flush that away. Decides not to, using the TP out, as a matter of fact.
Who's next?
Okay, Dimensional Drift now clearing Art. It's looking like an A split.
Yeah, they have a lot of A main presence here. Havoc's going to at least get some info on Art. Oh,
Really?
I'm really surprised he took that.
No flash, only using half the duration, so it doesn't even scout the site. This round is miserable for Furia. I don't think they can get out onto the A site unless they just start hard facing and winning fights.
That is the only way they've really found success, and they've gotten a couple.
It's a very good Vice ult.
Demon 1 feeling a lot of the pressure, being triple faced.
Player standing.
Calm arriving right on time. Now Texas left in 1v2.
You are divided.
Heat's weak. The Cosmic Divide will set them apart.
Tex has his flash.
He has no idea what's happening on the other side. Here's one drop in dugout. His timing might work out. If he swings this. Patience, though. Not
He
fully,
tried the knife.
Yeah, not fully committing onto it. And now as the wall goes down, you see the rotations from the members of Furia. As they try to reposition. He's gotten it down to a 1v1, hasn't he? Heat is weak. Tex, worse for wear. Spike ticking away.
Oh, what a shot from Heat.
That was three on the round for him? That's a big round.
Another clutch?
Honestly, just so impressive they got into the site, because once you lose the Yoru, no flashes to actually bust out if you're, oh, it was a spam kill that started it, then trading off the op shot. And a couple of good shots scaling, trading out your teammates.
Gosh, that was a clean shot out from Heat.
Yeah, I like how he's stepping up and just challenging in these one-on-ones. He's not playing the spike. He's not playing time. He's very confident in the one-on-ones.
Betrayed them.
4 ults online for Lev. The buy is here. Econ still pretty strong for Lev.
Tex isn't too far off of his ult either.
It's very important for you to string this together. If you look, their econ will be shattered if they lose this.
Furia also kind of need a quicker round. If they dilly-dally for too long, you're going to see them get stalled out by the tail, the fade, Yoru, all of these things later into the round. So very instantly dealing with the Vizutal on B is a good option. They can move back into that later on if they want. The problem is King's pushed up in B main with the op.
And they felt safe rotating back towards B off of some of that noise because they had A main control. He doesn't have a TP to get out, but the guy's not missing much. Might not need it.
And that Teo drone typically would be clearing out this A main. So now the Fade has to stay, use Prowlers. Here they are. And I don't know if these Prowlers going to force King off, but Heat again. Oh, that should have been a kill right there.
Yes, it should have. You're absolutely right.
He dodged all the Fade util, but couldn't hit the shot.
A little speed up onto A off the ult.
What? And he paid the price.
Traded back though. 8 and 4 for him. 3v3 on the round as Havoc skills up, gets 2, almost gets the last. Again, Tex in a 1BX. And again, these post plants are so much harder. It's not just the 1v2, it's the spike ticking away. You have to solve for that as well, but he may have been up a little bit too far.
Whoa!
Up too far there.
I'm telling you, they're challenging in these ones. They're challenging hard in these late rounds.
How annoyed are you if you're Tex, by the way? Because you keep winning the fight, and then you're expecting oh, the other guy's going to try and play time. Right. But he's just getting hard swung.
I mean, that's a high percentage play, right? Is to play time. They're just playing it at a different pace. They're playing it at a different speed.
What a shot. Tex completely unaware of someone taking that fight. I mean, yeah, it's catching them off, and you can see the frustration coming out.
Now that money finally broken from Lev, still holding on to 4 ultimates from that last round. Tex the only one that popped his.
Unfortunate for him too. He didn't even finish the voice line.
Rafa in trouble.
Good night, is he ever?
He's been falling a lot in these last couple rounds early.
I got the spike.
And with Heat going down too, you have to wonder where are the kills going to come from now. Lurks activate on both sides.
Yeah, it's like a desperation station for Furia. Just start walking places, see if you can find anything.
I don't think of that drone spotted prize.
And he gives up his spot anyway with the Prowler, grabbing the orb.
Trying to open things up for this Astro on the B side. He's making as much presence as possible.
I like how Lev have played it too, though. Like, they've given up B side almost entirely, playing heavy numbers back in their spawn, just going to react off of audio of the spike going down eventually and play to trade each other out if the Lurk does eventually make it to their spawn.
Which has to be their win con right now because, yes, they're up in numbers, but they don't have the guns.
Flash just got the ping on B, and the player lurked.
Lev are very confused now. They know only 2 could possibly be on A. That Flash connected on a B player, so they're going to speed up.
That's 1.
Does he have any way out? He has TP. Yeah, he's going to get out. They drew that ult out too.
2 ults gone, now 3 ults gone for Lev.
So far, not a bad setup for Furia at all.
But that wall is going to pose serious problems.
Prize is just going to push his way forward. The timing on this for Khalil is going to be key too. His Demon Run has already gotten it to half. He's going to stick the whole way. There's nothing to stop him on the other side. He sticks it.
Oh dear.
Whatever happens, Sakin.
Mayo in the wound.
Mayo in dude, that's got a sting.
It does. Mayo in the wound does sting, actually.
Oh no. I do love, like, Leviathan. I mean, they find these 2 openers, some tough shots not quite connecting, but then putting every ult they had into securing this, holding right flush against the wall. So I think, not Rossi, was that Rafa on the other side, was trying to swing through the wall, but he's running his shoulder into the guy, so he can't actually get the guy off the plant.
Ooh. Lev needed that, though. Using
they did.
Quad ults that round. If that would have flopped, holy, we would be singing a different tune. Honestly, Fury would be in full control of the game.
Yeah, could you imagine? They flop that round, they invest all those ults, the money's not great.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fully behind, and all of a sudden we're talking about Fury likely winning the half.
Yeah, and I think this is a good spot for Fury, actually. They could I love the timeout right here. This is a super important round. The ults are very low for Lev, and the econ isn't quite there yet. This is a moment for Furia in this game to take control.
Yeah, options for Furia to hit a site with the Yoru ult. In a post plant, if they're farming orbs, they're going to have either a Vise or an Astra coming in as well. See how they gear up for it. They played a lot of these rounds opening pretty strong into A main. Last time was the first time they really tempted into the mid space and they got completely punished. So I could see a world where they go back towards A, maybe use the Yoru ult again to clear into mid to make sure there's no aggro piece coming their way.
Minor gripe of mine, by the way, that Yoru ult started from top mid on that last time. It got no street control. I think this time I think we're gonna get a reverse clear of mid. He's gonna go through street with the Yoru ult back around to Art.
Yeah, hopefully he sets up his TP for a mid ult TP as well. Last time he didn't quite do that. Instead, he's actually taking the opening fight.
Oh my, maybe he's just gonna kill everyone.
And he's A main. He's already used both of his teleports, all of his utility.
A TP back too. But he's gone scouting.
Well, that's one guy. That's the Vise util.
That's not a ton of info found. He clears one of the Vice.
He's in the same place as last time.
Yeah.
Except this time waiting for his teammates.
I don't know that he gained a ton more. They've got the utility to double down on this. Oh, but Tech's back sight. Almost single-handedly stuffing this push. 3 on the round for the Sentinel. Make that 4. And now the ace on the cards. It's so far away. It's still back in main.
I just don't see the vision trying to find a back sight there without any flashes.
I don't either, but you let the dog off the leash here, surely. Yeah, you see Rossi baiting for him. 6 bullets left, looking for the last. Position now found on the swing. Heat's there, 3 for him.
Oh, this may be a bit silly. 1 on 2.
Maybe a little too silly. He can isolate these into 1s, but Demon 1 stops him. Lev gets to 6.
Oh, man. I actually think that, you know, the fight back site was probably initiated by the Teo drone tagging tags.
Yeah, I think so, because there was a dog back there too. There was a fade dog.
Yeah.
It's
Haun's
like
haunt right here. That
yeah.
haunt is wild.
Yeah.
The haunt's crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's the timing of the swings coming back as well.
He's not there.
The multilingual Rossi. He's a polyglot, actually.
The Verno cosplay. A haunt towards B long this time. Furia. They have Heat's ult. Rafa's 1 off of his Armageddon.
Does King clear this corner?
This is tight mid. Turn around.
Poor Rossi.
Yeah, poor guy, bro.
Just sold out.
I'm going to go back to that other language. No?
All good news. He's dead. It's so easy to IGL when you're dead, you know? You don't have to focus on.
And so what? Off of this, they speed up towards B. Is the B orb still up?
I'm gonna...
No. But Heat has his ult, and he's been insane for them so far.
Well, I mean, Fury are going to try this 2-2-B split, but you look at King's angle back in Connector. I don't love their odds.
Ooh, peeked before the Vice on the run out.
King's got to hold the line here, waiting for the second. And he's right.
Fakes the clone to run down street. Does Rafa bite?
He's been so aggro in his swings, he's been so aggro in his fights, and he's just going to waltz into his death if he pushes through double doors.
Rafa's a little hungry. He wants it.
Oh, no! He's so aware.
Patience pays off.
Annihilation online.
Finally, he's getting it up. It's going to have to be that.
Hey, he's got ulti. He's got the missiles.
Wait, but if he gets pushed now, he's not going to get a shot at it. Tex knows where he's coming from. He's going to try to hunt him down. He gets the kill. He gets both. The kill onto Tex, and then the missiles onto Demon 1. The Red Bull clutch for Furia.
Dude, Rafa, I mean, he needed that. Been having a tough game, but to get the 2 kills there, get the clutch, even with his position revealed, right? Like, he throws the missiles from over in the corner and still wins the 1v1.
Oh, the greed for the half.
It's because there's still the Armageddon, and he thinks he probably thinks he has time to get out. I don't know.
Wow.
Brother, he is going through it.
Yeah. Which stage do you think he's in?
Grief.
Yeah.
That might be you here in a little bit, Ender. I wouldn't.
Hey.
I wouldn't go too
They're
far
up
into
by
that.
2. It's fine.
I hate this jinx you just laid out. I don't like that at all.
No,
actually.
No, I love
trust.
it, actually.
Trust.
Keep it coming.
As the Harbinger
You
of
know-
Chaos, I cannot curse.
You know, the thing is, I know for a fact King doesn't kill 3 with his Guardian this round. I know for a fact.
Is that where we are?
That's insane.
He just can't do it.
That's insane work
He
from you.
doesn't have it in him.
Oh, no.
I mean, calm Sheriff.
There's no way the Shroom gets any scans.
Wow, you're so smart, Sean. This guy's just a knower.
There's a lot of mid presence here from Furia. And B is really soft here.
Yeah. The thing is, Fury would always clear Calm out along.
Always.
There's no way this guy goes uncleared.
777 on Calm. He's so lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't clear it.
Oh, no.
Yes.
They invest in the ult back site. Invest in the ult back site. They're going to push out ahead of the smoke. Calm's going to get this, isn't he? They do clear him out. Havoc snuffs out the trap. Fury in a really nice spot here to get to 5. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Yeah, I might have.
Wait.
Heat's weak. A 3v2. A flash on the other side of the smoke. 6 HP.
What a play from Tex. He just ran and killed Planner.
Keeping things competitive. Couple of missiles will buy a little bit of time. The spike tapped, but not being stuck yet. Delay, delay, delay on the swing. King not connecting. Rossi's gonna have to figure it out on his own. He's getting it down to a 1v1. He's gonna get them both. Rossi with 4 in the defuse for Lev.
So I was right, it wasn't King's Guardian.
Yeah, you were
getting
right.
3. It was Rossi with a Vandal getting 4.
Wow.
He was playing a game of escalation there. Started with the Stinger, upgraded to a Guardian, then a Vandal.
That's crazy. They left their teammate who planned to die in the site like that, and the whole round just got so chaotic right there for Furia. You can see they had no more stall for the plant, so they have to double challenge.
Rafa! God, bro. What are they doing, bro?
And so, you know, we talked so much about how they like to swing into the 1v1s and just to aggro take those fights. That's the 3rd time they're in a post plant where they should be waiting for a tap or something. They take the fight anyway. It finally bites them.
This is going to be a quick round, though, from Furia. That Yorl, the 3rd one this half, quick to find the wall, but the team isn't really scaling behind it.
Yeah, no clone for the wall either.
Yeah, that's what I'm most surprised about. What's the idea here?
I'm going to be honest, I have not loved the Yorl this half.
No, I think that sentiment is shared by everyone except Havoc, probably.
Is he gonna stick this plant? This mad lad.
How does he get away with that?
Meanwhile, where's
And he's pushing?
Look at Heat. He's still across the other side of the map. They're gonna play. It is planted for long. Heat's timing. He's gonna hear him. Oh, don't make any noise. True. Oh, he gets a kill on the King. Meanwhile, rest of the fight happening on B main. They've got to understand some of the pressure's coming from, but can you even calm that in the midst of all this chaos? He's gonna show up late with an op in a 1v3.
And walled off.
Brother.
Oh, that's brutal. It's over.
Yeah, he's just gonna stick the defuse. There's nothing they can really do here.
We can take that off in the next half, no?
That's how that works, right?
Denied it, unfortunately. That is just exactly map 1 story. 8-4 first half. Leviathan, there was a moment right in the middle there. Furia strung some rounds together, but actually since Furia's timeout, Lev just kind of smoked him.
Oh. Yeah.
I love Rossi's reacts. They're so good.
And the truth, he's asked a couple of times, what are they doing? I'm thinking the same thing. Hopefully, we'll see something better on the second half. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
8-4 half for Leviathan. There were lots of questions around the Havoc ults and a lot of value left on the table. Hope is unfortunately dwindling. Sean is sweating a little bit more than he normally would be, given the circumstances. Meanwhile, Ender, you're feeling good, yeah?
Yeah,
I mean, no mayonnaise in the forecast for you?
Let's not go there just yet. We still have to get through a pistol round for Leviathan, but I'm feeling comfortable.
I don't know that I could jinx this situation. I really think it's beyond jinxing.
It would be an impressive one, that's for sure.
There's no way Furia win this pistol.
Be Sliggy tier.
Where are you?
And what do they have? They have a Frenzy for prize?
Yeah, that's a normal pistol buy.
I mean, I'm just looking through
What do they have, a
what's
classic on
available.
Heat? You mean this guy bought utility?
Just looking at what's available. I got a couple of ghosts to share for Havoc.
Salvos are late.
Yeah, they are.
But look at the rotate. 4 here for Furia.
I mean, almost all of them are here.
It's a fast blood.
Rafa's already dead. Continuing to swing into his death. This pistol is not going the way of Furia at all. As I say that, though, they're able to get a couple of kills. Havoc left in a 1v3. The smoke goes down. The kill goes through. Lev, get another.
And Furia, again, it's the same situation, actually. An 8-4 half into a lost pistol.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's just... these deficits are so hard to come back from in this game.
Yeah, that ended up turning into a lost round 14, lost anti-bonus as well in the following.
It really went off the rails when that took place, you're right.
This is like a full save from Furia, though. They spent 200 credits on some buys util. They're making sure they have heavy armor going to the next. They don't get outlaw abused.
They're guessing the right side. A little push towards mid from Art.
Yeah, Fury just playing like the cringe 1-2 angle in Art with Price's face in the wall to swing off of the contact of the Aura.
Going out.
My question is, how much do Lev know of what's on the other side of this? 2 spotted.
Ooh, that's a really good stealth drone.
Yeah, it is, but they spam on the other side of it and Havoc gets a kill.
On the
Juggle
fade,
those
too.
out there, yep. Get them gone.
On the fade, when Rossi has no util, the missiles will come back online, but the fade is very important in this comp.
Not having the haunt to clear like backside, for example, get the spam going down, the prowlers if you ever want to run some kind of a split play too. Although luckily for Leviathan, they've just decided to re-hit heavy through Art, and Fury have vacated the site.
They're starting to put the smoke, or the stars, excuse me, down towards A. Utility dumped, and the site should be theirs for the taking. I mean, maybe Rafa takes an aggro fight. He's never really been known to do that. That's a delay.
All he's been doing is fighting this series.
That was the joke, Ender. It was a funny.
Yeah, I mean when I lie on the internet for money.
Salvos do a bit of damage to King.
Yeah, it did some. I don't know how they fragged their way through this. They don't really have the utility. They've got the cross. They have Art controlled. Leviathan do Animane. Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. I mean, either you have to have utility that's going to dissuade the flood out from Art and Main, or you just take the fight to them. And I don't know that they really have either right now.
Yeah, this run's definitely over. Yeah. Rafa just looks to die to the spike here. No more orbs.
Barely, too.
Okay, let's see what Lev bring into this bonus.
Lev have been going for some pretty heavy bonus rounds. Maybe not like Vandals and stuff necessarily, but they're almost always getting like an Outlaw, a few Guardians into the mix. Now they actually are buying up on a couple of players.
Ooh, 1,000 kills on Tex.
Yo! Do you know why he's not the IGL for the team and it's Rossi?
There's no way the guy just hit a career milestone and you're about to make a joke.
Rossi calls.
There's no way, bro.
Well, Tex doesn't like to call. He likes to text.
Oh
no, dude. There's.
Do you want a prize for that?
Brother, you might have just...
I'm heated.
Yo, that's heat, man.
All right, the both of you just earned the mayo. I don't know that I care about the rest of this.
Yo, Sean's the king of dad jokes. Don't get him mistaken.
Oh my
God. You're a demon.
I'm one.
Okay.
It's just havoc out here.
Right, the bonus round for Lev.
Wow.
He's already dead.
Look, I'm just trying to bring some levity, man. Some levity.
Khalil shot a winner from here.
Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, get Rafa. Go on. Rafa your way through that. Right.
One down.
No. Super.
There's no coming back from this. I mean, Lev, they're winning the bonus, man. It's cooked. I mean, this map has been a gem.
Are they? They're saving at this point. Fury saving their 3 guns.
I think we broke Doug. I've never seen him like this. This guy's so serious. You'd be lucky to get him to crack a smile. Watching like penguins slide down, you know, a ski slope. No.
Leviathan will get to 11. Fury will carry 3 rifles into the next round. The bonus was a disaster.
I'm gonna go hide in the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't really want to show my face after this one. Oh, good, we've got a timeout.
Oh, okay. Right. So.
Yeah, get us back on track, Doug. Come on.
So as Furious biggest fan, Sean.
Yes.
How do they get back into this?
Holy.
Set the scene for me.
I mean, they haven't really had a true chance at a gun round. This round, they gave that first one up on a jiggle peak. We haven't really seen what they even have to offer on this defensive half, which is honestly part of the problem we've seen is even when they look good, they overextend. Think back to the Ascent defense pistol, right?
Right.
I think they need to play way closer together. They're making way too many individual plays. Havoc on the Yorwaltz, you know, coming out all by himself, not clearing all the angles, not cloning the walls. There's a lot of these little minor details that they're missing. So it's hard to pinpoint one specific thing right now for Fury, if I'm being honest. They're not getting a lot of ult value, and truthfully, a lot of their rounds are grinds, like really grinded out rounds where they're winning clutches. So
what you're telling me is there's no hope?
I think they need to counter-aggress after the initial like A main take, after the initial B take, wherever the initial take is. If they fight it early, they're going to run into like a fade haunt in that corner combined with missiles. So they have to wait that out and then aggress. If they play back, it doesn't seem like they have the rotational reads right now to play back.
But if they go for that aggress, I want to see them fight together. Because too often I think it's like one guy stepping back into the space or re-clearing, and maybe it's a 1-for-1, but it's only ever going to be that at best. That is some utility. Might be all the utility.
Great damage on the Rossi, though.
Yeah, I think that was Prize, just taking that angle, spamming through the wall a bit.
I'm all out.
You were looking for some of that reaggress in fighting for the neutral space, and that's not the case this round.
Yeah, Fury have eaten up some of their fighting tools too. Havoc threw out a flash, only has the one more to go for the fight. Fade Prowler into A-main sees nothing, but it didn't scout too much of anything. So here that A-main re-step up comes, but might come a little bit too late to get the rotates into the B side.
A lot of info right there in that jump spot. Oh no, the flash doesn't bleed through. Insta collect.
Oh, so Havoc was able to step up into A-main. And the rotates from Leviathan are coming in this fight. Street. Oh, good shot from Tex. There's Yorl going back B.
Tex has been so good this map.
Yeah, and the ones that Furia were winning, that were keeping things close, I feel like I haven't seen them win one of those in a little while.
King spotted so much.
Havoc has to stay alive in main.
He's gonna get crunched.
Great timing from Heat right there.
He's gonna get a shot, another Havoc falls. But again, keep a close eye on Heat. Sean, you were just mentioning him. He's gonna face into 2, swings out, gets 1, traded back though.
Good jump peek from Khan to set up Rossi for the fight.
The problem is that the Teo and Astra alive post-plant gods right now.
Yeah, bro, forget it. There's the first set. They're gonna try to fight into this main. Demon 1 has been cleared, so is King. Rossi, 1v2, now 1v1. He's weak. Prize is gonna buy a little bit of time, but a tap, a dare, a beckon into the fight, and Prize wins it out.
You have got to be
What a round
kidding
from
me.
Prize, getting the A main frag and then closing it out like that. You could feel the pressure. He didn't know if he was sticking it, and I think he was on the verge of thinking about swinging art, and that's right when that swing came in from Prize at the end.
I mean, you think about the very beginning of the round. He was the one who dealt a ton of damage into A main to start with.
Yeah, he took down, I think it was Rossi, got super chunked initially. And it's, again, one of these late round post plants that comes down to, like, Furia either even or down in numbers and individuals clutching up. So, like, when individuals are put in some of these spots, they are able to win the rounds.
Oh, the problem is they're not. At best, you got like a 50-50, maybe 60-40 chance to win those. When you're down as many rounds as you are, you can't lean on that.
I think the bigger problem is the econ, right? They're winning the ones.
Yeah.
So not much is getting carried over. And you're put against the wall, and you must string together rounds in these scenarios, which is where Furia has struggled.
I mean, even this situation now, they just won that round, but they have light armor.
Double suppress.
Big ulti. Wait, that might be a kill.
What? The missiles were just a little past it, blocking off their exit.
Wow. The double suppress, the Yoru can't get out. They jump through the art smoke. Maybe an overextension. Furia back in the round.
Heat has ult too. Popped, but Khalil dead. Heat's been good. 1v3 good. I don't know. Taking a step back. Again, the economy becomes a part of the conversation here.
He's gonna give him 12.
I don't know that he really has another play.
Wow, that is crazy.
That was a really cool way that Rossi used his ult, but it was the missiles on the other side of it that were most impressive for me. You often have those not necessarily in tandem, but the way he pointed the ult to go towards dugout and then missiles in the origin spot in case anyone was flushing out of there was really well done.
Yeah, and I like the fact that the ult came in, right? Instead of giving the space of the site, when you suppress players like this, they have such a low likelihood of making it out.
Yeah.
That's a very heads-up play from Rossi.
Just brutal. And we were talking about the econ and how he had to string rounds together. Yeah, okay, sure, Heat survives. Heat's able to still buy a rifle to drop over to Prize, I think, on the other side. The rest of the team's got nothing. And I'm honestly shocked that it's Prize that's being given the rifle here. Instead of a guy like Havoc, I guess Havoc, if he can get an orb, he's got the ultimate, but
a Sheriff and a Bucky for Rafa, I mean.
Yeah, the Sheriff isn't even what you want in a Euro. The equip time is very slow. You want a quick equip gun.
I feel like they really messed up the econ here.
I don't think it was ever right to be fixed in the first place.
I mean, give him the Bucky if you want to make that play. Give him a Phantom if you want him to take fights. I don't know.
Questions continue to abound for Furia. I don't know that they're going to be answered today.
Pressing into this setup. Oh, blinds his teammate and
that was their
gun.
And meanwhile, Calm was playing anti the whole time. The flash landed on 2, but Calm was waiting for it. Swings out from mid and is able to isolate those fights cleanly.
There's no way for...
Lev have played such a better game today than we've seen them play in many of the past weeks.
It goes back to what Ender was saying at the beginning of the broadcast, right? Like the previous weeks has been against some of the best that Americas has to offer.
G2, MIBR, C9. The only team they've beaten is Furia.
Seems like they're going to have their number again. What are you going to do with that Bucky, guy?
Shoot them.
Okay, that's one kill found. Heat. Stop me if you've heard this before. In a 1v3.
Oh, what?
Never had a shot at it. I mean, Leviathan destroy Furia.
And that is a feel-good win for Lev.
Yeah,
I mean,
a desperately needed one, too.
After last week on that loss to Cloud9, the CEO of Lev tweeted, you know,
oh, I saw it. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. You know, and when you see the owner of your org tweeting unacceptable, man, that has to light a fire under you. What a performance today. Love to see this from Lev. The comp adjustments, everything looked so much more together and focused. The game plans were there.
The big bright spots for me across the series, King.
right? I think on this map, he's playing super well. The last map, introducing the Waylay, all those set ideas with the hinder into exec pieces that he was doing with the team, especially on attack, was great. Also,
from week to week, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, less than 7 days to make that agent be implemented into the comp. At the same time, Calm, remember how insanely good he was on the first map. Like, those are the performances that we need to see from this guy more often than not, because it's been a little bit of a dry spell for him, and it's really nice to see him back out there leading on top.
Now, a question I am going to pose you guys is, if you're a fan of Leviathan, if you're thinking about what the rest of the year may look like, does this really instill a lot of confidence? Is there an asterisk here, given that it was Furia? How do you interpret this?
Oh, I'm currently salivating right now about the prospect of a Lev NRG matchup. No. Dear God, no. The Lev NRG last match to end this split is going to be a banger. It is shaping up to be a banger. You know, Lev is on this trajectory where it looks like you would favor them in that matchup, which is shocking to say based on where probably the community perspective was about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, last week.
Last week,
even just last week, yeah.
That matchup is going to be who's making it to playoffs, and that's fun. If everything goes as we're kind of expecting it to.
Right. Yes. There's also something we're expecting here on the broadcast.
Dude, this is brutal. I can't believe it. Literally, we have a prompter, and it says mayo eating.
Eating, yeah.
No, it actually does. 89 mayo eating.
Do you want me to do the honors? Is this all you?
Where am I putting it?
In your mouth. In your mouth.
Dude, you're just gonna literally pour it in my mouth?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, you can do it yourself if you like.
No, I'll let you do it.
You could do it like birds.
Oh, God, what the?
Right. Let's we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview, and I have managed to have a prince here. It is from Leviathan. It is Rossi. Now, Rossi, I told you I'm gonna ask this question straight up, clear-cut answer for the audience. Who is IGLing on Leviathan?
Me.
Look at that. Simple, easy, we love it. Talk to me about your style of IGLing, because we've heard certain things are more of kind of like a micro, you tell exactly where people where to go. Talk to me, how do you lead this team?
I'll just break it down like this. So the first week, I was the IGL, and basically after the loss, we made some changes, but we made a change in the IGL for the second week, but we quickly realized that was not the issue. I am like more micro caller, but I believe the biggest issue, and we realized that the biggest issue was our overall macro, and the read on the meta was very wrong. So after the first 2 weeks, I just said, hey guys, listen, just trust me. I know what needs to be done. They put their full faith and trust into me. And then, as you see, the result is much better today. So I'm very happy with that. But yeah, I am a macro IGL.
Well, talk to me about that sort of like, guys, put your faith in me. I know what to do. What did you want to do? What did you want to change? Or keep going, rather?
I mean, there was a lot of things that I wanted to change. Like our whole style, our whole identity as a team was very, very bad. We were lost. We were very just old-minded, like, you know, like stuck in the past when it comes to certain ideas. So I just wanted to evolve us and just really adapt to the meta, because the game is much different now from last year to now and all these things. And I have different ideas from a lot of the NA players, because I played in APAC for a year. So I just wanted to do my own thing, and I said, hey guys, trust me. Like, listen, we're 0-2. We gotta make a change, and like this is what needs to be done. And they trusted me, and as you see, the results good.
Well, I want to also talk. Last question for you is kind of your emotional leadership. We see you in the player reactions. You know, you're talking to your team, you're hyping them up. I saw you stand up and say, "That's the world champ on Calm, got that clutch in the first map." What is that emotional leadership like, or dare I say, what's that vibe merchanting like?
I mean, I try my best. Truthfully, I'm not really great at the emotional leader stuff. As you guys see, I do try my best to be it, but I'm not really the best with it. So I keep trying to do that every day. I know certain players need more hype than the others, so I just cater to what my players need. Because at the end of the day, as much as they need me, and as much as trust they put in me, I have to put the same trust in them. And I think that's a really big thing that I learned over the time in my life. And yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Rossi.
Thank
and
you.
We're going to send to a break, but don't go away, because we have C9 versus MIBR.
Daddy ass fest. Hey, it's always gonna be fun. I beat him my first time ever. I think it was my first regular season match.
18-16, Oxy and Aspas dropping 35 kills each.
Eu tô bem animado pra jogar contra a Cloud9. Vai ser bem divertido jogar contra o Oxy de novo. Eu acho que vai ser a nossa terceira vez jogando contra. E todas as vezes que a gente jogou contra, acabou sendo divertido.
Oxy on fire! Obviously, it's gonna be fun playing against Aspas again. Lost them in Kickoff.
Artezinho na curta, de buck, o primeiro, o segundo, vai Artezinho!
That shouldn't have happened, but it's okay. This time around, this year, I don't know what it is, everything's smooth sailing, feeling confident as hell. It's always fun against him, and I think we'll beat him easily.
Oh, God help me. What are they doing behind the pillow? We'll never know. Welcome back to VCT Americas, folks. Our final match of the week's just around the corner. We're going out on a high. We've already gotten ourselves started. C9 versus MIBR coming up next. Uber here with Baby Vensely and Key. Welcome,
hey,
bro.
My brother.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bro, you just missed the mayo, but we can bring it back if you're keen.
Yeah, do you want some?
Actually, you saw that from the sidelines.
No, I saw that. I'm like, thank God that's on me.
Hey, man, obviously, great showing for you guys. You look like you're settling in pretty well in that duelist role. Again, we got to see some waylay from you. So how are the vibes coming out of that game? An important one to win as well.
Yeah, I mean, feel pretty good, honestly.
Whoa.
Yo, what's up, Max? Welcome.
What's the occasion, bro? Like, is there something special? Yo, Tex. Get in here, bro. Get in here, bro. Just come hang out,
grab
man.
this one. Grab this one.
We got the whole squad in here right now, yo.
Yo, what up, gang?
Yo, Ian, grab the mayo. Grab the mayo, bro.
Hold on to
you
Mimi.
want the mayo, Ian?
Who is this?
Wait, who's that?
Who is this? Is this Mimi?
That's
Is that Mimi?
Yeah, it's Mimi, yeah.
Is that you?
What do you think?
Oh, that's
What
why
are
they
y'all
had a
making
picture
it,
of you like
right?
that, too.
Why does that
That's what we had this
exist?
morning. Yeah.
I haven't
What are
forgot
y'all
that question,
making?
bro. I forgot that
I
question.
don't even know. It doesn't matter. We're vibing, bro.
Believe it or not, we're supposed to talk about the next game. We'll talk about your game real quick, though, as well. Because you guys, obviously, really big win, important win as well. So everyone was so confused about who's doing what in your team, but you guys look like you know the plan. You're very well drilled. How are we feeling?
Good.
Amazing.
Very good, honestly.
This is where our season starts?
Yeah, this is the first match of the season,
First
right?
match, yeah.
Yeah. That's literally giving diet. That gives diet starts tomorrow vibes, guys. But I'll let you have it.
We're 1-0. We're 1-0.
Yeah, but okay, but you guys have to play against G2 next. It's like you get this win finally, and then you got to go against like the world beaters.
It's like you go from the lowest to the highest.
I know. It's like what? Oh.
Wait, who said that?
Damn.
Wait, what happened?
I didn't say that.
Damn.
Now,
What did you say?
Last week, obviously, we were like wondering where you guys are at here. You guys are still in for playoffs, right? That's like a possibility. Obviously, that G2 game is coming up here. Like, honestly, like, how are you sort of feeling about that? And are you guys happy with where you are now after a couple of weeks of just trying to mix things up and put something together?
I mean, honestly, the first 2 matches, we were just playing. He can, no? Can you hear me?
Move your mic closer.
Oh, we'll play with that. Keep talking.
Oh, we'll play with the dial.
I got you.
You're good, bro.
Yeah, so the first 2 matches, we were just playing very bad. Like, we even say, like, we were talking about the second game, and we said, bro, it's not even because we felt like we were on different pages, you know, like some players and like coaching staff and everything. But we got to a point like we even said, bro, it's not even we're in a different page. It's like we're in a different book.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Max said
yo,
it, you know?
I said like after our loss, I was like, yo, we're reading 2 different books.
Yeah,
let's come up together. Let's find the same book and let's read from that book.
Because the problem is like we were.
I can't even read.
We were so off on everything. Honestly, so off on everything. And for this match, we just had like a full week of practice, like basically like a full reset. Like we full reset the things we were doing, and it felt way better this match.
Good timing, Rossi. We were just gonna start mentioning you.
I'm not gonna lie, we were talking hella smack about
Hey, I would too. I wasn't even playing the game.
So we were kind of ready for your revenge match last week against C9. That was kind of everyone was hyping up the storyline a little bit.
Yeah.
Didn't quite go that way. C9.
Hey, listen, it's not about how you start; it's about how you finish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's get there first.
Yo, come on, bro. What is this? hey, who did that?
We have to show this, guys.
Who did that, bro? This is unnecessary. Y'all know what happened. This is very unnecessary.
Hey, I almost. Yeah, hey, lucky. Hey, yo, why is Mitch baiting that hard? I should have won that one before. What's going on here?
Maybe next year, bro.
Maybe
next stage.
Yeah, maybe next stage.
Maybe next stage.
Yeah, maybe.
Obviously, no, you guys don't want to dwell on this, right? But we're kind of paid to talk about this next match. Talk about the C9 team.
It's all hype and shit.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, we were terrible. I can't lie. Like that's just the facts, as you can see. You know what I mean? We were terrible. So look, they deserve. If they didn't win, God help them.
So, okay, going forward to this game, we're gonna quickly dive in and get some thoughts from the players. We'll talk about this more after this, but first let's hear from Vic, who had an incredible match last week. What's he got to say?
Let's see this. Let's see what Vic's got to say. Can I get some sound?
Vic, you are having some insane standout moments on a team, some already pretty insane fraggers. What is the secret to your success?
I have 2 answers. One is the C9 staff, coaching, the managers. They do a great job. They provide everything I need to perform at my best. And the second reason is because Mata taught me everything I know.
Best of luck today.
That's cute. I like that.
Mata taught him everything he knows. How PR trained is this guy, by the
So
way?
you guys lost to Wait, you got to play against NRG last match. It's probably going to be like playoff.
Oh, we get to play against NRG?
Yeah.
You didn't even know.
I don't. That's how much I care.
We're in scrims, and this guy says, "Wait, we have a match tomorrow."
Okay. All I'm saying is, if Mata taught everything Vic knows, and Vic destroyed you guys.
Come on, bro.
Did Mata teach you guys everything you know now?
I think Vic taught me everything I know. I think Vic taught me everything I know.
His stat line was pretty ridiculous. Obviously, Vic had most of the kills and assists. We can bring that up and remind the guys.
I mean, I would hope so. They're playing against some bots.
What is this?
Honestly,
are we serious?
Where did I sit down at?
When did this happen?
Wait, we're getting rage baited.
What is this?
What is this?
Yeah, is this about us or
nice
is it
shot,
about
bro.
C9?
Yeah, you're insane, bro.
I will
nice
be
shot.
honest though. He had his breakout game against you guys. Like this was the best game he's
Keep
had.
it going.
Yeah, like in the last year.
Keep it
Hey,
going.
wait, listen. Look, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I have
This
nothing.
pissed me off.
I have nothing against the C9 guys. Truthfully, I don't. I just wish he did this when I was playing with him. You know what I mean? Like, I wish he was. But listen, we weren't playing. I mean, it was different. You know what I mean? It was all my fault.
5.8 KDA against Leviathan Vic. What allows Vic to have so much success?
All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened. So basically, after the first week, we lost all mental composure. We fully panicked.
I don't even want to focus on you guys. What does Vic do as?
Okay.
Him?
So first of all, main thing. He's from New Jersey. So that's and I'm from New Jersey. So that's a big thing. Mata's a big deal. As you see, he acknowledges that. And I would say 3, he's just in the presence of Imi, who has a bald head, and that's just really strong. You know what I mean? As you see, when when Max was at the top of the game, he had a bald head.
That's true. Yeah, we got somebody else with a bald head in the back over
that's
there,
true.
bro.
That guy?
He's also the goat at what he does. So.
Like he's like, who's that?
Not you.
Sideshow. Yeah.
Hey, listen.
I mean, we're gonna
we need a couple bald heads. You know what I mean?
Bro, who's volunteering? You want to go back to that? No. Okay.
If you do it, I'll do it though. All right.
Listen, hey,
We're
listen.
already talking about doing it, bro. Don't bait people into this, man.
The only person I'll deal with is King.
Oh, would you?
All right, then we'll all do it.
If King does it, I'll do it.
I won't be able to tell you two apart anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you both go bald, no one knows who both you
We've
are.
never aligned in haircuts. I always said, yo, get a fade already, bro. Anyway.
All right.
So can we cut back to C9 more highlights? Let's kick that back again.
Throw it up. You heard the man. Here's some Oxy.
Look at this Oxy entry. Woo! What the Yo, Max, hello? What is my team doing?
Wait, how are they so fast to like?
I fried him. Wait.
The guy in the back was his finger was on the button.
They're so fast. It's like, look how they keep destroying Lev. Just
look
keep
at this.
doing this.
Yeah, dynamic duo. Yeah, you're insane. Let's
I
go,
kill him here.
dude.
Wait, I kill him. Wait.
Yeah, we're off the heavens.
Where's my kill?
Yeah, we're backside B, just getting slammed.
No, but be honest. What do you think of Zeppa's like performance?
Listen, I always
he is insane.
No. Listen. Hey, Eric's nice, bro. I always thought Eric's a good player.
Been a good
You know what I mean? Look, I told you I wish nothing for the best for them, and my wishes are working. They're doing great right now, so I just hope they keep it up. Let's just hopefully they finish strong. Only thing I really didn't like though is that, bro, you can't be talking smack when you win after you win the game. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't be doing that. Listen, we were being all cool. I know you guys snaked me and all those things, right? I was being all cool with you guys and stuff like that. I still keep it cool. I don't believe in revenge. You know what I mean? I'm a man of God, but. Let's not do the smack talk after we win. You know what I mean? So
they hit the better IGL.
I wasn't even
today.
I wasn't even IGL'd.
Yeah, that was rough. Yeah,
it is what it is.
Hey.
Like there's a subtweet and stuff.
Hey, no, we.
I called him out, man.
Hey, listen. We can work it out. You know what I mean? We can see it. How about we have? We can see it in game and out of game. I guarantee you, it won't work. It won't happen twice. We'll see.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because there's a guy in my own org tweeting our mistakes.
Yeah, but actually, we have a guy on our own org. We're so bad.
What was that?
We're so bad that our own org is flaming us on Twitter. Made a YouTube video. They said green light.
Honestly, that's also the 100 Thieves social media strategy, so it's not just you guys. And
Nah,
though, Cloud9 are going to have to go up against a very strong MIBR, who fell to G2 at a very close match in week number 2. Okay,
finally.
MIBR bring Verno into the team, guys. What's your take on this? See him coming to this team. They're looking pretty nice. These young.
Hey, Verno's the GOAT.
Well.
Honestly, the one thing I really like about Verno is that his communication is so good. Not gonna lie, I really like his communication, his mid-rounding, and I think, I think all those things are really good.
Is he like as chill like in games? Because in real life he's like mega nonchalant guy. Like he's
nah. He's a vibes merchant. He's like the Zelsis of this MIBR team.
I've never seen him talk.
I'm getting mixed messages.
I've never seen him say a word, so I don't know.
Look, he's smiling. You know what I mean? When have you seen that smile? I've never seen that guy smile. Not when he was on Lev last year with you.
Smiling with me?
That's you, only you. Anyways,
I didn't say it.
Anyways, Verno's the GOAT. C9's the GOAT. Everyone's the GOAT. Zeppa's the GOAT.
All right.
And yeah, they got it. No, but seriously, MIBR, this is one thing I'll say about MIBR, truthfully. I think they, in the short amount of time they have together as 5, the way they play together is how fast their synergy is really good.
All right, do you think that this is like a honeymoon phase though that they're going through? Like, be honest. Do you think that they can maintain?
That happens. That happens a lot, but I feel like that's only more of like an American culture, I would say. Because when I played in T1, honeymoon is not a thing in like Eastern culture or anything like that.
When's your honeymoon happening?
Huh? We didn't have one. That's how I know we're gonna be good.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's how I know we're gonna be good. Because we came out, we started off trash, and we started off garbage, pure trash.
We're playing scrims. We're gonna fry. We're just getting dominated. We're like, what happened?
So listen, you guys got the opportunity to play against both these teams.
Yeah.
Who do you guys think is gonna come out strong today?
Okay, now there's a lot of factors to play in this, right? You have C9 regular season, insane. They're insane in the regular season.
Wait, so what about the playoffs?
Right? I mean, hey, listen, I'm just that. They're not
we're talking about right now. We're talking about
right now. They're gonna win because if
C9,
they should go 5-0 this regular season. Whoever they play, they will beat. Doesn't matter if Jesus Christ came back to walk down on water. They will win this game. They are winning this game.
First kill Jesus Christ.
Listen. They are not losing. They are not losing.
What do you think, Max?
I think MIBR. I think MIBR got it. They got 5 shooters on the team, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
They got 5 shooters on the team.
What about these young rookies on this team, right? I mean, they've got Cortegia as well, Zenom.
They be shooting, bro.
I'm gonna lie, they don't even play like rookies.
No, they
right?
don't.
These guys are holding heaven wraps late, and like, how do they even know to do that?
No, they play really
They're
good.
hella good, bro. They're hella good.
They're actually insane, genuinely.
They're insane.
Yeah, they're very good players.
Yeah, they're all,
honestly.
I mean, honestly, all 10 players in the server I think are really, really good. Truthfully.
Okay.
So it's gonna be, it's gonna be a good. Huh?
You weren't saying that yesterday in scrim. There was one particular remember last scrim yesterday.
Oh, who? Who did I say?
You want me to say it?
Yes.
No.
Mitch.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah.
Oh,
I mean, bro. Wait, hold on. Bro. This guy doesn't even. This guy's ascended 2 in ranked, and he doesn't even, and he's beating me. That's how bad we are.
The instigator meme. The guy like warming up like that.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I see that guy play. That's not an impressive player to me, bro.
All right, fair enough. Listen, now,
But hey, his IGLing is clearly good.
Yeah.
His IGLing is good. Listen, he out IGL'd me, you know what I mean? So, hey, he's insane.
or at least that was the narrative. Another IGL that we're going to talk about. Artazine had this to say to Elizabeth ahead of their match.
Artazine.
Don't get me started on Artazine.
What about to, bro?
Now, Artazine, you put up a strong fight against G2 last week. This week, we'll be facing Cloud9, who are looking a lot stronger than the last time you faced them during kickoff. Are you anxious today at all?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty good game. I think Cloud9 is a good team, but we prepared ourselves to this match, so best of luck for them.
Simple. Best of luck today, too.
I mean, Artazine, really respectful guy, especially
so
when he's
annoying,
shooting
bro.
you in the face with a judge. Isn't that
So
right,
annoying.
Tex?
So annoying. So annoying.
But it's been impressive though, because he was playing duelist on this roster. Now he's IGLing. It's something that I tried to do. I completely failed miserably at. I mean, it's very, very difficult.
And
to
I would
do.
say also
And he
in the-
stepped up to the plate.
I would say also in the current meta is definitely like the game switched so much. Like the game has been very similar. Like the basic core fundamentals have been the same for like 3-4 years. But
Yeah.
this year, everything has swapped. I feel like with the new Teo breach and everything. You know what I mean? The whole game has evolved. Everyone's evolved. Mechanics have evolved. So I think it's very impressive. This guy is fearless, dog. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, I know the guy Cortezia, who's a devout Christian. This guy plays like he's Jesus because he's untouchable. This guy is not stopping the W. The W is in there and he's going in. He's IGLing. He's first entry, and this is crazy. I can't lie. I respect it.
I mean, see, I had an off day against G2, but you know he did mention like he was pretty unwell at the time, right?
Yeah,
but we did
yeah.
have like VALORANT coming yesterday. He ranked his like top 5 IGLs. He didn't put you guys because he didn't know who it was, but that's another story. But he
I wouldn't put us either. I wouldn't put us in the top 12. We'd be 13th.
How many teams we got? No, never mind. Yeah. Again, but it wasn't, you know, he was a bit unwell. He tweets it out. Individually speaking, I wasn't in great health to play it. I'll sort of do my best. But again, having a guy, what is this second year, right, in VCTs, right? Stepping in now, obviously do the calling with like some, you know, veterans on your team. How does it feel like? Does it ever feel weird if you ever IGL on a team, Rossi, where you've got like, you know, these pretty storied players that have been around for a while? Does it ever intimidate? Like, oh, I'm going to boss these guys around?
I'm not gonna lie. For me, no. Truthfully, for me, no. I really don't care. It's just about if you're good, and if you're not good, you're not good. You know what I mean? I haven't dealt with the best player in the world, Aspas, so maybe that'd be a little different story. But hey, kudos to him. He looks like he's got it. You know what I mean? He got a good head on his shoulders. He's a smart guy. I talked to him a little bit. He's a smart guy. He's a good leader, as you can see. So. Listen, regardless, the main issue that I have with him, honestly, is can we talk about his Twitter photo with him trying to be all stylish, like the phone acting like that? Like, bro, I didn't know you were trying to be a pretty boy like that. I didn't, like, you know what I mean? I didn't want my IGL to take backwards photo things.
Look at you, man.
Huh?
You got some swag now. When you were on my team, bro, you were
I was looking like a dumpling.
Hey, you can tell for a fact. Hey, no matter how scrims are going, I'm having fun, bro. You can tell that for a fact.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're like mega animated, right? So the comms like a lot heavier now. Like
this guy never stops talking.
Yeah, we can tell. We can tell. Somebody kick it. Yo, get out of here, bro.
He plays the game for us.
Hey, it's not the first time Andre kicked me from something, bro.
Actually, perfect, bro. Yeah, just go, bro.
Did you really kick him?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He said yeah.
Yeah, I caught him straight up. I caught him.
Oh, yeah. Man.
At least you're honest.
Hey, my man. My man took it like a champ. Came back. He's like, look at me now. Look at me now, baby babe. I'm playing with the better version of you.
Now, let's talk about the rookies here at MIBR, right? Cortezia and Genom as well. First year on stage. Aspas, like, the story is that Aspas kind of handpicks these guys. And last year, like, everyone is saying there's no depth in the Brazilian region. Like, they've got no opportunity to scrim against these teams in America. Everyone's like, where is the next wave of players going to come from in Brazil? Looks like we found him. I feel like there's a lot more there as well after seeing, like, you know, Luke Show and, like, what we saw at Ascension.
Oh, man.
These guys cracked, man.
Be nice,
and like you
here.
said, they've already put that in there, playing like vets. I'm pretty sure that is the text quote.
Yep. They're playing nicely, I can't lie.
Hey, I mean,
honestly,
listen,
they play like they have a lot of experience, and I respect it, because once you're on the stage, like in scrims, it's one thing, but playing like you're experienced instantly on the stage is impressive, I can't lie.
I'm pretty sure they did a role swap because Cortezia, I'm pretty sure he was a smoke player before like in tier 2. So I'm also surprised he's doing very good on the Sentinel.
Oh, that's true. That is true. He was a smokes player, I remember.
So you got to play with Ospas. Are you surprised that he's kind of like in the backpack now a little bit, like in some of these scenarios? Because when everyone thinks of Ospas on a team, it's like, especially when he was on your team, oh, like it's just him 1v5ing in some of these games.
What do you mean by that? In the presence of two of his forwards.
No, but seriously, that's the stigma behind Ospas is that he's the hard carry. And now when we're seeing these rookies step up, it's like it's crazy.
Truthfully, I would say real fast. Truthfully, I mean, their team is really well rounded. I just think the duelists that he's picking right now are super off meta. He's still trying to play Jet and like Raze and some of these agents. Like, he's getting punished. It's so easy to play against a Jet right now because there's so much util. He's gonna get stuffed every time. You know what I mean? So I would like to see him switch up his agent pool, and I think he's still. I mean, regardless, he's still gonna fry whatever agent he plays. But I think he'll play even better if he switches duelist pool.
Yo, Zeppa. Good luck today, bro. Sorry. My bad.
Bro's just trying to walk through a doorway, bro. Here you are. Yeah, we've got C9 obviously getting ready at the moment. Let's have a look at the standings and see where things are at. This is going to be your guys' favorite part of the show. Leviathan have hoisted themselves up the bottom of Team Omega.
Wow. Wait, we have a chance to make playoffs?
Yes, you're still in with the chance.
I thought it was all.
We're talking about the NRG match.
I thought it was all over.
Who are you playing next week?
No idea.
G2.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Thoughts? any thoughts? Thoughts? No. Head empty. Revert to monkey.
Don't really care. Hey, listen, you know what I mean? Like, hey, whatever God happens, fate is. I told you, I'm a man of God. The fate is already decided. We're gonna work hard. We're gonna do our best to improve and keep improving and give us our best chance against G2. So yeah, that's really what it is. You know, they're a strong team. Obviously, every team here is a strong team. If you're in Tier 1, you're a strong team. So everyone's good. Regardless of what I say, it's all jokes. But everyone's a really good team. So we're gonna be doing our best. And yeah, let's hope for the best. You know what I mean? I put my faith in God, and I know he's going to lead me to great things because he already has.
Let's have a look at the predictions and see who didn't pick Leviathan to win that first game.
Yeah, let's see that.
Here we go. There's our talent predictions. Oh, we're pretty split.
I'm surprised. Wait, I'm not going to lie, bro. I'm surprised Sideshow.
Are you looking at this guy right here? Look at.
No, that's not me.
I'm surprised. Wait, Sideshow's here? I'm surprised.
Sideshow, get in the shop, man.
Yo, I'm surprised this dude picks us because this guy never says anything nice about me.
Give him the mic. Give him the mic.
What's the allegation?
Whoa, I got proof. I got receipts. I got receipts. Hey, I got receipts. Listen, look, hey, listen. I know it's nothing personal, but I'm like, damn, bro. I was like, I'm not that bad. This guy's talking to me like I'm a bum. I'm like, bro, I was in Pacific last year frying, went to Shanghai fried, and this guy's talking to me like I'm some Tier 2 player.
Look, he's got that recency bias, man.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, god damn, this guy even watching the games?
What a ride, man.
Cloud9's Mitch and Oxy can read the competition. Depends who you ask, actually. But
at least wait. Who's the wait? What, that Wyatt? I think his name's Wyatt. Is that Wyatt right there?
Give him the mic. Give him the mic now, Brent.
Yo, run up the things again. I want to see who voted against us. Run those up one more time.
Do not get me started, young man, bro. This disrespect is going way too far. Brothers throwing out all sorts because we don't have the mic.
Hey, truthfully, I'm sorry for missaying your name. It ain't personal, but so anyways, not at least when he says anything about it, like at least you don't pretend to know stuff. You know what I mean? Like you kind of like.
Are you talking about Josh? Still?
No, I'm talking about you. So at least when he doesn't know anything, he goes, guys, what do you think? You know what I mean? He learns from other people. You know what I mean? So I respect you. I respect you. I respect you for not claiming to know everything.
I can't wait for him to cast your next game, buddy.
Oh, dude.
You're done for.
It's a war zone back here, bro. It's a war zone back here. No one is safe.
Roll the video.
I'm chilling, bro.
Mitch and Oxy. Can they read each other?
Mitch and Oxy again?
Hey guys, it's Mitch from Cloud9 here with Oxy, and today we're going to be playing Where's the Lie?
First one, my favorite animal is a lion.
Keep going.
My hidden talent is pogo sticking.
Pogo sticking.
Third one, I've owned koi fish.
Alright, so how long have you been pogo sticking for?
Not very long. I've only done it for a couple of years. But
how much was it? Like, what if I want to get into it? Like,
it's very niche, very niche thing. So honestly, you would have to buy a pogo stick first.
Yeah. No. How much is a pogo stick?
How much is it? Honestly, I have no clue. One of my family members got it for me.
Yeah. Why do you like lions so much? What's your favorite lion? You don't know?
I have no clue. I won't lie. My favorite animal is a lion.
Okay. And koi fish. How old were you when you had koi fish?
I'd maybe like 11, 10.
Okay. All right. No, I like that. That was truthful. That was good. The lion and the pogo stick is where the lie is, honestly. I'm gonna say the pogo sticking is the lie.
Yeah, that's pogo sticking.
That's crazy.
That's
Wait,
such a like.
pogo sticking.
That's such a random.
I used to play competitive frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf. You know, with the buckets and the chains.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I have a cat named after a Harry Potter character, and I have a degree in cybersecurity.
So tell me more about this disco whatever golf thing. Huh?
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf.
Yeah, disc golf.
Disc golf.
Yeah. So I got into it in high school, and I played like a lot with my friends, and you know, like 10th grade, 11th grade.
Where at? Where would you play?
In Florida.
In Florida?
Yeah.
Is
Tampa.
that where they have a course at? Inside? Is it like?
No, it's an outside.
Outside?
Yeah, it's like yards. It's like a an actual like golf, like, you know.
Okay. So tell me what your cat's name is.
Haggard.
Haggard.
Yep.
Haggard.
Yep.
Haggard, huh?
Yeah, Haggard.
Wow, why did you name it that?
He's a big like black long-haired cat.
Okay. It's cybersecurity, huh?
Yeah, cybersecurity.
I think I already know what it is.
All right.
The lion's the is Haggard.
Nope.
Is it Haggard?
No. I never played frisbee golf.
Oh, this liar. Are we serious?
Yeah, I actually do have a cat named Haggard.
Oh my
Bro,
God.
I thought I told you.
No, I know you had a cat.
Yeah.
And then I was like, cybersecurity, I didn't know you had that.
Yeah.
But I was like, the first one, that's why I was asking so many questions.
Yeah. That's it for us. We're able to spot the lie. Thanks for watching.
They forget about the ults. They're just going to frag their way through this.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we're going to have a bit of calm, honestly. Deep breaths, the naughty step for Leviathan, because they were getting out of hand. Yeah, we're going to get them to settle down as well and gear up for this game, which is going to be a good one. Cloud9, MIBR. Really looking forward to this one, to be honest. End of the week, and we've saved the best for last, to be honest.
Yeah, and Wyatt, I'm just so excited to be casting with
That's
you
me,
today,
Mr.
too.
River. That's
So,
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be a good one, though. I mean, we have Oxy against Aspas here in what is a pretty important match. C9, a chance to, after being really underrated, they win here, and they're our second team qualified to the playoffs.
I might have a bit of a mad take here, but
Okay.
I feel like from what we've seen of these two teams so far, these might be two of our top 3 teams alongside G2, all of which are in Group Omega.
Yeah.
I agree.
I feel like the quality that we've seen from both of these squads has been really good. Obviously, one of the teams has got to win, and one of the teams has got to lose coming out at the end of today, but it feels like this group is a bit more stacked than the other one so far. Like early days, early doors in Stage 1.
Yeah, I think all the different looks that we've seen, MIBR experimenting a little bit, adding twists in terms of their compositions. Cloud9 as well have some really strong looks on certain maps. Ascent, which
It looked fantastic.
Yeah, we might get to see it as well in this series if we're lucky.
I think they've had like the best Ascent we've seen worldwide thus far, and it looks like we're not going to have a chance to see it today. Instead, starting off on Pearl, Lotus then heading to Haven as the decider. I think Pearl should be an interesting one. We saw this one earlier from Cloud9. They were playing this double duelist comp with Oxy locking in the Jet alongside the Yoru. Interested to see if they're sticking to that one there on MIBR's map choice, where they just took down G2 here, showing Aspas' first debut on the Waylay.
C9 getting rid of Ascent at the end there in order to go to Haven. Incredible surprise considering how well C9 have played just recently on that map. I thought that might even be a map pick coming out here. But looking like they're trying to attack the weak side of MIBR's map pool potentially, rather than maps that they themselves are feeling super confident on.
The other issue with a map like Ascent, it's so defense-sided. Picking it, you're almost always going to be forced into starting attack. But here's your agent select for Pearl. No changes from either team. MIBR going back to this Waylay comp.
But both teams playing really unusual compositions. I don't think either of these teams, you could really call these comps the meta right now. No solo Yoru. Even the team that's running the Taeho is not comboing that with another agent that's like super meta. The Taeho KO is not being played too much.
I think it is a little bit more on the nose of the meta over on the side of MIBR, bringing out the Vikes, who has looked really strong on this map, and I think it's super comfortable role for their rookie, Cortesia. But over for C9, it's been a bit since we've actually seen them play into this comp. Little bit similar to what T1 showed, but you lose out on some of the tools you get with something like the Neon, not having the stun. Instead, this is going to be a lot more reliant on Oxy's individualism and what he can do with the AWP on defense.
And I think it's the perfect map to start this series off and just be focused on Oxy versus Aspas. Oxy was top of the scoreboard as far as I can remember last time they played this composition
Pretty
on
much
Pearl.
always is.
Yeah, sure. And Aspas, he's the player to watch when you're looking at their attack side, which is where MIBR are going to be starting. Double dashes into backhalls on B, double dashes into Secret on A.
Aspas has played 10 maps of Jet, only 2 on other agents. This will be his 3rd now. Interesting to see him off it, and Oxy still locking that agent.
Stealth drone going to be broken nice and early. Got to be careful if that was caught.
This Taeho drone was never a fake last time MIBR played on their attack side, and look how quickly C9 have got that as a heavy read. They started rotating players B almost instantly.
But Vic is still posted up in A main. His position will be really strong here, especially if he can win the 1v1 against Verno.
It's going to be the playmaker in this particular spot, MIBR. Open access now to the side itself, but dominating this angle right here, Verno wins out. Vitally important one, so A main no longer a worry. MIBR can settle in a little bit here, and they're digging deep into the extremities of the site. It's going to be a very difficult retake to try and attempt if you are Cloud9.
They've got so much post-plant utility for this. Fragment grenades, salvos coming through, pull on the post-plant as well. It looks almost impossible for Cloud9.
There's a nade flash in your face if you had Sin, but you just want to be buying time, staying alive for as long as humanly possible. Cloud9 able to dissect various portions of it, but as you said, the post-plant util, a little bit too much to overcome, to be honest, so almost inevitable when MIBR get set up in that spot.
For MIBR as well, I love how proactive this team gets when they're in their post plants. They're a team that is super willing to let the people who no longer have key utility online get active. You see Shenom there walking all the way through, taking his 1v1 against Mitch, getting that pick, and they're always a team who's going to be kind of testing you, taking as much space as they can in these rounds.
Nice! Let's go.
There's a 3K from Aspas as well to get that pistol.
I do want to pay a little bit of attention, though, to that Verno drone that you saw at the start of the round. It went over towards B with the pullback smoke,
And normally that's the drone is going to be where MIBR actually finish. You see C9 fighting heavy over this area, but I think MIBR are just going to spot this and leave, basically. One of the best ways, I think, to play against C9 with this kind of comp is going to be to find out where the duelists are and back away from them. You certainly don't want to be taking close-range fights against anyone like Net with a Classic in his hand, either.
Rotation here by Cloud9. Cinema already following up a lot of the sound cues.
Mitch is already out sight.
Yeah, leading the way in, just trying to weave in and out behind the pillar as well. Flash up and over, and a decent peek as well coming through. That's Zeppa following up. Nice little two-piece on top of it. Classics in hand. There's only so much you can do. Not have been able to do a decent amount of damage here, but all wrapped up here for MIBR. Second round on the board, be able to reclaim some of those guns.
Yeah, and it's not too bad at all, actually. They only invested 3 guns into the round, and they come away with 3 players alive, so they're still going to have a pretty excellent bonus. And this is where we can start to see some ideas. Aspas is 5-0 already, loves getting started like this, and if he has a big bonus here, he might even have some kind of like post-plant ult to be able to work with on the waylay. So my eyes are on him. Where's he looking to path? Like I said, last time MIBR were on the attack side, double dashes into back holes, double dashes into secret, but this time maybe exploring mid.
With this comp, Aspas has a lot of tools to help set him up, be it the drone or Astra utility coming in to assist him, and I think it's such a perfect agent for him to play. You heard, I believe it was Oxy who said that he expected all the best Jets to be playing Waylay. Well, this map he's not, but Aspas locking that down.
My humble king doesn't consider himself one of the best Jets, apparently. That's a big kill to find onto Net. So this one, it feels like a full B push from MIBR. They do all of their same protocols, but then they double swing through double doors. So they're adding layers onto what they showed last time. Remember, last time was only the first time that MIBR had showcased this Waylay comp. So you know that C9 are going to have looked at those VODs. You know that they're going to be expecting certain things. And MIBR's coaching staff are adding twists onto what they showed previously. Like this one, a fake full B hit into a double lurk through double door.
And going into Yoru comps, these long pauses in the mid-round are so strong, being able to time out that gate crash. And as it fades, they'll slowly start to walk up towards B. Only 2 defenders here for C9.
Big knife against the back wall here. Mitch is under a lot of pressure. Heat's being turned up against him, flash in your face as well. Needs a bit of help, and a bailout potentially. Run and gun is ordered up here from Artisan. Reset of the aim, rifle in hand, Zeppa. Delivering death from above. Use it into that 2v2. Oxy. Creeping, crawling up onto the angle. Cortesia. Sharp, precise. Watchful eye onto it. Defends it, gets the plant down now. Leaves Vic in a very awkward spot. Has to isolate these fights nicely and just weaving in and out. Playing off one another here. MIBR securing up that third. Rattling together these rounds.
And it's the 2 rookie players for MIBR coming in. Very much excited prospects, but from 2 very different regions. I don't think anyone thought Cortesia from Brazil and Verno from NA Challengers would be on a team whatsoever this year, but despite all odds, despite all expectations, those 2 and the rest of the team have managed to gel very well, integrating them into this roster and winning a key bonus round there.
Imi doesn't look very impressed about that one, and we're not going into a tactical pause here. This is a tech pause. A mouse issue, we're being told, but it looks like more of a strategic problem to me from the outside. not to downplay any potential tech issue that we might be having, though it looks like it's on the side of MIBR, not even C9. Yeah, so no excuses whatsoever. But I think MIBR have done a great job here of just taking what they know Cloud9 are going to be expecting and adding twists and turns into it. And I like, Mimi, that you pointed out the rookie players, because Cortesia, the way that he's taking those fights towards the end, you wouldn't think that he's a rookie in spots like that. He's super confident just to re-swing back in and take a fight.
And it's almost the exact same thing with Verno, who, after how poorly things went to start this year with NRG, with getting dropped by that roster, it was a very big risk taken by Fraud to pick him up. Thus far, it seemed to only work out for MIBR.
Now, just while we've got the tech pause, the casters before us, they were doing the bit where if they said certain words, they put the thing in the jar. One of the words that they were not allowed to say was fraud.
Uh-huh.
Now, you're saying fraud.
But with an O.
Right, with an O, right.
Because the coach of...
Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Oh, who do you think is fraudulent on this team?
No, I wasn't saying that. No, actually.
What's the implication?
Does that count as a chip in the box? You said the word.
I'm just saying.
asking the question.
Fraud's doing a great job on this squad, and Mimi's accent's making him sound like a fraud.
My accent. I don't have an accent. You do, buddy.
Right. Okay.
They brought me in to balance out the British on this cast.
America moment.
Yeah, very American moment.
Yep.
Both of the coaching staffs for this team, we don't talk about them very much. And I think that's a bit of a failure on us sometimes too, but often there's not reasons to get as excited about the strategic components of them. They've both made some really difficult decisions this year.
Controversial ones at that.
Yeah, some of them certainly have been, yeah. But they've paid off, at least in the short term.
MIBR again finding a fairly open B site here.
It's all slow to begin with here. Tiptoeing around through mid, but they just cannot root out Cortesia.
Josh, you're so on the money with calling out Cortesia, because he just has such unbridled confidence, moving all the way from Brazil, playing on a bigger stage, and it has not seemed to skip a beat outside of his very first match in this league.
Now that is one of those spots where if he goes down and they end up picking up a rifle off the back of that, we're like, oh, Cortesia, you got caught out in the open there. Maybe a little overconfident from you, hey, buddy? But he takes down both Oxy and Mitch on the anti-eco, and it does work out.
And that's been part of the beauty of MIBR for me in Stage 1, that Kickoff was all about them playing basic, boring comps, executing on them really well, Aspas having incredible individual performances. But now, like you said at the beginning of the cast, they're starting to pick up more interesting comps. They're starting to play more on meta. And I think we're seeing more strategic depth and interesting stuff alongside just the great team play and individual confidence that these kind of strong Brazilian teams have always been known for.
Frod's talked about that in interviews too, and he said that one of the things that they really needed to work on was, at the time, they weren't sure what direction the meta was going in. And so they didn't want to put their eggs in one basket too early on. And after Bangkok, I think it was... listen, there were different ideas about where the meta was going, whether it was double duelist or whether it was Super Tejo focused. But when you pick up somebody like Verno and your roster doesn't necessarily flex super comfortably into double duelist, unless Ardazine's having a day or something, I think it just makes perfect sense where MIBR are headed.
It's going to be a quick clean-up towards the end of this round. Cloud9 just attempting to see if they can get any cheeky pick-offs, but they're going to be going down to the Spider Zeppa, last one left. 4 rounds in a row now for MIBR. An important game overall for them, to be honest. We haven't really set up the stakes too much at this one, but with a win, Cloud9 would make top 4, no matter what, for Stage 1, so they'd make it into playoffs. Exactly. And for MIBR themselves as well, a bit of a tougher task ahead, because they're 1-1 currently, so this is a very important match for them to try and seal up.
Yeah, sometimes you look back at the end of a round robin and these are the kind of games in the middle of the stage where you're like, damn, this was actually mega important.
This is the focus of the comp for C9, though. They don't pick the Neon, they lock this Jet, and a lot of that is to get Oxy time with the Operator. Instead, it's going to be over towards A, though, in another one of these brawls.
Yeah, going for the clash here. MIBR biding their time. You can see Util is primed, waiting. Ardazine is holding it. It's going to be probably a flash overhead. Yeah, and here comes the peek and the play. Goes pound for pound, though. A lot of Util just trying disjointing all of this, and somehow Ardazine's the one who's taking contact, taking point. And this is MIBR being dismantled in the process. Just trying to play and weave in and out here, but caught into the corner. Verno's got nowhere to run. Left up to Cortesia and Shannon. See if they can pick up the pieces and make something of the rest of this round.
They're so far out of this play, though. Oxy's got an operator on the other side of the map. They have to retrieve the spike in A main. C9 with a triple lock have just destroyed that A main hold that MIBR were trying to take. They needed to get Aspas into position so that he could ult and exec into the site.
They're spotting these players out as well. And Shanham's going to be hoping he can take the op out of Oxy's hands. Oxy realizes it. Want to be trying to hold on to this one. For MIBR, it's going to be meandering around the map at this point.
30 seconds and what Oxy's op brings to the defensive side is not just his skill with the weapon, but it affects how they play their macro quite a lot. C9 likes leaving him on these longer angles, say B long or walked up into A main, holding that space, and then being really proactive in other areas of the map with their initiators and their Yoru, who are going to be a lot stronger at going for the fights there. Really changes the way that they can actually set up once they have that in Oxy's hands, and him holding on to it into another round, even if it didn't find a kill here, is very key.
No, it's super valuable. But also, C9 deliberately go for that play, I think, because they know that Aspas has a massive ult that he can just use to obliterate the A site. With the Waylay ult, he can ult towards Secret, double dash into Secret, and basically any spot on site is either getting highlighted by a Taeho drone or cooked by the Waylay. Now, the problem with that is, he can just do it again. And so what, you're just gonna fight A main every single round until he gives up and goes somewhere else? Maybe. But look, MIBR are just back to the well. They're like, okay, well, C9 are probably not going to fight A main with 3 players again, so we can just set up for the exact same thing.
Keep flash overhead. Salvos might be a little bit too late for that one, so MIBR get access to the front of A here. Refract's going to be fading away here for Aspas, but they're primed and ready to get onto this site.
C9 know it's coming. They're playing full retake here.
Taeho drone clearing out. Looks towards Secret. Spots that Secret's completely clear. Now Aspas can think about ulting maybe towards Flowers.
He saves it.
In the midst of all of that as well, and here it is, convergent pass in through the back, because that's a big connection to multiple players. Armageddon keeping these players locked into position, trying to escape to the side net. They found himself the slightest of pockets to try and play in. Now making their ways forwards. It's a no command, let rip, but as it emanates out, it just points the perfect direction for Zephyr to spam through the wall and off onto the flank. Oxy, bide your time, wait it out. You've been handed a freebie. He's going to claim it. It's left now just to Shanum.
Last player standing.
Spike down, he's got a lot to do in this spot. To tap the spike to force out that pull, almost ISOing these fights from an attempt of it still through the cloud burst. And up in the air, that's Oxy Shorty in hand to seal away the round.
I love the way MIBR played that to start, realizing off the Taeho drone they had a free site, saving their ult to combo back towards Flowers, but unfortunately the C9 players slipped the net in. End up setting up a really nice retake here with the late flank coming through from Oxy.
It's hard to tell. I'm not sure whether there was a mistake in where the Taeho ult was put, or whether that's just the kind of way that it tessellates onto the map. But there was like a tiny little pocket towards the back there that Mitch slipped into and didn't die. Because otherwise, I agree with you. It's a fantastic ult combo. I really like the idea. Because the execution didn't quite work.
This goes here.
And now grouped all the way up towards B. But this is where both Oxy and Zephyr are looking to fight with a bit of a bait and switch setup.
Already crossed though behind the box. Oxy has to account for multiple angles here. Snapshot broken as well, so Cloud9 still able to double up. Zephyr not being forced off this angle. There it is, wide face in the end. That's Zephyr with a bit of spam to force them out wide into the open. There's plenty more targets though where that came from, and Oxy quick to capitalize. This guy is tearing them asunder. And dash back and active. It's gonna be fading down. Doubled up, discipline on show here by Cloud9.
Oxy wants more.
It's a nasty shot from Artisan, straight through the wall. Comes out Oxy, but a lot more to do where that came from for MIBR in a 2v4 spot.
Vic's already in their spawn. They're fully encircled here.
That's what Oxy did in the previous round too. So C9 super happy to push out behind and either trap them in or flank them as soon as the Vice dies.
Vic should just be able to seal up this round, although it's being cleared to some degree, but Addison just not quite ready for it. Onto that angle, 28 seconds left. Now, Shannon gets himself a pick. But in terms of an open side, it's a different ask, isn't it?
The rest of C9, though, they are actually starting to book it over to A. They think there's enough time for Shenom to be running in that direction. Shenom is getting himself a cup of coffee over here.
You know how the economy is these days. He's saving.
Yeah.
Being responsible.
Yeah, he is. He's got 4,200 in the bank, but I don't think he quite realized that he would have had a 1v1 on B. He might look at the VOD later and think, damn, I kind of missed an opportunity there.
That is exactly the round you're looking for with this C9 double duelist comp. A bait and switch setup. Oxy going crazy with the operator and completely locking down space towards B long. MIBR's comp doesn't actually have a massive amount to perfectly clear out those angles. If that stealth drone is being broken, Oxy's almost always going to find some path to weasel his way through and get at least one shot across.
Yeah, it's basically just all on the drone. And the bait and switch setups like that, even if they work really well, even if the drone works really well, it's almost always only going to stop one person from being in position.
And at the same time, both of those agents have a get-out-of-jail-free card. If it doesn't work out, they're still in a pretty solid position.
Yeah, unless you get hit by the suppress, of course.
Just got to be faster.
Yeah, you just got to be faster.
More of a you problem, Josh.
Yeah, it is. C9 have now won every single round since Oxy got an operator online, by the way.
Yeah.
So that is making a massive difference to the way that C9's defense works, whether or not he's able to get the kills.
MIBR now have a couple ults online, have the Vice ultimate as well as an Astra Wall. I think they're going to want to try and find some kind of solve over towards B. Dealing with Oxy's operator is the biggest problem when you face up against the C9 team.
And I said early on in this game that MIBR are going to look to go away from Oxy and where Oxy and Zephyr are going to be playing. But when he is solo holding one of the lanes of the map with an op, if you go away from him, you're going into the stack, you're going into the strong site. So that's where it becomes less tempting of an option to just do the avoid Oxy strategy. Now, in this round, he's looking to work a pick through mid. So C9 varying up their defensive setup once more. And actually, MIBR did not do very much defaulting at all when they played against G2 on this map. They were mostly just grouping and going A or going B. Sometimes they worked some A splits. But this round definitely feels like they're just walking straight into Oxy.
There's a lot to consider. What a snap. Straight up, Aspas removed, taken out of the fight. It's a duelist head-to-head that we were setting up, teeing up, talking about.
A very nice reposition out of the timeout, expecting the mid play. Oxy ready for it. Now C9 get to play from a clean advantage here.
I have lost mid-control, though. There's going to be a lot of unknowns swirling around Cloud9's head, I think, in terms of, we've lost connector.
Zeppa has the position to punish the solo player coming down long, and that's the spike.
Knife thrown, and oh my god, stomping up through B long. That's a critical kill at that. Zeppa taking out Steel Garden. An abundance of util now being thrown forwards and straight into the two players waiting it out. MIBR in a very good spot. Cosmic Divide partitioning this one up as well. It's blind fires from the Shockies, an attempt to try and dismiss most of this one, and the adjustments of Oxy just not quite on target. And at this point, Cloud9 going to be considering different course of action. They just pick up that operator, and they don't even want to play into it.
Yeah, especially with Vic being able to retrieve the op. This is definitely a safe call here. And the whole round essentially comes down to Zeppa, the exact spot that you called out, Mimi. He's got the gate crash to try to escape. I wasn't sure exactly what the timing of that was going to look like, but I think that was his second one in the round. So he should have still had like another 10, 20 seconds. So that's not even going 1-for-1 and dropping the spike. That's straight up getting yourself into a player advantage, spike completely lost, and getting out to help the site anchor. I probably should have just been the round right there.
Especially with how it started. Oxy getting a beautiful kill onto Aspas. And that's all it takes for it to fall apart. MIBR, though, going to be pretty happy to wrestle back some control here. Thankfully for C9, that save means they keep their key weapon online. Oxy's still going to have the operator, and this time he's considering joining up with his team on this A main fight that they showed quite a few rounds.
Which implies that they're just going to leave him posted over there. And MIBR not super heavily focused towards it. You can see that Aspas and the rest of the team looking like they want to take a bit more mid-control rather than focus on fighting A early.
Need that back.
Yeah, possibly setting up into an A split a little bit later. For now, going to work the map a little bit, see what advantages there are to be found. Stealth Stone going to be broken, use pound for pound. There's that dash on top of the box. Aspas forced back though. And Hunter's Fury, hold on, this is a bit reactionary. Mitch is looking to try and punish out through mid. Sending up a couple of pot shots, and Vic just lands a shot onto Artisan. He was cut up away, isolated from the rest of his team.
They clearly don't realize the spike has been dropped in such an open location, because otherwise they could be taking a fight over towards here. Oxy.
Their backs are just open completely towards us, and Aspas may have just realized he has the timing! Oxy just peeks back around again, understanding that, wait a second, massive opening, and right under sewers, just being caught out into the water. Shanum no more. 2 versus 4. Cortasia, an attempt as well to salvage the round. Now the spike is in the hands of Verno, and they're making their way to an open site.
They are, but there's still an early warning Cypher trip down long.
30 seconds
and I'm not sure how much is left on that gate crash. No, it dissipates. So it's going to be very long rotations from Xenon, even with the perfect info off this Cypher hat.
Verno got stunned up there by the trip. Still, it's going to be able to stick this player down in time. Cloud9 quickly realizing Missed a beat with this one still. MIBR doubled up. Verno, Cortesia. Salvo's online for Verno as well to stall and delay this one, but you can see them aggro, aggressive positions. Looking to see if they can turn it into a 2v2 before this retake even gets started. Oxy trying to clear most of the way here. He's out wide though, and his team nowhere near still. Doubled up almost there in time. Leaves it just down to Verno. Primed, holding it with the salvos. That's off the first tap. Forcing these players forward, stunned up, has to ISO. Every single fight coming in his way. Oh. And there's just enough time on the clock for Cloud9 to win that.
God, it would have been mad there if the stun had actually won them the round. Net was staggering back over, but still had a minute and a half to, a second and a half to play with. This round looked a little lost from MIBR, I would say, as soon as their idea of going for that kind of A split fell to pieces. Shenom's push through water is really ambitious. I think it's quite unlikely you're going to get away with that against good level teams like C9.
And I think even later in that round, the way that MIBR have been defaulting, they haven't managed to get lurks that deep into street over towards B at all throughout this half, and thus have either been running into a late round operator or late round Cypher trips on this side of the map.
Now, of course, Mitch is going to pick up the operator here because you always want your Sova-opping in this kind of situation.
Yes.
What the heck is going on here? That was just so that Oxy could fight over A main if indeed there was a brawl in that spot. And now it's been passed back over as Oxy goes to meet the brunt of this. The only noise they've heard on B.
Got to go to pick up back mid once more though. No util to Cloud9, and this knife going to be no connections in through the back of the horse here. Opportunity to send it in. That's what MIBR are really looking for here. They got to time up their util correctly.
Zephyr has his ult. They're happy to play full retake here and might even consider pushing through a flank.
Plans out in the open. Bit of stray spam by Net. Counter spam in order as well to push this guy back. Cortesia has been spotted though, and now getting a bit of a run on and a move on. No trade in sight. Cortesia not to be removed. And now firmly embedded in through mid. This is causing all sorts of worries into the back of the Cloud9 players' minds. Dimensional drift out wide, doubled up. And a swift dismissal. That's Aspas in through the back of the horse, rifle in hand. Seals up the round.
That round is just all Cortesia in mid. Getting a massive 2K there. Dismantling C9's flank, and at that point, what could have been a really strong Yoruwalt clearing into backside and flushing out the MIBR players there, has no one actually in a position to follow up. And the round ticks away, and MIBR take a pretty solid lead now in the first half.
I'm not disagreeing that Cortesia was the difference maker there, but just to focus in on the B defensive setup as well. Net's got a trip that's supposed to catch, I think, Aspas as he goes for that double dash into back halls. And Aspas just glid over the top of it. And then when the plant comes down in the open, they also don't deny the plant with spam either. So it looked like a very, very soft defense on B. I think you can hard anchor way more against this Waylay comp. Aspas is dashing into back halls with 1 KO flash max. There's really not that much pressure. I think if you get somebody into back halls, you can fight him.
I think you also kind of have to be more proactive with how you play it when you are locking in this Cypher comp. When you have the Vise, you're going to have a lot of hard stall util to buy time to rotate players in heavily and have a lot of people ready to just fight as the spike is going down. With Cypher, you don't have as much actual stall. You need your Cypher being in there, being proactive, and getting his teammates into the site. Another timeout called for C9 now. Trying to find these last 2 rounds of the half.
And I'm looking at their economy, seeing if they're going to go for the operator again. I would say that they were having the most success when they were just kind of allowing Oxy to hold the opposite side of the map to the rest of the team. So you have Cypher information all throughout mid, and then C9 decide to fight over B or A main, and then Oxy holds the opposite.
Aspas is one off his ultimate, Verno as well. They put a lot of emphasis on getting that tool online, so it does look to be another fight towards A.
Gearing up for now. Baron's going to be dropping soon enough here. Not too sure how much pushback there will be from Cloud9. Looks like they're just feigning like they could be potentially in that spot. Aspas full sprinting.
I like this from C9. They're reacting players into mid. Trying to flush any lurk that's there, be ready to fight back through, maybe even a push a flank in if this does turn into an A execute.
They know that Cortesia has been fighting pretty aggressively on the lurk, so if you pick him off, then suddenly the Vice wall's down.
Just spotted out. Tagged up there, slow to a crawl. One bullet to the head will finish him off here. Open access though. MIBR get themselves into the A site, get a plan down.
You don't even need to flank retake here because you're always worried about the flank as MIBR.
It's
the threat's there.
Armageddon, this is a lot of ults being layered down on top of it. Saturate to try and slow them to a crawl. Fight's being taken in through the back of the site. The positions you can play in, kind of isolated right now. There's a lot of chaos thrown in. Time ticking though with a spike drop down here. Shayna pushing back, looking for that free fight. Leaves it just down to Verno. 1v3. Flash through the wall. Instantaneous is the trade-off there by Zephyr. So quick with the response. C9 looking to try and drag this one back to even for the first half.
I like the idea to try and rally there for MIBR, but C9 makes some really good macro decisions throughout. Fighting into mid here, flushing that lurk for basically the first time this half. Cortesia has been getting so much value in that part of the map.
I mean, funnily enough, they have actually been trying to double fight him occasionally, and he just kills both of them.
You gotta take 4, Josh.
Yeah.
Don't take any risks. And then, I mean, just finding some nice double swings as well to make their way back through the site. And Oxy buys an operator again.
I think small adaptation for Cortesia in this final round would just be to sit back a little further, or maybe even just go with the team and don't worry about controlling mid or going for the lurk. MIBR have got ults to be able to get in onto site. Null command. Aspas is way late ult as well. They should be able to absolutely obliterate Vic on A.
No attempt to hold his ground.
The anti-KO setup as well. Both of these trips being thrown down. Cypher not going to get turned off.
Vic in a position to get out though, and Aspas will save his ult.
Yeah. Nice speed straight in. These trips are awkward. Ocean's 11-esque, but going to be saving a conversion pass now for this retake. That's going to be primed, ready, waiting now for Cloud9. Still suppressed for the time being, but a quick pickoff onto Artisan. Here it is. Slowed down now, in through the back, and this is it. The go button has been hit. Aspas looking to lay claim to a couple of more lives where he's at least hunting, but now scurrying straight backwards, and there's Oxy in your face. Shorty in hand once more still. MIBR have control of this one, but it's quickly being wrested away from them. There's a 2v2 scenario. Cloud9 in the midst of it. First tap, forcing out that pull. Salvos are on 4 next. That's Verno here. Zephyr. Another tap, forcing it wide. He is stunned up. Bit of damage into the process. Time is of the essence. Half win cons earned, but no kill off the backside of it. That's 7-5 for a finish of MIBR on his first half of Pearl.
Switching sides.
Hotspots both times we've seen him use the converging path, saving it for the post plant, fighting forward, and it's really such an effective stall tool. It sounds simple to be like, oh, the ult that slows you down when you're trying to retake, but I actually think they use it super well here to buy enough time to just let the post plant cringe win it out.
MIBR have absolutely cooked on this map. On their attack side specifically, it looks good. They got 7 rounds here. They beat G2 on this map earlier as well.
Nice, Verno.
You can see where they're finding success.
Yep, certainly can. And we're going to be finding out a little bit more as well what they've got up their sleeves in the arsenal, potentially, I should say, on the second half of Pearl. Don't go anywhere. Oh, relatively even, all things considered. And yep, there is Endo with his favorite caster, Mr. Rivers.
You're doing great on your play-by-play debut, Wyatt.
Thank you. You know, I'm really trying hard. I'm trying hard. And here we are. Definitely not Wyatt, as it says at the bottom. I don't know. Was Rossi on drugs? What? He was coming in with some energy. I wasn't ready to meet. I wasn't ready to match his freak for that. But the guy was going at 1,000,000 miles an hour and throwing shade to everybody.
I think it was the high of beating Furia.
Yeah, he was on pure adrenaline from beating Furia.
I stepped in.
Tell you that.
I didn't know what the context was. And I'm like, what's going on here?
It's nice to see the players coming elated off the win, to be honest. We don't normally see all of the players like
yes.
jumping around at the end of the win.
We'll see how that energy stays through the rest of the stage for Leviathan. Hopping into the second half, though. C9 on attack with the double duelist comp. Oxy and Zeppa were great in the first, and they have a fight towards Art.
Here it is, Aspas. Slight bit of bait, and he just has to take the peek anyway. Bullets flying through into the box.
Getting one is even good there for him, to be honest.
It is.
They were completely pre-firing his position.
Zeppa's been embedded in A main. The team will call back towards him.
And Zeppa, despite being down 5-7, has been a monster individually. Will have his opportunities in this attack half as well, especially with Oxy going down, because it puts more pressure on him. Tip of the spear.
No gate crash to get in this time. Just has to contact out with the team.
Down right to the side. With a spam from the pixel angle. That is ridiculous stuff from Zeppa, and he's going for even more here. Laying siege to the site, and it's A available. Plant down now, extension into the round here for the pistol. That is in. Stallone making this play. And, wow, okay, net was low enough here. Rapid turnaround. MIBR finding their ways back into this potential pistol, but return of the fire from Mitch. Drop down into pit. Cortesia's going to know at least where one of the players are, but Vic playing the long con. Tuck to the side, and the gamble goes the way of Vic here. Cortesia just not checking the corner.
I'm a fan of C9's macro. I think they have really, with this new roster, found a style that works for them. A lot of their attack side calling has been really solid. I think it's the defense that we've been focused on maps like Ascent, for example, with their double sentinel comp, but it's good, sensible stuff. I mean, leaving Zeppa inserted into A main, returning back to him, and then getting the entry through, waiting for those refreshable timers to come back. It's all good stuff.
And it's nice to say that for an IGL and Mitch, who, you know, he had his heyday when Valorant was fresh, was when Tens was the best player in the world.
Dude, you can't be bringing that out. Bro peaked in high school kind of stuff.
But that was the narrative. That was legitimately the Mitch narrative for a while. And then he had his good year in Tier 2 last year. Got this opportunity with C9 after they controversially dropped Rossi, who knows your name, in the offseason.
Yeah, definitely knows my name.
Yep. And brought him in, and I think people had low expectations, and thus far he's definitely been surpassing that as a leader and as an individual for C9.
Yeah, Mitch
so
actually...
I'm saying he didn't peak in high school.
He didn't peak in high school. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. He actually looked good when he was calling for them in one of the off-season tournaments before they brought Rossi in.
It was Red Bull Homeground Qualifier in Seattle.
Sure, there you go. You even know which one I'm talking about, yeah. But that version of C9 was looking pretty solid too. And once again here, they've managed to navigate away from the stack from MIBR, finding the right place to end the round and get an extremely simple, correct macro call, which avoids all of the potential variants.
I got nothing. Mimi's looking at me to talk about this round. I got nothing. They're gamble stacking aside on the eco. They're going to scurry over. They're going to try to die to the spike.
Yeah, I would imagine this is a die to the spike kind of round, to be honest with you, isn't it? And this is sometimes where you see, like, one of the C9 players is just going to run forwards and see if they can find the people who are waiting to die to the spike.
Looks like Zeppa is the gladiator.
Yeah, first into the Thunderdome. Doing a 1v5.
Yeah, don't want to give away any guns, so Rifle's going to be nice and safe. Aspas. Yeah, casual reminder of who you're playing against.
I've liked some of the innovations coming out of Tier 2 of using like Teo Missile plus Molly to
Aspas?
all die without getting ult orbs early. Saves a lot of time.
Aspas, bro.
Aspas?
We are not saving the stinger there.
What just happened?
Saved?
We are not saving the stinger
I looked away
there.
from the screen because the round was over.
That's got to be a tech problem, no?
What?
Did his keyboard stop working?
He
pulled...
Why are you trolling?
He's trolling.
But also, like, he's not even the one that gets punished for this because his teammate dropped him an op. Artazine, you legend. but Artesine just gets the most trolled anyone could possibly get trolled. He's got no armor and a stinger. Aspas, you better pop off this round, mate.
Well, up in hands. He's going to get his chance. Whole multitude of targets! Oh, now he's refracted into the corner. They know exactly where he is.
Oh my God!
Spam just finishes him right off. Uh-oh.
Minus 4,700.
That
and now
is
they're
not
retaking.
ideal, and this is flooding in fast as it happens.
Oh, don't show me Artesine's POV. He's got nothing.
Down to the sides, weaving in and out though, past these smokes, and again, that's going to be the stun. Lay it down into the back of the hall still. Suppressive fire laid down by these Cloud9 players, looking to try and combine their might, and Zephyr with a cleanup. Trade, instantaneous, Shanum slipped his way in through onto their site, and Tappy with a rifle, that's Vic, cleaning it all up now.
Oh, that's diabolical.
A lot to talk about.
Oh, that's diabolical.
A lot to break down, a lot to discuss.
Oh, that's
really.
diabolical.
Oh, he doesn't get anything with the op.
Is that a vibe destroyer?
I mean...
It's destroyed my vibe, Brent.
Ooh, if I'm Artesine in that spot, I'm gritting my teeth and thinking, he's a great player. I don't want to tilt my duelist star player.
Let's go, Vic. Good.
And C9, I think, in that spot, maybe don't even realize. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they did do a great job at dealing with Aspas there, completely punishing him for going for that peak.
Good spin.
Artesine is now on a judge, which I've seen him do filthy things with the judge. So have Lev, they were talking about it on the couch. And he's holding double doors. But he's doing the gun game here.
Yeah. Lays down and gets tagged into the process. I think he's hiding his intent there. He had the pistol out. But Cloud9 are going to be walking into him. Updraft up and over, just spots the head. Right over to the side there. Shanum, though, plucks Oxy out of the sky.
Who's next?
Aspas still kicking out through the back here. So Dimensional Drift earned up for Zeppi. He's going to make a go of things now. Just try and spot out these players. In through the smoke. That's 3 sighted. It's going to be fading at a moment's notice here. TP back to safety, and there's chaos happening in through Connector. Gun seeking to be reclaimed here by Artesine. Does actually end up picking it up. Tucked to the side. It's an important fight for Net to win out. Disciplined by Artesine. Not enough to really survive into the midst of all of that, though. Cosmic Divide also going to be isolating, cutting up the site to some degree. MIBR looking to see if they can get themselves into this one. Smoke blooms up. Pull's going to be forced out nice and early here. Cloud9 still working with that player disadvantage, but a bit of spam might just seek to correct that, and indeed it does. Cortesia, though, spamming away, sticking away. Someone needs to get on this!
Okay, they're dead.
How's Net picked up 4 in the midst of all of that?
That is just ridiculous.
He was in passenger princess mode all the first half. They were avoiding his sight. Comes out into the second and wins this round for C9. It started rough. This shot from Shannon was incredible. And then a silly judge kill only to somehow bring this back, working all the way through Art.
This is a 3v5, and Net's, I think, got 2 of those kills just pure spamming into the smoke, right?
Okay.
And then jumps back in through. I was a bit confused why MIBR weren't trying to put too much pressure forwards into Art and into A main, but they were relying on the fact that Shannon was still alive and they could play inside the smoke, I think. A gamble that didn't pay off.
And now C9 in the driving seat of this half. MIBR on some rough money.
Yeah, MIBR have had a couple of tragedies here to open up their defense. They are going to be relying on a big individual round, I think, from Aspas at some point here.
He does have the Hero Guardian this round, but not in the best position to get value. He might have a chance, though. A couple members of C9 heading his way.
Slow and steady, though. It's going to create openings for MIBR to capitalize. Trying to rip off a head or two, because he's here. Feeling the heat, and a couple of bullets to the chest, still alive. And kicking Aspas! It's a filthy off angle. Now he needs to dominate this position up through B long. Still taking point. It's a light speed as well. Gets out of dodge, so it's going to be a constant nuisance now at the back of the minds of these Cloud9 players, and they want to try and take a fight a little bit further forwards, not anticipating these angles here. Jump spot reveals the hand anyway. To gun given up and over. Mitch in a very difficult spot. The squeeze being applied to him. Salva's out wide. What a flick, what an adjustment. Mitch could be an absolutely legendary play. Cooked up 7 bullets left to work with. Just needs the timing, just needs to take it. Waiting for the player to wade right in. In versus Verno! It's all Verno here today. Denies a chance of greatness there.
That was a disgusting shot. And the 180 flick to make that nearly doable, I was worried for a moment.
But it was this moment from Aspas earlier on You ask for the Osboss round, he delivers a massive 2K there, and not only is it those kills picked up, but it segments C9 off, forces them to go into that disadvantaged fight towards spawn. And Mitch's heroics not enough. Osboss now gonna be purchasing the operator.
But remember, last time, this didn't get any value at all. Completely caught, predicted, and dealt with.
This time, there's a couple players heading his way.
Yeah, everybody. He's got the stampeding hordes.
There's going to be a clash developing. Flash into the face. It's going to force that refract immediately straight back. Salvos, Hunter's Fury trying to be used. It's going to ease the pressure that's coming out their way on either side. Maybe a connection onto a player or two, and Shorty's into the smoke. Zoxy, he will be able to find that value. Convergent paths in order. Verno dominating his position. Slow to a crawl. Nobody can lay claim to the site. With reinforcements arriving, MIBR so quick to correct the course of the round. Drone off to the side, but as I say that, Vic, how have you found that one? Armageddon out. Oh my goodness! What is going on? From the brink, Cloud9 just bring it straight back. They leave it into the hands of Cortesia to see if he can make anything of this round at all.
C9 walking all the way back through spawn to B. Cortesia does have a bit of util there, maybe a flash to get info.
No, I think they've completely cooked him. I mean, he has no idea at the moment. They could be looking to still finish A. They could be clearing out different positions on the site. Only just now is he thinking about backing up and headed towards the other side of the map. And this is going to be so tough because Vic, Mitch could be positioned in any number of a multitude of spots. Especially if they bait this wall out. Oh, that's not a bait.
Hard committal. Yeah, Mitch is locked off for at least a few seconds. No worries, though. Slow play by Cortesia.
I don't see how he can deal with Vic up in heaven.
Flash didn't connect. He needs to ISO a fight. He needs to find someone at least, a straggler, potentially. He's sniffed out the position of Vic, but Vic is just on point today. We got to see a replay of how he's managed to salvage that. I mean, the opening kills there.
It's outstanding, and it's shades of the last match Vic played on that Ascent. I think a 6.0 KD against Leviathan. He was incredible there. And in this round, I mean, Verno nearly did it. But these shots from Vic,
buddy.
my God.
Yeah, they're trying to hold a crossfire there. That's a 2v4 that Cloud9 win. Nice, 2 rounds earlier, they won a 3v5, and then they almost won a 2v4 again on their anti-eco, admittedly. I mean, Werner's got head in hands at the moment, just trying to compose himself, as the rest of the team, I'm sure, is going through something similar. Because MIBR have been in advantage spots now for a number of the last few rounds, and either struggled to convert or failed to. And almost seemed like in some of these spots they don't expect C9 to be fighting. Like, they think if they get up a couple of numbers, that C9 will just give up. And Vic continues to fight.
On the year, MIBR 5-0, undefeated on this map, coming off of beating America's best team, G2, here on Pearl just last week. Now, facing a very critical venture. Money not going to be very good in this round, likely to be staring down the barrel of 11.
Oh, this is nice. I like the Oxy purchase too. Keeping track of the money, Outlaw in hand.
He's always got the Blade Storm to lean back on as well.
Aggrofied by MIBR in the opposite section. Looking to take control of A main. Cloud9 get the read on this one. It was sniffed out and heard, so reaction now called for into B. Cortesia doesn't grab the one, he was praying for it.
And C9, again, they do such a good job of navigating these anti-eco rounds.
Beautiful shots. Stun doesn't connect either. Artisan, he's worked his way all the way in here, but a shot. No way! Those shots missing. Rifles. Oh my. As soon as the round begins, essentially, they get themselves in and get the plan down for Cloud9. There was definitely a danger here in the form of MIBR potentially being able to do something about it. But it leaves Aspas with only a Sheriff and a 1v3. Zephyr low enough that a single shot to the body will do it. But he's going to find any of these fights, and I think the discipline that's been on display so far by Cloud9. Not going to look to let anything slip too much, as I say that, Ned. peeking out wide, time's ticking away, and with it, options and chances to win.
C9 find themselves ever closer to being able to take this map. And I don't have a big strategic adjustment that MIBR need to make here, because I feel like they're getting into spots to be able to win. It's just about closing things out. And I think that's got to come down more to the individual awareness of what risks to take at the end of some of these spots. It's definitely well within their power to still be able to claw this one back. But C9 digging deeper, making the plays when it matters.
C9 showing a different look to start this round. Oxy gonna put some attention over towards the street.
And this is where the Vice Wall is.
Enemy tag.
Keep drawing down. There's a lot of presence, actually. They hear this rotation with the footsteps. Drone's going to be broken.
Does he want to go for this?
Oxy can get out if he chooses to. Salvo's up and over the top. They're going to try and double play this one. Forward! Shorties again. This guy is making a mockery of the game. Plays it net perfectly.
And now the map has just exploded. MIBR is scrambling to close off the middle here.
Try and pick up any sort of information they can, and kills are found. Cortese again to be that difference maker. Two-piece Oxy and net cleaned up. In through main, Shanum. Cloud9 players are going to be steadily walking into him, and they are closing in the net. MIBR working their way in behind. Critical kill, Shanum. Collects that one, leaves it into the 2v2, and are they going to be expecting this fast off onto the flank? Cosmic Divide cuts up the sight. Stalled out here by the Thorns for now, buying time for MIBR to get these rotates. It's all about whether or not they expect Aspas to be in a position that he's in. Steel Garden is good. Even better, denying all these weapons, and Aspas has been given that perfect timing again. Immediately capitalizes, it leaves it all to Zephyr. Very difficult spot to be placed in. 1v2. Aspas not choosing to play main, just trying to play tucked up close here. Spike, defuse in order, already found the first one. Half earned, and a kill on top of it for Cortesia. He doesn't stop.
Those are the rounds that MIBR have been losing all half. And finally, in one of these close ones, Cortesia pulls it across the line in the 1v1 and somehow wins that one, despite this ridiculous start to the round from C9.
I think they just stayed there in that mid connector for a little bit too long. I love what they were cooking, Oxy and net. The way that they went past the wall, the updraft to play net in, it was all magic. But then sticking in that spot, you're worried about way too many angles. I think they just needed a bit more proactivity in a moment like that. But great credit to Cortesia too, because cleaning both of those kills up as quickly as he did, and then still winning the 1v1 against a Zephyr who's been on fire. Yeah, mad credit. And Zephyr's got his way up to 20 kills across 20 rounds. Cortesia right there with 19.
He's doing it with no monitor, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible, isn't it? He's
Mad
like
impressive.
He's like Daredevil. He's just sniffing them out.
It is a monitor issue for Zephyr that we're fixing up.
Daredevil as well operates through smell. Famously.
What is it? He's like a dolphin, is he?
Bro, I watched a movie from like 2000s. I don't know. Is it?
I think he like clicks or something.
It's like sound. It's it's like bat echolocation or something. I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
We need GB here because he's the Marvel.
Well, that's why they have these plexiglass covers between the two teams, so that you can't just shout really loudly and see where it echolocates off them on the other side.
You guys feel like you're lacking a millennium. Vancilli's behind us. Do you know? What's your question?
What about?
Ask him.
Are you a Marvel head, Vance? No, he didn't look confident.
Vancilli's been studying cave paintings from the early 3000 BC.
He's got no way to clap
Why are you saying
back,
that?
bro.
He was around when they were drawing mammoths falling off cliffs into people with spears.
Can we give this man a microphone? Someone
This is
defend
so
him.
harsh.
No.
You're gonna dump on him and not even give the man a voice?
Yeah, don't give
That's
him a chance to
twisted.
respond. Don't give him a chance to
You're
respond.
getting it twisted, Josh. All right.
We're going back into the game here as well, so unfortunately, you know, Vancilli's not going to have his opportunity to.
He's crying into his Aspas pillow right now.
I'm sure he is. Well, all right. Artazine. They've got ult to retake here, but MIBR need a good round to get back into this one. The momentum that came off the back of Cortesia winning an important 1v1 just kind of got stifled a little bit by that tech pause.
Blocking sight.
Quick dash forwards. Doubled up with the TP to regain a bit of A main control here for Cloud9.
MIBR wants to look to re-clear mid. Drone gets broken out though, and they put a lot of pressure onto A. Spike still not committed to anything yet though.
I like this in terms of the C9 attack macro though. They keep Zephyr inserted over here, gives them options to return back over to A.
It's so powerful when you have a Yoru on the insert too. Can stay longer than other agents and TP back, but MIBR, they're going to go for their second mid-reclear of the round, and they might have a brawl.
Very proactive. They're going to be meeting a lot of presence. As you mentioned, that brawl, the timing is taken against them, and their heads ripped clean off. Oxy rifle in hands, now making moves. Quick play over towards A. Now look at the shortest one up as well. A fight to potentially be taken. It really is Shane on a bit of an island. Updraft though, how do you deal with that one? It's a high-low setup, and Oxy clean sweep so far. He's looking for even more. 4-piece ace on the cards. Dash active. You know this guy is hunting, clamoring for it. He knows it, and Vic steals it away.
Tragic.
All smiles.
Tragic.
No, not all smiles.
Well, some smiles.
That's a smile of like, haha, yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
What, are you working for iBuyPower? Why are you upset?
Now, this 2K from Oxy seals the deal for what should be the map at this point. That attack side calling where you loop back into mid to try to catch the reaction.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he said no there at the end. I don't think he was saying woo.
Followed it with the woo after though.
He did.
Still a little excited about that one, but
The buy's horrible here for MIBR. If they need to win 3 rounds in a row, this one's going to be the toughest.
and Oxy's bought the Outlaw. Makes the task even harder with 3 of these players on half armor. I think you need to ask for another Osboss round here. He has the hero rifle, he has the full armor.
No complaints from the way the Cloud9 are playing it. Bit of A pressure. Pulls these MIBR players heavy over towards this site. Macro game has been good. The prep game as well on top of it, to be honest. Cloud9 have been very well versed and what to expect.
MIBR on B playing much more hard anchor setup than we saw from C9. There's Cortez here, just going for that little jump spot. As Mitch tries to keep players anchored to A.
Yep, hit's going to be coming through though, and Aspas is going to be the one to take that contact, and point still delayed, stalled out, at least by the wall for now. Sheer up into your face. Cloudburst up, draft, dash up and over with a flash to supplement. Oxy is trying to be set up nice and cleanly here. Snap to the side, short in your face, too much to overcome. Even if you are Aspas, that heaven control is going to be vital now. Oxy lays claim to it, lays siege to it. MIBR slowly being closed out. Any chances of taking this map more than dwindling at this point. 13 seconds, plenty of time to get this plant down.
I know exactly.
But a play has to be made, and Shanem just not capable of doing it. Big reveal on Artisan. It's the last one left. It's all up to him to stay alive in this map for his team. And Cloud9 know it. Can play a more disciplined game here. Wait for him to take the peek into him, and the off angle from Mitch is enough to seal it up here nice and early in this series. First map of Pearl going away at Cloud9.
And a statement win for them. MIBR was 5-0 on this map this year, coming off of beating G2 on Pearl. But the first loss delivered by Cloud9 with a truly incredible second half there.
Yeah, I think you've got to be taking this C9 team seriously now. They're taking wins over a number of big names. When you look at what they did throughout Kickoff, for example, and the start of Stage 1, you might have just thought it was only against NRG that they were going to be able to turn up and have great performances. But this team is legit. They are beating up some great squads.
Zeppa had the ire of the community in the offseason, but proving himself again this map. 20 kills to start this series well for C9.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff so far. And they're going to be going into their map pick of Lotus up next as well. It's a map that's just been heating up across the board. This Cloud9 team looking primed. They want to try and make that top 4 playoff spot. A win here in this series will seal it up. Still plenty more action left to happen, though. I'm going to send it down to the desk and going to break it all down and set us up nice and pretty.
they forget about the ults. They're just going to frag their way through this.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today.
Here with Emmy of Cloud9, a dominant first map win. My second time interviewing you after a first map win. My question for you is, we are going into your map pick of Lotus. I believe the last time you played it, you lost it against NRG. What's the plan this time?
Just hope what your lovely analysts say and Zeppa has his 10th life game. That'd be great.
Best of luck in map 2.
Okay. All right, folks, welcome back after a pretty strong showing there from Cloud9. I tell you what, it hung in the balance for so much of that first half. I mean, we saw hands in hands from Verno. We saw very close rounds, but we also saw little guy go big as per usual. Oxy was on fire, I think, over the course of Pearl. Really strong showing.
I think all of C9 had a great showing. Oxy being one of them too. I think C9 had a great game plan in the very beginning to just get that off as soon as possible in the hands of Oxy. And once he has that on, not only is he covering his spots, but he's also funneling his opponents to the right sites where they have the correct stacks. But I think overall the game or the series has been really good for C9.
Yeah, C9 have been waiting to get this win since kickoff. I mean, that game against MIBR, it was map 3. It was daunting them for all this time. Oxy, you're 100% right. He was so quick with the flicks of the operator, and he looked great. I mean, the entire map, and we cannot forget about Zeppa.
And on
my goodness.
Exactly,
Sorry,
I was going to say,
yeah.
just on the attack side, Oxy's like trying to create that space, and then he's dashing in, but a lot of that brunt work was around Zeppa, for example, and also on Vic, who we've hyped up at the very beginning of this series of being good in this season. A great pickup for Cloud9, and also having great clutch moments for the team, and from time to time stealing aces.
Yeah, just give it to Oxy, man. Like, we were all waiting after the 4K. Like, if Oxy gets the ace, he's gonna get up. He's just gonna start screaming. We knew it.
I don't think we've given up PC yet.
It was so chill, right? He was so chill.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the vibes of this team are great. I mean, we talked up Vic. I think it was someone we came into this game getting really excited about. I think he's just picked up where he left off. Zeppa as well. Mimi mentions it, right? Kind of a lightning rod for criticism in the offseason for this team, even though there was a lot of retooling happening on the C9 roster anyway.
Yeah.
And of course, the Lev boys gave us the meme, the whole, during the regular season C9 and playoff C9, very different. But this is all great things to be going on, I think, if you're a C9 fan. But MIBR don't feel too far off par here.
Well, I gotta say, I think the game plan around what Imi's preparing for this team against MIBR was actually really good too. I don't think people give him enough props, especially when you look at Cloud9. Yes, always very strong seasons at the very beginning, but in the playoffs they kind of falter. But that's just like the nature of the pressure of the playoffs. But that game plan that he had was actually really good in terms of the composition that MIBR brought out. You don't have too many scans coming through, with the exception of the drone of Teo. So they took the right moments to go for pushes. They took the right moments to wait for the pushes out from MIBR and punish that every single time.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Imi because, we got to start putting some respect on this guy's name. He was telling me that he was putting in 12, 14-hour days to try to get them to where they are now. And you have to when you're going through all these roster changes. So he puts in a lot of work.
I mean, it's one thing doing all the work, but it's another thing knowing what actually to work on. Like, trying to diagnose a team that is struggling can be really difficult sometimes. This is the Lev boys. They were telling us how they tried so many permutations and iterations, and it took them ages to settle on that. So that, on top of just the poor work output from him, was really impressive, I've got to say. Let's hear, though, what's happening on the other side of the pond. It was not a successful campaign on Pearl, but we know what MIBR are capable of. Let's see what Frod has to say about that first map and heading into the second.
Here with Fraud from MIBR. A very simple question. We're on to Cloud9's map pick of Lotus. What are you doing to make sure we can bring it to map 3? What do you expect from Cloud9?
We expect a really good game. They're a really good team. That was a map that we already played them on during kickoff and we lost. So just really got to focus on our fundamentals, which they did a much better job at us at the first map. So as long as we bring that back, focus on our practice, I think that everything will go good in the second map.
Best luck on map 2.
That's a big thing. Focus, and they played them before, but at the same time, they're going into Lotus, if I'm not mistaken. And they didn't have a good Lotus at all going into kickoff. They went 0-4 into that one. They came into 4 different composition as well in kickoff, going from the Tejo Breach that didn't work out. Then we had a double duelist. Then we had a fade with something else. And then we went for double duelist Raze and Jet that also failed. So I have to know, what is MIBR cooking going into this one too?
Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the maps where we just don't really know how to put our finger on them. Aspas got a record against this Cloud19, not the same roster it was on Leviathan, on that Lotus map like last year. I remember it was an absolute gigabanger of a game. Definitely something they're going to want to lean into. Obviously, Aspas has been someone to watch, right? We've seen him here on the Waylay once more. I've got to say, the Cortezia, again, really impressive. What I keep hearing about this guy is that he plays like a veteran. He doesn't play like a newcomer. This
Just
guy,
like Dex mentioned before,
yes,
yeah.
exactly. Headshot machine, delivers in these really clutch moments. In that like 1v2, he's like the most pivotal player in the round and just delivers, man. Like the guy's so wild.
I think it relieves a lot of pressure off of Aspas as well to not have to be the solo carry on this roster. That being said, I mean, I want to circle back to the Lotus talk.
Sure.
I want to circle back to the Lotus talk. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just, you don't really have a chance. He just instas you.
But let's move ahead. Yeah, let's move ahead.
But Lotus talk, I mean, last time these two teams faced, it was first map, and Lotus was heavily dominated by Cloud9.
Exactly.
MIBR looked lost. It was 13-7 win.
Exactly. That's a scoreline. Yeah.
I'm very worried with Cloud9 stealing this map pick of Pearl.
This is the kickoff. Like,
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was the second series that they had to play, so it went from learning how to try to play a Breach Tejo on Lotus because it was the meta, didn't work out, and they went double controller after with a Viper Omen, if I'm not mistaken, it still didn't work out. So they're still trying to like work the best aspect and the best approach they can have on this map, but with 0-4 with everything they've been trying, I don't know what they have this time around.
Yeah, and Cloud9 have been historically great at
I think
the
it's
map
another Waylay map. I think it's another Waylay map.
Really?
You think MIBR have to run the Waylay?
I think
have we seen that yet? Waylay on Lotus in any region? I don't think
John.
we've seen. Oh yeah.
Wasn't John Waylay?
I don't.
Might have been on this map.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I'll have to fact check that one for you. But map number 2, of course, is coming up. It's big. Remember, playoff contention very much on the line, and Cloud9 look like juggernauts. It's their map pick as well. So stick around. Coming up after this short break, we'll be back into it with Lotus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, Map 2 is going to be kicking off shortly here for MIBR versus Cloud9. Important series overall as well for Cloud9. They're going to be leading and going into their map pick of Lotus as well. So, you know, it's decent territory for them.
Yeah, pretty good for them, right? If they win this second map here, they clinch playoffs, and that would be such a big moment for a C9 team that I think a lot of people underrated after the off-season changes they made, after Kickoff, where they did go out in the first round, but they lost to MIBR and G2, two of the best teams in our league.
Yeah. I think, though, listen, this isn't just something that we have noticed. Every time you ask a player, we saw Boostio in the post-show, the Lev players when they sat down here, ask any of the other players about C9, and they're like, well, they're just going to choke in playoffs anyway. So, yes, it would be an incredibly big win if they were able to get the victory here today, but I think it would just be building up to something more important, which is them having an opportunity to actually perform in the Stage 1 playoffs and make it to Toronto. Because that's where this team is going to be made or broken.
I do feel like a disappointed parent with this team sometimes, because I've been believing in like them finally being good in playoffs since the first year of the league. You guys remember how good they looked back then? C9 has always done this, where they're the absolute group stage gladiators. They win every match and then show up to playoffs and don't perform.
They were so close to making it to Tokyo in that first year. 2023, I think they were one match away, just lost to NRG.
Yeah, well, we're still getting ready to start the second map as well, facing a couple of audio issues. So while we get that sorted, we're going to go to a very short break. On the other side of things, we should have the game ready. I don't want to make too many promises again, but we should have the game ready. I'm promising. I went back on my own word.
Don't promise.
I'm promising.
Maybe.
Let's get back to it then. Yeah, we're going to have the agent select up shortly as well, and all issues resolved. That's a promise from me, guarantee, some might say.
Nice, appreciate that. There's Vono again, locking in before this game. It's an important one for MIBR. They're 1-1. I'd arguably say it's more important for them than it is for Cloud9, weirdly enough. We were just discussing the stakes for C9, but C9 have yet to play against Furia too, and they would be, I mean, pretty heavily favored there. We're getting Neon versus Neon on Lotus.
Big switch up.
And both comps are so brawl heavy for those rubble fights.
Oh yeah.
I've got to expect we're going to see some massive clashes over there.
A big challenge for both of these compositions is always going to be dealing with the Sentinel utility. I think that Cypher generally presents a pretty hard counter to the Neon. If you don't get rid of those strips, sliding on in can prove a big risk, but both them sticking to the breach. Teo comp, you're basically going to have another fight ready to go every 40 seconds, and this is going to be a game that is going to be honestly decided in a lot of rounds by these opening gambits. Who can get the most space? Who can actually get an advantage player-wise with that first burst of Teo Breach Util?
Taking a look at where MIBR is set up on the pistol round here, Brent. 3 players ready to defend against a potential B hit. And this, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what C9 are going for here, but they're certainly looking to pressure B early while taking mount control.
MIBR holding down the fault line. Salvos as well. As soon as Aspas takes contact, which might be shortly. Drone spots it, fault line to follow, and here's Aspas swinging wide to the side. Stun to help him out here, but narrowly avoided and dodged and juked, and Oxy is making the most out of a chaotic situation. 2 picks for him.
Cortez still has wall on C.
He's going to attempt to slow this one down. Stall it out, try and get these rotations all the way back in, leaping into the fight like a salmon upstream. Able to trade out these kills into a 2v2 now with a pistol round. Net plant down. There's no stopping this one, and control towards CT is called for.
And a push.
Oh yeah, all the way deep as well. Oh my God, just missing the moment there. And just seeing, spotting the shoulders. Net, he's taking a bullet there for his brethren. That was meant for Vic. And now forced to back away, isolated into this fight here. Paranoid up. Can't see much in this spot. He's got to know roughly the positioning of these players, but tucked up now, tight to pillar. It's all a gamble. It's all what he's banking on. Spotted, right click, toppling around, man. Just dropping off, and Werner, watchful eye onto the perch, so it's going to be able to get that defuse.
C9, their push into spawn there was maybe a bit further than I would have liked from them. I'm not sure exactly what the call was in this kind of situation. Oxy did a great job of avoiding this trap play. It looked like Aspas had outplayed him, but Oxy managed to wiggle around and even get 2 out of that. But here, as it got down to the 2v2, sorry, Vic may have just stretched himself out just a little bit too far there, trying to take the fight into spawn.
I do like that opening from MIBR, though, setting up the trap play on B. Ends up being very effective to get those 2 kills. Combining the util to get full coverage of that space is this round. It's going to be a fight towards Mount.
I am anticipating that we see some massive rubble fights at some point in this game. But the meta has trended often on Lotus away from them. They're super high variance, and so you'll often see the attacking teams try to take mount control and then re-clear rubble, which is somewhat what Oxy's trying to do here, but I don't think he's expecting too much success when he's got a Sheriff against, you know, whatever weaponry MIBR might have.
Playing this Neon means you have no Yoru clone to deal with that Vise wall. You basically have to commit bodies to take it down.
Oh, a bit of spam from Cortesia goes a long way.
Only 20 bullets.
Avoids most of it. Oh, players running him down. Well, 20 bullets did play a part in it, as you said, maybe as well on top of it. Just not quite enough ammunition to plant down here. Mitch hard committing, hard sticking. A bit of stray bullets at the Guardian shots, almost laying claim to a couple of kills. For Cloud9 to plant is all they were really looking for. Repeat occurring, but all cleaned up in the end here. So MIBR, good beginning. Nice early start here, getting 2 rounds underneath them.
This map trends really fairly heavily attack-sided, but I think the Neon adds an extra wrinkle to it, because it means you can be even more effective at going for flood retakes than you would be with other compositions. Aspas is almost always going to be able to rotate over in time, be ready to actually get out on site. And that's especially true when you're playing this Vise, having some of the strongest stall util in the game on those Thorns. Means that C9, probably, despite having excellent exec power, are going to have to sometimes play these slower rounds, try and set up pivots into B and really work to get rid of their opponent's utility.
Same defense trap over towards B from MIBR by the look of things. This time maybe triggered off Aspas contact, whereas C9, this is what their rubble take is going to look like.
Wall up and over, there's no pushback from MIBR, as you mentioned. They already, at least were set up for the B main aggro. Fault line sent flying forwards along with the salvos. That's to disrupt Zephyr. Tucked to that spot here. Paranoia, though, still going to be sweeping into the back of the side, and Shinam is no more. Quickly taken care of. Plant now for Cloud9 on top of it. Cortesia is making himself known. Getting tripped up in the process. Util's going to be used pound for pound here to try and stall this one out. Maybe I'm still going to make a decent go at this one here, but the one-way reset up into your faces, trying to cross past this one is difficult at best, yet still making the most of it. MIBR still, there's a path to be paved, and it's paved in blood at this point. Vardezi making the most, and good with the movement, at least to stay alive for a moment there from Aspas, yet Vic is doing the most. 3 kills so far into the round. Cortesia noted. Not much more you can do from this spot. A bit more economical damage. Could be what he's looking for.
C9 easily cleaning this one up, though, when all's said and done. And Cortesia just slumps his way to his knees into the spike.
I do like this look from C9, ready to accelerate really quickly through tree. A lot of the times you will see fights, as was the case in this round, where the defenders come back through Baby Door and are really trying to fight out before the attackers can get onto the site. By pathing heavy through tree, they can isolate that site anchor and take them down before support can properly arrive. You know Oxy's going to be good for those kills.
Aspas has the operator looking over towards C. C9, rubble take again is what's on the cards. You see they use the salvos there to stop somebody fighting them aggro, teleport, but that was out rather than further in, so Shenom's going to survive at least for a little longer. He was the player that got caught anchoring the A side previously, so he's going to be hyper aware that Oxy could be looking to run him down.
Yeah, it's going to go into a B split, it looks like. Release the option for it. Cloud9 don't like what they see. Smokes propped up, blooming. Gonna try and break some of this util, and that's Baby Door completely knocked down. Cortesia is going to be hearing this now. Rumble of footsteps facing his way. Main control is pretty essential.
The heavy pressure towards Revolving Door means that C9 had to spend, or MIBR had to spend a lot of time re-clearing. They're only now arriving to retake.
Now through heaven, the first line of defense is going to be Oxy. Smoke's going to be dissipating at some point. That's his team laying down some util. They know the timings inherently, and as the doors opened up, well, let's go on for a bit of exploration. Quick snap to the side. Hospital flick to dodge the flash, but not enough to dodge the bullets. It's going even ever so slightly, still player disadvantage, but Cloud9 may be able to equalize. Zephyr weaving in and out, Armageddon at your feet. Nowhere to stand, nowhere to hide. Gonna wait out that ult though. Plenty of time on the clock to make the go of this one for Cortesia.
Cortesia's just Mr. 2K today. The amount of rounds where he has somehow managed to win out in 1v2 situations is beyond impressive. I want to see it back how he managed to pull that off.
It looked very chaotic, didn't it? It looked like there might have been potential for C9 to slow that one down, just ever so slightly. But take a look at it here in the replay again. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty nasty.
It is nasty. The double face there towards the end to play the 2v1 is not, it's not necessarily a bad call, but they could have, I think, forced Cortesia to make the moment happen for him rather than kind of peek into him one by one like that.
This comp, though, all gas, no brakes.
Sending it once more, straight up into the double door, and there's a player waiting, watching! Ult online, already ripped out and taken out in the blink of an eye. 4v4 for the opening of this round. Smoke up and around, leaping into the fight again, sets up his team for a bit of success there. Zephyr with the cleanup and the trade instantaneous at that. Jump spot is good, they know. Aspas trying to take a fight. Drop down into pit, and they're just trying to run these players down right now, but do you really want to contest with this guy right now? Zephyr, last one left, and they're making a mockery of the situation. Running rings around Zephyr.
Back-to-back rounds, C9 create the chaos, they send it on these wild rounds, and then honestly fail to thrive in some of the chaos they end up bringing through.
Shen not being able to pick up that kill is vitally important, I think. Oxy is such a tip of the spear for the team in these kind of spots. If you let him get going,
Let's go.
can get dangerous.
We have 3 ultimates.
That they do.
Right. Cortesia getting fired up though as well, making sure that he's keeping his team on the right straight and narrow in terms of the calling and what's important for them heading forwards.
Here we go again. This time different pathing. He's headed towards Baby Door.
Salvo's immediately breaking that one open, but it's a counter stunning order. Bucky's in play, still followed up and cleaned up, and it's a rifle obtained. Quick plant now down onto the B site. Rapid plays by Cloud9 seems to be the name of the game. And Vic is hyper aggressive. Could be trying to take this peek into him. Aspas! Straight transfer. Not quite aligning there, but he's just doing and definitely done enough damage. And to this point for Cloud9, Zephyr and Net, last ones will have to stand against most of this. Aspas running them down and away, and a quick snap to the side. Shainham dismisses and deals with Zephyr almost single-handedly, and baiting Net out wide.
That was just an eco, but this is the third round now in a row where C9 have full sent off the rip, got themselves a solid opening and position into sight, but then in their post plant have tried to continue that momentum forward into a deep spite, into spawn, into link, and have ended up losing the round off of the trades because of that.
Yeah, it's the fight over there towards Waterfall that just goes so badly for them. And I think MIBR look really happy to play at this higher tempo, which wasn't something I was necessarily expecting. I think C9 more naturally, we assume, are going to thrive in the chaotic situations because they're the ones that are creating it. But that has not been the case.
Buddy, these barriers are going down, and I'm seeing 5v4 in terms of the players. There's a stun immediately to try and dissipate some of this action, take a bit of bite out of the round, but as you peek past that one into the fray, Rolling Thunder, pushing them all the way back. This is MIBR, look at it equalize. Succeeded at least at that first level of the plan, but now battle lines being drawn out, a bit of a stalemate being called for now.
Pretty sure the openings of these rounds would kill a Victorian child if you showed it to them. Just chaos every which way. For the first time, though, it's a bit slower. C9 slow down, send the drone back towards C, and now look to retake space into A. They're heading towards the operator, though.
Yeah, Verno's holding it steady. Hand is required for the moment, and, well, just can't quite adjust in time. Bit of a micro flick missing off to the side here. Forced way out of the line of sight that he potentially would have looked to take.
I know exactly.
Swapped it for the Vandal though, didn't he? So now Net gets into a position where he can use his ultimate. They realize that the A site is pretty empty, but both initiators from MIBR could try to flood.
Through Heaven, Armageddon as well. You can use this one to try and at least clear them forwards. The goal
to B.
Yeah, to try and push them back in, and now straight over towards B as well. Swings some roundabouts.
Nice call.
Zephyr being left as an insert.
MIBR don't really know where this has ended. They've lost track.
Cloud9 just holding as well. I think they were waiting for the smoke cooldown before they actually had committed. And now, play goes backwards once more. Steel Garden, overlap. This is Cloud9. Not too many guns to use here. Got to rely onto the util and just try and buy time for the Zephyr lurk all the way through. But Vic has already fallen. Fault line is waiting. Net's going to be in front of this, though. As soon as this one gets sent flying, there it is. Forwards once more. Ada's in. Sticking. They don't really know what to expect from where these players are. And the salvas are not coming out in time. That's half already onto the defuse. Going to try and preempt this one. Send the salvas out nice and early. Katizia a tap. Pulling these players out wide. Cloud9. The positions are noted. And MIBR, they know exactly what to do into this spot. Last-ditch hurrah and effort there from Zephyr. Decent go of things in the end, but MIBR are in control, even when it gets scrappy.
They're doing such a good job of handling these chaotic rounds, finding their moment to slow things down and play the retakes the way they want to do it.
This one was quite different, though, to the previous rounds. Normally, MIBR have had their opening because somebody on C9 or two players on C9 tried to fight aggro and get into a pretty pushed-up spot.
Bro.
This time, MIBR themselves were the people setting the tempo with that Vice ultimate that really triggered the go button. And yet they still find a ton of success. Cloud9 have got to be scratching their heads here, because what do you do if you play passive in the post plants? That hasn't been working. If you're playing aggressive, they can't find the right timing to disrupt MIBR. What is the adjustment here? Because they're getting into the sites, they're getting the plant down, and yet 5 out of the 6 rounds they've lost have been retakes.
I'd like to see them maybe show a little slower rounds and try and threaten lurk up into the mid-round here. Be that putting pressure over towards B or dealing with this Vice util on C. Pretty much every round that wall has managed to stay up, meaning MIBR can very quickly rotate and put all their attention towards playing the Flood retake on A and B, which has just been killing C9 thus far. The issue, though, you don't have a lot of amazing tools to deal with that. Gonna just have the Stingers this round, though.
Coming into the match, Zephyr leads all Tejo plays in VCT Americas in ACS at 245. Imi was talking about Zephyr, you know, having his, what, 17th life game or something.
We're going for 18 maybe here.
Yeah.
See if he can pull it off.
In Kickoff, Zephyr had an amazing match and then still managed to get back to the Zephyr average of the 1.0 rating.
You're going to see a brawl once more here. It's a bloodbath over towards A Rubble. Bit of evade and switch, seeing if they can pull some of this util out blind as anything. Oxy is just slowly crawling towards it, but into the open arms and crossfire setup that MIBR have got cooking and set up. Vic somehow in the midst of all of this one ended up way out of dodge. And he's on the last one left.
He's on defense with an op.
Picked up the Stinger. Gonna be waiting for you though. How do you deal with all of this? Aspas happy to be the sacrificial lamb just to seal this one up. 7-1 now for MIBR. They've firmly ran away with the half.
Bit of a happier 7-1 for the Brazilians.
Literally every time.
It is every time.
It's hard not to.
How many years has it been since that semi-final game?
We're not going to be let back into the country.
I mean, we've got to find a different one. Surely.
We love Brazil.
Imi is not on Cloud9 at the moment, is he? He's having a bit of a nightmare out there.
That's a horrible thought.
Yeah.
He is on Cloud9 still.
Artazine picks up the operator as breach.
Listen, there's reset. Fight to be taken. Stun tucked up. Smoke's not going to be helping you out too much when Vic is pulling off magic like this. Like a rabbit out of the hat. Pulls a round out of his ass as well, man. This is just unreal stuff from Cloud9 when they needed it most.
What magicians have you been going to see? I
don't want to know, mate.
Yeah.
You don't want to know.
It feels like if C9 just go into that quantity of rubble fights, one's eventually got to have a huge play coming out of somebody to turn it around. Vic tried the same play when they had the Stingers in the previous round. Like super deep double teleport to be able to kind of get behind them. Although this is different.
Oh. So clean from Vic there.
Yeah, just do that again then.
If they're starting to get the read on the rubble fights, then maybe it'll make a difference. But the best case scenario here is still a 7-5 lost half.
But Josh, you said it yourself earlier on, when you're rubble fighting every round, you have really high variance in the round that comes down to the brawl, and they've had enough of rubble, still sending the neon there, but the brunt of the forces of both teams instead posture towards C, and it's a quiet stack from MIBR.
Yeah, MIBR fully in control, aren't they, in terms of the game plans? The way that they're setting this one up feels like they're in the comms almost. Salvo's at your feet. You have to really respect that now. If you are Aspas, and he's dodging, juked most of the stun coming his way out. Ascent happy to help out. Over the shoulder there, a couple of straight bullets, and Oxy will drop.
There's still Thorns front B. C9 is not going to be able to call this pivot immediately.
It is the nerfed version of the Thorns, though, so they've got a slightly earlier entry.
It's dissipating now, finally laying claim to a bit of space onto the B site. Stealth thrown out wide, has to be broken, will do just that. And where we going, man? Swings and roundabouts, you're just making mad pivots all over the bloody place.
Blind.
And they're trying to go in through baby door. Shanum! Sky could be more than a menace right now. TP just to try and back himself away, and his Cloud9 players are being corralled, picked to pieces. Chomped at the bit. And that's a flawless round from MIBR. I mean, they were like shepherds, man.
I just watched a manhunt. Yeah. I mean, LA's known for car chases, not normally like this, but all the way across the map, MIBR just runs them down.
I think you could see the awareness right from the beginning as to where C9 wanted to go with the breach ultimate, right? You see the way that Aspas is set up. He's looking to try to get an op pick.
I was trying to run after, then your big ass in front of me.
He's looking to try to get the op pick right before the breach ult comes through.
Another fight towards A. Yeah. Seen this round many a time before.
Salvo's breaking the door nice and early here. Oxy's trying to get ahead of most of this. He's been dying first in a lot of these engagements. There's that counter util as well for the refight, and it's called for MIBR on top of it all. Vic, we saw magic from this guy, but blinded up still, ult into the hands of Aspas. Hungry hunting.
They've switched the sides of the map.
And the spike dropped down into the middle of nowhere.
Vic has his ult to recover that spike, but he's completely separated from that.
Just missing the stray shot. MIBR. Series of unknowns, really, just in terms of where Vic's playing, but he reveals his hand anyway, opening up the door. Aspas does not really care for it. TP up and above, behind. Will be that clean up in the trade, but still a lot more obstacles to try and overcome if you are Vic.
Oh, he's got the
ult, but he needs to try and find a safe place to use it. It's not going to be given any of it. Verno, quick to hunt him down.
Last round.
Giving him the Tetlings at the end as well. What's that about? A little bit of beef. 9-2 up. And this has been way more one-sided than I would have expected. After what we saw in the previous map, where it was back and forth basically the entire time. 13-9 finish. And this is Cloud9's map pick as well. Sure, I thought there would be some like high variance, big rubble fight rounds going on, but this has been very consistently MIBR coming out on top.
Back to the well for Cloud9. This time, just sending 2 players instead, probably looking to turn this into a B split.
Just trying to condition, like they've got the brunt of their forces over towards that area. Paranoia swoops forwards, though it spells it out nice and pretty. The Thorns sidestep for now. Cloud9 have access to front B. These A players could really do some damage. Oxy's already removed one of them. Rolling Thunder to try and disrupt this one. Plan not going to be going down. A bit of raw spam as well coming in through the main choke points. And okay, we're going to be pivoting back over towards A.
Yeah, they'll have a clean post plan here. It's going to be a second before MIBR's rechargeables come back online.
Aspas realizing it. A lot of contact to be caught up top there. And aftershock to swing. Mitch sets him up nicely. Stealth drone trying to get a handle in terms of the player positions. It's broken, so they know the rough position of Addison. Still ults are available to be utilized. Zephyr is considering it now. Armageddon held ready, lying in wait, and there it is. It's going to be buying even more time. Well placed. Slight pocket to play in, but time is being bled out, and the refight up towards heaven is even better still. For Cloud9, they're going to deal with Cortesia, and this guy is not stopping and not slowing down. Time is against him, though. Oh, my. That just delivers it. Bullet to the head.
Finally, in round 12, Cloud9 get the round that you're looking for, where they bait the plant onto B, draw out that attempt at a flood defend with the breach ult there that you're just witnessing, and find that safe pivot into the A site where they can actually play a bit more of a solid post-plant setup. And even then it gets a bit dangerous with Cordes here at the end.
Oxy finds a key kill in that round after having a rough half, just sending it in time after time.
I'll take 3.
You heard it from them. They'll take 3. We'll see what Cloud9 can do to try and crawl their way back, but MIBR are determined to send us to that 3rd map. We're going to be finding out after this. Getting back into it, 9-3, and we heard it from Cloud9 in a replay towards the end. They'll take 3, but yeah, it's a difficult spot to try and fight back from, to be honest. MIBR looking primed to try and take us all the way to Haven.
And kind of a weird map pool that we've got here. I'm not exactly sure why C9 took us to Lotus. We haven't seen it just yet. I'm sure they were expecting their rubble fights to go a lot better for them, but I was surprised not to see a map like Ascent in the pool today. And it is one of those unusual ones where the teams are performing better on their opponent's map pick.
It's a different team on attack, but no different with the Neon Breach Teo here.
This is it. Crunch setup for Cloud9. They're looking to try and put the squeeze onto the players in through spawn. Stuns rattling. Ricocheting. Blind as anything. Addison's lucky that he's alive, but barely a shred of health left to his name here. They're able to just put a stop to any sort of pressure being applied, but Cloud9 relentless in their approach. It's all or nothing from them. And they're able to clean up and at least follow up, putting a bit of a vice grip on them. Shanum. Signs of life for him. He's barely there. He's got the spike in his hand, so he's going to be able to scurry away and potentially get that plant down into A. There's a chance to make it winnable.
Spike planted, cover going out.
7 HP in a dream. Paranoia, but no safe position to use it from. He's just got to hit some ridiculous headshots.
Yeah, this is the spot that he's been placed in, as you mentioned. And Cloud9 are not going to be giving anything away for free. Still there's a chance with the timing to be taken. Guns have been looking the other way of things. Smoke propped up. Just out to the side here. Net's going to be sticking this one onto the defuse. Paranoia forward still. It's already just being stuck all the way forwards. And one round for Cloud9. Consolation kills at the end of the day for Shanum.
Bit tragic there for Shanum. If he was slightly wider on the angle, it hit the shot on the player defusing first. No doubt he would have won that round. But instead, C9 stick things through, and after losing pretty much every one of these chaotic brawls in the first half on their rubble fights, went a very critical one here to get the pistol.
Blind faith that you're going to stick the defuse there.
Yes, let's go!
That's a round that Cloud9 needed to get back into it, absolutely. Their pistol round strategy worked. And now MIBR are stampeding towards them on C, where there's a trip set up.
Oh my god.
But they are in so early.
It's the kitchen sink. Ricocheting backwards, man. Aspas to being slingshotted. TP's in, up and over towards the top here. Blind as anything, but close quarters. That's where the classics are going to be thriving. And the site is now theirs. MIBR lay claim to it. Spike potentially going down. Straight bullets just missing, so extension now earned. Pocket change on top of it, but MIBR not content with that. They want the round win. Trying to press the advantage. Util being used out for wards. They're back here. With the weapons picked up, MIBR not able to carve out too much more from it. Verno and Adson. Adson on an island. He's left alone. Verno miles away. Salva's going to be pointing them. If he even chooses to use it there to try and dislodge them. But yeah, it's a little bit too late for that.
So a good anti-eco for C9 here.
MIBR with an opportunity to knock this momentum really early. If they can pull something aggressive like that out, but with rifles in hand, I think you saw that C9 were not ready for that tempo. The thing that actually saved them in this round was the fact that they had superior weaponry. But Vic was pure backpedaling on the defensive C. He was not ready for how fast Aspas was in his face.
And a heavy clash about to occur once more. Rinse and repeat out towards A rubble. Patience played by MIBR to begin with. Feigning like they want to try and play this one nice and slow, and they do have the util for a reclear, but Vic, the paranoia, or posture, force them to respect the angles. MIBR now going to be going for it. Second wave of the approach. Smokes are going to be fading, and you don't have the weapon at hand to really deal with most of that one. Still stunned, ricocheting out towards their side as bodies to be found. Players toppled! Cloud9 still right from behind. It's Oxy with a quick return. Even faster reactions. Spike down and out. Cortesia just rattling off bullets. One through the wall, not enough to get it all done. 4-piece for Oxy in this one, and this is now 9-6 momentum building here for Cloud9.
If you sell a story of a comeback on this defensive side, it has to start with Oxy. Had a rough go at things with these Rebel fights in the first half, but picked some really nice targets on this one. Great awareness to turn and face Shenom. And definitely going to be building the confidence back.
Don't know if you caught it there in the replay, but that is a sad little neon wall that just ran into root and didn't go anywhere. And so the entirety of MIBR were just left out in the open. I think somehow Aspas's wall just disappeared. And here we go, this set play.
Oh my, there's
lots of teams love it.
I mean, it's a set play, but not coordinated with too much more past that point. Shenom has immediately dealt with trips. Not going to be too much of an issue here. MIBR find themselves a nice little section, peace of mind here with a plant going down as well, but Cloud9 setting themselves up now for the retake with Oxy's ult in hand. One stun to Ricochet, Aftershock and Thorns already being used here, blinds in your face. Aspas glides to the side, hoping to catch that timing here, and still trying to control this space, but going to be meeting the other end of the shotgun, made into mincemeat on the other side of things here. Now the salvos push them out wide. Oxy's momentum completely stalled out, but the bullets raining them down with lead. And a bit of fire and fury here. It's Cloud9 up to that 7th round now. What I said earlier about that momentum being on their side, there's no denying it at this point.
When Shenom dies at the very start of the round like that, you're kind of cooked. It's not that you're missing the smokes, but you're also just missing the paranoia that you'd love to use in some kind of post-plant situation. And MIBR have run this round before. I remember them running a very similar thing at Kickoff. I assume it was against 100 Thieves, but I can't exactly recall. But their coordination on this play does not make sense. It's really far off. You have all the freedom to focus on Shenom before the sight hit actually comes through. There are definitely teams that run that same strategy with a lot better coordination.
And MIBR are going to call their own timeout now. 4 rounds in a row lost here. And from MIBR, what we've seen a lot from them thus far is they haven't been sending it quite as much as C9 did in their first half. A couple of these rounds just feigning early aggression into A, then going for the re-clear plays. Round 15 was pretty effective there, almost got the win off of it. But C9's retakes have been on point.
The body language looks a bit stressed from MIBR. I mean, maybe I'm just reading too much into Werner when he's, you know, a new addition to the team and he's having to adapt to the comm system as well. But he has looked a bit stressed today. And MIBR are not having the greatest run of things here. I mean, they were up great at the halftime, 9-3, and now suddenly there's a game again that they have to fend off a comeback.
These are the moments where the pressure is on for Artisan. He only picked up the IGLing towards the end of Kickoff for MIBR. His first team filling into that role. Relatively young player as it's back to what we've seen a million times before, Bren.
Yep.
Yeah, but this time with the Odin.
Yeah, into the bloodbath. And there was that little twist, as you mentioned, with the Odin. Raining down and hailing down with a couple of bullets. Maybe that's enough to offset this one. And MIBR could be finding it difficult, yeah. Just unconventional, a bit awkward at best. Shenom, though, is right behind him, lined up with these players. Vic is just instantaneous with the return, man. How is he landing these shots? Snappy as anything. It's a 4-piece in a round for him, and 1 player's left to stand. Cortesia lets them all know. Breaking the trip. But the tension is just stewing in the air right now for MIBR. That tension that, listen, maybe we are reading into things a little bit too much, but at this point, this is a map that is getting away from them, and not just a map, a series.
Vic has got to be one of the most calm players with the way he's aiming in these chaotic positions, keeping his crosshair perfectly placed at head level, predicting every one of those players in what is a round that's very easy to lose yourself in. But it's his second time getting a 4K from that same position this game. And C9, the gap is now down to 1.
Both Omens are playing their teleports really nicely around the Neon meta at Rubble. But this round, they're just going to rotate the map around each other. C9 push out through Mound. Don't quite catch Cortesia there, but MIBR are going to realize and react into A. And now Artazine has this breach ultimate for post-plant. Then again, I mean, both teams do.
Let's see who gets the better of it. MIBR being allowed a lot of space to set up here. Thorns lay it down. Backside control is theirs. Oxy, wall up and over towards the top. It's going to be cutting the site, splitting it into twain, but slowed down by the util. Rolling Thunder, first line of it. We're going to see how this one gets used, and Astos has been left alone. Sacrificial is the nature of his position in that spot right there. He's going to be taking most of the contact. Rolling Thunder pushing him back once more, and just trying to hold the line against this net. Perfect time to strike, but the smoke dissipates, and Oxy is revealed. Door needs to open up wide. MIBR winning this one out. Spilling out blood now onto the side, and net just spraying them all down. Bitch, able to capitalize in the end. Time just online for him. Cloud9 now making it even.
MIBR have got to stop the bleeding real early here. Everything that C9 are doing on the defense side is working. It doesn't have to be some major fight over towards Rubble. This was a 5v5 retake.
And I really like this twist, going really heavily for that push through Mound, instead setting up to flank, but then still kind of getting an opportunity to reset themselves, win out in that retake there. Started this half with only Vic positive for C9, but the rest of the team has come online here. Net, Oxy having a lot of impact. MIBR, another chance on this fight.
See it. Just the smoke propped up. Snellman. They're trying to feign like they could be lurking through, but at this point, Cloud9, they know fully that is not the case. Now Jones is going to be clearing all the way through. Net's got to be cautious. He's going to be hearing this util now coming his way. Cambion broken spells it all out, and this reclearance. Cortesia missed the 2K himself. Offers his team a bit of a lifeline. Now trying to enter their way back in, and the shot's just about missing. Aspas needs some help and needs some bailout. He's trying to play his life and play it. He does to perfection. Weaving back and forth here. Any attempt at the return of the fire from Cloud9. He's coming up with naught.
Once more, MIBR get around basically because of Cortesia. It felt like it was happening multiple times on Pearl. Wasn't enough for them in the end, but this guy's had his moments for sure today. In spots where you wouldn't expect it. A 2K with a Guardian. C9 is still going to go for this one, but they are on the outside looking in round 19.
No flashes, no stun. This is going to be difficult.
And Aspas off angle, loses the first engagement, 6 HP. That's what Mitch has been dropped down to. Util still to be spent out, layered out. It's an Armageddon, trying to force the issue. Verno push round to the side here, and in the midst of all this sound cues and the chaos, he takes himself out. Shanum spotted, and he's the last line of defense for them. Time is ticking with that spike rapidly approaching, and at this point, Circle probably already shrinking. Saved from a dire circumstance.
It's a Red Bull clutch, only because his teammate dies to his own Armageddon.
I mean, you saw what he was going for. He's looking to try to get the hop up to get the punish down into water, but it's, yeah, not exactly thriving in the chaos there. Bit of a rough one. Little bit rough, but all good. They win the round, and that's an important one for MIBR to get on the board. It's their first attack round that they've been able to win so far here.
If that's what it took. Hard to replicate still. Oxy up in hand now, and he hears it. Ult offloaded. This is Aspas trying to galvanize the round, inject a bit of speed into it. And Oxy's lucky to just get the hell out of there. Aspas in through the back. He is isolated, alone. Not sure if Net's going to be communicating that. And Oxy has found Shanum as the door was just peeking wide open.
Yeah, that's not great. Now no smokes, no paranoia for the post plant. They're going to be relying on Cortesia with his Vice ultimate, with Thorns to try to slow the round down. There go the Thorns.
And the Steel Guardian's going to be even better in the back pocket. Let loose, perfect timing on it. Cloud9 looking to try and get back into the fight rapidly at that. So now we get him to try and layer it all the way down and swapping around with a weaponry, Aspas. My God. Two-piece again for him. Time has been bought. TP forwards as well, trying to cut up these angles. Mitch has found that first kill in sight with the salvos. Enough to buy that time. And at this point, yeah, it's not going to be happening. Mitch realizes it.
A much cleaner post plant that round, but it did take everything from them. MIBR had to invest a ton of ultimates to close this out. But they have found a way in here.
Trying to get it off towards the end. We'll see if Mitch is able to find it. No,
Not quite.
Bit labored there from Oxy, isn't it? I mean, that's because he's got the operator and was just swinging back in. What's he using there? Some kind of, was that a classic that he was shooting with? I'm not totally sure.
Nice! Nice round, guys. Nice round.
But if that's more of an even duel between the two Neons, then maybe Aspas isn't able to get the 2K and would make it more difficult for them to be able to hold on in the post.
Credit to Aspas these last 2 rounds. I love the way that he's pathing into the C site. He's done a really good job of kind of having a mental picture of where those tripwires are, avoiding them perfectly on all of these entries, and playing off of Artsin's util very well. The synergy between Aspas and that initiator, who kind of was part of the reason that he's on the team, was Aspas wanting to pick him up off Sasi's recommendation.
I think one of the other things too is that Cloud9 seemed really happy to be playing retake because it was working for them. And these last couple of rounds, MIBR have found opportunities to play together in the post plan and stop Cloud9 from immediately entering on the retake. Whether that's because of Thorns or the Vice ult or by applying a little bit of pressure as they're coming in, fighting Waterfall, these kind of things. Now, what did MIBR do? They've been ending C a ton, and Cloud9 have been playing retake C a ton. I'd expect both teams to be changing that up.
And for MIBR, that changes to go back towards this A fight. C9, though, have their fight squad ready to go with the initiators and Oxy.
We'll see which way this fight ends up going. MIBR haven't been opting all in at the beginning, usually just feigning with an Omen smoke, but this time it looks very much all in. It's a flash TP up towards the side here, Salvos. Yeah, James gonna have to offload both of that immediately and rapidly here, just trying to escape from the Aya. Mitch backs himself out just in time, away from that aftershock here. Opening kill advantage. Going away of MIBR, with Oxy being dropped.
In these positions in the first half, C9 always heated up instantly and sent it on a site. MIBR have done a solid job here of slowing the round down and giving themselves some options with their player advantage.
Does become a bit more difficult for C9 to play some kind of flood retake style with Oxy gone. Net started this round with the judge as well. He's going to tuck himself close to B.
It's a perfect position to play in.
He'd love to get a couple walking into him here.
Especially if MIBR are thinking about pivoting into that B hit. That B main control, smoke layer, down, drop down, and there it is. Judge in hand, Net! It's just ripping them to pieces. And now, there's no pivot option. You have to send it. All in is the play to be made. But precision is the name of the game for Cloud9. And Verno, one man left alone, not for much longer. Sent straight back to the spectator seat, and Cloud9 not willing to give up the map just yet.
And in taking their time there, MIBR almost turned into their own problem, not having any utility to really re-clear front B. Get eaten alive by this judge.
And if it wasn't a judge, if it had been a rifle, wouldn't have been on that angle. They probably would have been able to get in.
The judge, bro.
But yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
The gun makes all the difference in that spot. It really does. And it's allowed Cloud9 to stay within one.
And the money's awkward. Outlaw picked up by Oxy. Long sideline to be watching for any sort of action.
The money's horrid. What is going on with MIBR's buy?
I don't know at all.
Every player's one shot to this Outlaw.
Yeah, and this is where Oxy could do that damage. Again, he's just waiting for any sort of signs, and there it is. Gliding to the side, second bullet will do it.
Well, Cortezia had a pistol, and now he upgrades to Aspas' rifle.
To be wary of this one, or do you, Oxy? Not to be denied. Chance of a highlight clip here. 3 in around for him, 2 players left to stand. Drop down to 10 HP.
And the reason I was saying the money is horrid is because Ardazine and Verno, the last two players alive, kind of forced up into this round.
This could be dire straight, not looking in the right place, and not in the right time whatsoever. This is Mitch sealing it up. 11-11 here for Cloud9. There was an instance, a blip on the timeline of MIBR able to get those 2 rounds, but
what are they going to buy here, Brett?
Yeah, it's all over the place with the money.
Ardazine and Verno bought down to 100 and 500 credits, so now they've got nothing to work with.
They call it timeout to talk about it.
Yeah, they have to at this point. And there's a lot on the line here. C9, after nearly letting this comeback slip away, they're again in control. And this is MIBR's second timeout in, I think, like less than 6 rounds.
Fraud in the coach comms. Why did you guys buy again?
It's not good.
I mean, that's a bit of a confusing one. It could well have just been a miscomm.
In round 23?
It might have been them thinking that they'd be able to buy some kind of light, or banking on the fact that they were going to be able to get the plant down or something, but they've made it more difficult than they had to here towards the tail end of Lotus.
Oxy's never felt better about an Outlaw investment, though, getting 3 kills that round. And maybe the round to send them to playoffs. C9 2 away from winning this series 2-0. A team that people discounted after kickoff, after losing in the first rounds, but just about on the verge of taking down MIBR, a team considered by most to be one of the top 3, if not top 2, in VCT Americas.
Cloud9 are gearing up for a bit of a crunch is what it looks like. Looking for signs of life from MIBR. This time, stacking their players in the right place. No incorrect guesses.
It doesn't really look like a full crunch to me, though. I mean, Oxy's got the Outlaw, and it's more of a passive trap setup on V with the stun salvo. Maybe a bait and switch.
There's a hard shot to hit, and Aspas immediately returns with the fire. Look at this guy. Lights out. Plays in Ardazine to perfection.
They just ran him over.
It was actually just a great economic investment to have a stinger this round.
Yeah, genius. I mean, yeah. What did Fraud say to him? Just run at them? Aspas, skip through the meadows over towards Mound, man. That's an incredible round for MIBR to suddenly pick up the aggression and storm over C9.
It's a 2v4. Mitch's position is very much known.
They can try and play for this. They have money. Don't have to worry about not being able to rebuy for the potential last round in this one. And if you snap to a couple of more heads, maybe there's a chance of it here. Yes, Rolling Thunder's committed. They think this one's winnable. Already laying siege and laying claim to this site. This is a 2v2 at that. Just missing the timing onto this one, but the phone line is perfection on top of it. Leave it to the 1v1 Mitch. Time ticking. 3 kills into the round, and what a WinCon's just dwindle away from him. It's a risky call to make for Cloud9 then. Investment into it, but they do take a heavy, heavy knock for MIBR's economy for this final round here of regular time.
Yeah, massive economic burden here. They do get the plant money. They got a bunch of kills as well. But taking out every single rifle, that's brutal.
Oxy can buy another Outlaw here if he wants. He's going to have his ultimate online as a backup as well. C9, this damage has set them up to send this match to OT.
The only silver lining there for MIBR is that Mitch used his Breach ultimate and Ardazine was in a spot where he actually couldn't. He just had to stay gun out in water.
And C9, it was a fake on the A fight.
Yeah, trying to at least feign it potentially here. Through B, through C, it's familiar scenes. MIBR has seen this one before, but how do you withstand against it? Heat's been turned up all the way, and they want to take this one to OT in the blink of an eye.
Welcome to the Fight Club. Both teams just decide to send it through the spawn in C9. They'll send this to overtime. Keep the dreams of a 2-0 alive here.
That's the kind of round you get when both teams are opting into the Neon. And both teams are super confident at going for these fights, taking them, brawling. What a call from C9. Back-to-back rounds where both teams just threw caution to the wind and went for it.
C9, if you remember their attack side.
Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Hey, hey!
They sent it almost every single time on A, that's right. And in overtime, do they want to stick to that read of fighting Rubble every round, or are they going to show us a new wrinkle to this plan?
Same play, different round.
Here.
MIBR going for the same play with their contact off of Aspas.
It's their pistol rounds again with that trap play, but no one's fighting.
And this is just rapid, isn't it? A lot of heat being applied now to Shanum. Spotted out here, suppressed, and yeah, capitalize. Quick on the heels is Oxy, and he This guy's not giving up any sort of space here. Here's it. Dashing up and around here. Stun's going to be overlapped, overlaid. Oxy, do you dare overstep yourself and try and take this one? Peek, forwards, and he's just ahead of the timings. Util's flying forwards. MIBR trying to gear up for this one into the retake. But this guy is unstoppable. To 4-piece before finally the rabid dog that Oxy is shut down. And Verno's left to watch in dismay and see how we can just try and find a way through into this round. It's so damn unlikely. 1v4. Cam in your face, too many layers to peel back and find a way through. Cloud9 get themselves up to series point.
The pace from Oxy completely overwhelmed what Shannon was expecting. We've seen that swapped around a couple of times where it was Vic super heavy backpedaling, but you've got to be well ahead of the play to anticipate that and get out to safety in time.
Oxy ended the first half of attack something like 4-11. He was getting rinsed with those same fast A pops, but in overtime, it's successful. You see how much it means to him in that reaction. And C9 have match point.
I think this is a really tough call here for MIBR. C9 have already showcased that they are happy to just instantly crunch through B and through C. And they're probably not going to do that again because they literally just did that on the most recent defense round. But MIBR have got to start the round respecting the fact that C9 can bring the fight to them and then try to come up with their own game plan for how they get into a good attacking situation. And remember that the attack side has been the problem for both of these teams.
It was a 9-3 half in favor of MIBR. Slipped away in the second. Now looking at a possible series loss. After being so close to beating G2 last week.
Yeah, it's rough for MIBR. For Cloud9 on the other side of things though, they'll be looking forward to trying to wrap this one up here and now. Win here in this series, as we've been mentioning, gives them a lock in the top 4 for Stage 1 playoffs, so they'll be happy with that ticket printed off the backside of this round here, round 26. But for MIBR, it all lays in wait here and now. Bit of disrespect past this one way. Delayed with the salvers as well, reclaiming control of Mound. South drone forwards, this looks pacey. MIBR at least feigning like they might want to go fast, but thinking twice about it.
This camera that Net's positioned out here is going to be giving him really nice mid-round information.
He sees they've all cleared out.
That's going to call Oxy back over towards A. Stun ready here for Mitch. And a great timing on the drone to re-clear front B.
And Mitch doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Double hold it up. It's him and Oxy. Util being used to try and clear their way back through rubble.
Keeping Cortesia, though, over towards Mount. And the fact that the cam and the drone both got used at the minute mark means that they can now regroup for a C-pop. And I think that MIBR have called quite a nice round here. Net's starting to realize.
But Vic's here, he's been great all map.
How do you hold this one down now? Util being used all over the place, and he's getting tricky with it again with the TPs! An adjustment! Spray transfer! It's exactly what the doctor ordered. Vic delivers it once more. Aspas alone towards the back, but finally some backup reinforcements arriving. It's Verno. He's quick onto the scene, and a jar with a movement, spraying him down. Mitch left alone to his devices into this 1v1 scenario. 13 seconds left on the clock. This is it for all the marbles for the series and all for MIBR to survive at all. Man, stuck down, bullets spread wide and past Armageddon. Forwards, Mitch, what position are you playing in? Narrowly avoiding. And a reposition from Verno could be exactly what MIBR needed. Rotating around, the question is, does Mitch clear it? The answer is no. Crosshair placement not quite there. So intelligent with the reposition. Verno saves his team.
The one American player on the Brazilian roster saves the day in this game. Gives him another chance at overtime, but Vic, I mean, what an incredible round it was from him, getting those two, setting Mitch up to nearly win this clutch.
You're looking at that from Mitch's POV as well. He has so many opportunities to nearly win that. I mean, Verno dancing with death in multiple situations that could have had C9 winning the series. But we're back to level.
And we're back to an A fight, Bren.
There won't be any pushback. At least not initially. Alternating up the setup here. MIBR full Vice util, playing up over towards A here. Big delay, but in for a tree. Cloud9 already taking this space. TC needs to be careful. His team, though, happy to back him up here. Off to the side of here, and on top of the ropes here with the Paranoia flying forwards. Plenty of bodies, plenty of targets. Laying claim here, and just firing down from on high. Cortezia making good usage of it. The rest of his team happy to bail him out. Bit of extra firepower, and it just goes both ways here for MIBR now. Map point.
Switching sides.
MIBR with a completely different setup as far as I can remember. I don't recall Cortezia having a super defensive setup like that over towards A with the Vice, and it bought so much time. I thought C9 were going to back up once they realized that the defense was super layered in, entrenched on the A position, but they continued battering their head against it, even as the Flood was coming through and through.
A truly great call from them, and for Cortezia, another one of these rounds when his team is in trouble, where he manages to save the day. It's been on point all matches. It's another OT timeout. C9 back on the defense this time. And now facing down match point from MIBR. The possibility of heading to Haven.
And who knows what we're going to get if we head over to Haven. But it's felt like C9 have had, I mean, ever since the second half began and they've had that massive momentum shift, I felt like they were in control of this game, and now MIBR is starting to come back, reassert some authority here. You can see, even just at the end of that round as well, in round 27, Cortezia kind of readjusting his seat, getting fired up, ready to reposition himself for the next round. Looking like they're mentally alert.
MIBR's done really well with these C hits in the last couple rounds of attack for them. And again, it seems like Vic and Net will be in the hot seat.
Claw through them.
And left to try and push this one back. Usually slow going off the rip here from MIBR. Just dodging to the side here with a... Ooh, the full line! But you've got to be careful here, Vic. Lying in wait here, plenty of util, and Aspas is eager to try and lay claim to most of this site. Still angles and pockets to play and weave in and out. Net to two-piece to be found. The rest of his team, time has been bought for them to try and play themselves all the way back in. Stalemate and pause caught for tempering in the midst of the round. A beautiful moment, and MIBR finding all the success in the world.
Another chance for Mitch in the clutch, this time to save this map.
And a 1v3, this is MIBR just trying to sail all the way to Haven. MIBR not taking any chances. There's a tap to try and pull Mitch out wide and open. Aftershock forwards and eager to draw blood. It's 15-13 is how we finish here on Lotus. And MIBR will be taking us all the way here to Haven.
Massive recovery in that final round from MIBR. Discipline for them as they entered through the choke point, kind of baiting the C9 players in and ripping them to pieces. That game looked like it was way falling out of their control after a 9-3 dominant first half, but showcasing that tenacity to stay in there and make sure they could convert in OT.
And now a twist in this series. C9 had the option to play Ascent, the map they decimated Leviathan on just last week. But instead, we head to new ground, Haven, the map they've elected to send us to instead, with a chance to make playoffs still intact if they can win this series.
Absolutely. Still plenty of chances up in the air, and you can tell how both of these teams just need this win. They want this win. It's been lights out, that tenacity and resilience being shown by MIBR. Beautiful work, and we will be heading over to Haven. Time for a quick break. Of course, we're going to be handing it back over to the analyst to break it all down for map number 3. Do not go anywhere.
They forget about the ults. They're just going to frag their way through this.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today. Oh, talk about saving the best for last. We're off to map 3, folks. In honestly, a series that will potentially put Cloud9 in the playoffs if they can just land the plane, but that's with a rocky pile. A little bit of turbulence there as they come into Lotus International Airport, because we got the 9-3. I'm gonna call the 9-3 blessing here, right?
Airport.
What a comeback on that defense side from Cloud9, but really, like, MIBR came out of the gates so strong. There's so much to get excited about in a matchup like this. I know we're all begging for it. I saw you in the chat asking for a map 3. It's been delivered, but we've got to spend some time on MIBR right now because, man, we're beating a dead horse here, but the youngsters are looking unbelievable. All of them on this team, right? Verno, the most recent addition, saving the game for MIBR, preventing a 2-0 here, but we got treated to a crazy MIBR who were not afraid to take these rubble fights. So much action in the early rounds, Vans, where they were pushing up. They knew C9 would bring the fight to them, and they were ready.
Not only rubble fights too, but how they're playing passive for certain rounds are also so good at taking retakes on the side of MIBR. And you've mentioned it, it's the Shenum, for example, being one of them in Cortesia. The amount of double kills they are getting around the server to make sure that they had a dominant side for MIBR on the defense. Because if not, once you switch sides though, C9 also had their own thing to say on defense.
Oh my gosh! I mean, Net was sitting at what, like
1-9.
He was like 1-9. Bust
Sorry,
out.
Net was just calling it the wrong time. I was just walking
all
by.
All the Cloud9 players are walking by right now. But
23 seconds.
Yeah,
exactly.
So Net's sitting at 1-9 at some point. Busts out the judge, just like
goes 22-8 after that.
Yes, it was just ridiculous. And yeah, they can't close it out. But what a hard-fought series. And I mean, Verno. That 1v, was it 1v3?
It was a 1v1 in the
1v1
end.
in the end.
I think Mitchell almost 3v1.
Goodness.
It was pretty insane stuff here, but I mean, we saw it highlighted there. MVP, like Vic, for example, some of those moments from him, those multi-frag scenarios
the 4K that he got at A, oh my goodness.
That's why the macro, you can kind of like throw it out the window because you had so many players just pop off in instant moments because you had the right positioning for so many of these players from both teams, and then just one pops off. As we mentioned, Shenum or Cortesia, and then on the other side, you just have Vic, you have Net. Everybody's doing so well. Dude. Almost an ace coming out from Oxy.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. In OT, it felt like Oxy was the one making the game-winning plays. I thought for sure, oh, this got Cloud9 written all over it.
Yeah.
When he rushed on A, caught out Cortesia, and then he just goes heaven and pulls out the hot hands and
that heaven control was
brother.
I mean, something we saw from MIBR is like they're taking these early rubble fights and then they are slowing the pace down, right? It felt like they did add another sort of level or a bit more depth over what we were seeing from C9, who were really just 0 to 100 and kind of stayed there. What are you drawing on this map for me? This is the fast lane, right?
Yeah, I was trying to throw the best parallel lines that I could, but I actually just want to display how good the Cloud9 wall was for Neon. Because back then on Lotus, if you look at Neon plays, they kind of try to throw these fast lanes just around the orb to control this area. But C9, the way that they throw their wall on this side here, allows for this instant tap from IBR on the door and Ox to just run in and get full control of tree around Util. Like, he got, I think, 2 entries out of it. But for them doing that, Cloud9 allowed themselves to get good conditioning into how they just want to go fast-paced into the A site, then suddenly pivot over to B. But there's one thing, after you've conditioned them enough, the key thing is the MIBR timeout in the overtime for fraud.
Oh,
because after those amount of times,
that point.
Exactly. Or just before that, it was tied, and then he called for basically a timeout for 2 rounds, guaranteeing that they're going to win the round here. So he calls for a timeout and he says, Cortesia, let's actually set up your util over towards the A site. So they actually have like the razor vines, exactly, and then the wall on this side. It just funneled C9 into this A site towards the end, and MIBR were ready for the hit. I know it came down to a clutch towards that C side that Mitch had to try to take towards the end. But just those type of reads and thinking on the fly as a coach was superb coming out here from MIBR as well.
Yeah, on the opposite end, too, for Cloud9, I mean, they were ready for that C hit as well.
Yeah.
And you saw Net pop the cage up. He gets 2. And then it was the flurry of trades that just didn't go their way. They let it slip away to further the OT.
Yeah.
And it's just
an insane
so
game.
tough.
An
man.
insane game.
It's so so much high stakes, so much pressure.
So let's look ahead at the final map in this series. We're heading over to Haven with Cloud9 starting on defense. And just a reminder, MIBR have had to go through G2, or up against G2, and up against C9 here in this group. It's so incredibly competitive. And Cloud9 still have that playoff qualification on the line. This Omega group is looking unbelievably stacked. But what should we expect from Haven? What am I looking for as a fan? What's got me sat forward getting excited?
Well, we've seen MIBR's Haven already.
Against G2.
Yeah, against G2, and it was a banger. I mean, it was 13-11. Again, could have gone either way, just like this last map that we witnessed. I don't think we've seen Haven out of Cloud9 this year yet.
The last time we've seen Cloud9 play Haven was during the Red Bull home grounds when Rossi was still in the roster, but they did come out with a Neon on that comp. So there's a possibility that we might still see Oxy on the Neon with how he's been playing so far. They could continue to be very explosive, whilst on the other end, you could see a difference between a Jet or a Neon. It still works. They play a, I think it was a Breach Tejo going into that matchup against G2 for MIBR. So I think this is going to be as explosive as it was in Lotus for this three-sided map.
I mean, Cloud9, you better hope they're not out of gas here coming into this last map. You
see how loud they were the whole second map?
Both teams have gone the distance many times. I mean, like, genuinely. I mean, look at MIBR against G2. Complete from start to finish banger series. This, so far, banger series. It's just been a blessing.
I mean, look at Vic. How far has this guy come as well? We saw him on challenges. He had to fight his way up from tier 2. Like many of our standout players so far already in this stage 1. He was so crisp on that last map, but also is credited with being just a really intelligent kind of player. Got to be someone you're looking at in Haven here to make an impact.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at this roster, you're always talking about Oxy or Zeppa in the first place, and you kind of sleep over like the Mitch calling in the macro, or even Vic as being the silent killer. You know, we're praising Som over for Energy, how he's consistently on the top here for the side of Energy. I think now, just as Sideshow mentioned before, you got to stop sleeping on Cloud9, you got to stop sleeping on Vic, you got to stop sleeping on Imi as a coach as well.
So, of course, today we've been blessed with a bit of Oxy versus Aspas, and we actually caught up with Oxy earlier on here to ask him about this matchup against, of course, Aspas the GOAT.
Sorry for Unk Silly.
Aspas has just consistently always been the best player in the world. And the best, like, I don't know how he brings all his teams to the top 3. Like, MIBR, Lev, Loud, all of them, best teams in the world. Insane. So, it'll always be fun playing against Aspas. And I think he's the best duelist in the game.
I mean, you're looking on the side there, you're just mentioning MIBR had to play some tough teams, so did C9 so far, and they've delivered. And Oxy is like giving a lot of respect and praise for these players or for these teams, and they're also a team to look out for now.
I mean, Oxy's a young GOAT in the making, though, himself. I mean, when you look up to all these players, you slowly start to overcome them, right? And I feel like we've saw some moments of brilliance in this series so far, and I'm excited to see what we're going to see on him.
I mean, again, second year here in franchising, already started off with a bang, but now looks like more rounded, more of a complete player with this team around him. Folks, I don't want to hold you up any longer. We're just excited as you to get into Haven, so don't go too far. Map 3 is up next. You'd be bonkers to go anywhere else.
They forget about the ults. They're just going to frag their way through this.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today.
And welcome back, everybody. You're going to be getting into this one shortly here. Our final map between MIBR and Cloud9, and it's Haven, which are going to be seeing, I think, Cloud9 showcasing, well, honestly, their first time playing it this year, right outside of off-season events, other sort of qualifiers that you had a grain of salt to.
And it's nothing too exciting. They're going for Breach, Silver Cypher, about as bog standard as it could get here on Haven. We saw MIBR play this last week with the exact same comp. Push G2 to the limit here on Haven.
I think they must be hoping to exploit what they saw from MIBR, because they had the choice of going here or going to Ascent, and I think Cloud9's Ascent looked fantastic. And yeah, you made the point earlier, I think it was you, Bren, that if you go to Ascent, then your opponent is going to pick the defense side, basically. So you're going to have a difficult opener of it, but it is odd. Cloud9, the last time they won on Haven was in 2023. The last time they had a winning record on Haven was in 2022. So we are talking, it's been a long time since this organization has been good on this map.
Yeah, it sounds like Mitch was on the team the last time they were good on Haven.
Well, Vanity, Mitch Vanity, in, out, shake it all about. I don't know who was on the team at that time, but it wasn't these guys.
No.
So the fresh slate, you could argue, for C9 here, and a good opportunity for them to showcase something new that they've cooked up or some specific idea that they've got of how to beat MIBR here, because the tape is out there.
We're going to be getting into this one pretty quickly. Looks like it's gearing up for a nice little A rubble, at least A main clash. These teams steady at the beginning though, no signs of life, just creeping up to the angles, and Oxy is going to be looking to explode at a moment's notice here, and he spots it. Body's going wide, luckily. It's a complete collapse as well. Bullets are going to be flying forwards here. MIBR going to carve out a bit of a path. Make it nice and even, 3v3.
I love that little sidestep by Verno. You see how he walked super wide, way into A main, and just pulled the crosshair away from the rest of the team. He's allowed it to get back into a 3v3, but Net's utility is covering a lot of the middle of this map.
C9 though, they're only going to really have the breach stun to make this retake happen.
Got you.
And all of these players are going to be quite late to actually make it over on the rotation.
So stealth drone in through the back, clears the way in towards C. Util's going to be dealt with. Cloud9 now happy to set up. Bide their time, try and play this one into the retake.
Shadows traveling.
Shannon still has a paranoia to work with.
Seeing their fault line flies forward here. Salvo's going to be used actually preemptively here by MIBR. Looking to see if they can find a win con in the midst of all of this here. Vic, it just lights out.
Dude, there's something about Vic today. He has been on fire with these multi-kill rounds. And after a pretty heartbreaking way to lose that last map, it's gotta feel good to have that impact and clutch up the pistol round.
He was basically top fragging the entirety of Lotus. He was dominating the previous time that we saw him on the stage as well. Vic's just out here. He's consistently putting up big numbers.
Let's go!
Sit your ass down, boy!
You look at this lobby, you talk about contenders for Rookie of the Year. Maybe you're thinking of Cortesia, Verno, the long-awaited prospects from their respective regions. But Vic has kind of sneakily come up and had a really good showing with C9 thus far, especially in stage 1.
Aspas, Verno's opted to drop him just the Outlaw, full armor as well, so this is a big investment into the raid boss. Let's see what he can do with it here. Rattling off the bullets out from short. It's a quick evacuation from Zeppa, doesn't really want much more to do with it.
And the raid boss has been assassinated, so that armor investment is gone. Though the Outlaw, of course, can change hands, get passed down.
And 2 guns picked up here, but a good spot on the drone from Zeppa. Force MIBR to reconsider their options in this round.
And on a round like this, just take a look at the Cypher setup here as well, because this is what Net's going to be doing in a lot of the rifle rounds too, where these things matter a little bit more. But he's getting full information down C, he knows that nobody's playing in that area. Tripping Garage, I mean, it just means that Cloud9 never have to worry about the kind of west side of the map at all.
The west side?
Yeah, don't worry about Beto coming up. It's a fault line. Oxy's going to supplement, at least he's going to add in a bit of extra fire. Paranoia sweeping forwards, the judge in hand. He's trying to do work with it. gets rewarded. Vic is quick with the cleanup. 2 players surviving here for Cloud9.
What does Verno buy then in the next round, considering that he funded that Outlaw purchase?
Or does Artson take the sacrifice for the team, as we've seen quite a few times this series?
Yeah. My thrifty goat. Does look like at the moment Verno's going to be the one tanking it with a Stinger purchase. Seems a little bit strange, but at the same time, C9 don't have the world's best bonus round buy. An Outlaw and a Bulldog to work with is not much.
Looks like they're going to try and get Oxy posted on down C long.
That's a double push deep, but MIBR have no inclination to work their way over towards C. They've all grouped up now. A long control is theirs. Sending it forwards now with a stealth drone. Zepper, it's a critical break for him, and Paranoia is going to sweep forwards. Push them back. Anchor smokes now, lay it down, updraft dash straight into the site. Looking for a bit of a skirmish. Fight to be taken here, but that's rapid and quick. Zepper is just weaving in and out, just trying to survive. But the response from MIBR is just immaculate.
MIBR, if they had not succeeded in this A hit, they wouldn't have had many other options. Had no map control really, except for A and A long. Thankfully, there was some really nice team fighting from them, and Artson picking up a couple big kills. Gets them this round and keeps things in control.
Nice that they still had the utility to be able to go for a 2-phase hit there. The first wave of just the Tejo drone coming in. But you know if you don't break that and respond to it, they're going to be instantly on you with the flashes, the dashes. But Artazine still had enough in the back pocket and a rifle to boot to be able to get that one through.
Shenom's been such a fun player to watch, the way he's using these TPs proactively throughout this series now.
Shadows traveling.
This time Aspas, similar playbook here. Ult's going to be negated. A TP up towards heaven.
And Oxy looking for a fight. He was stalled out by the salvos early on in the round, but now he's popped his dash. He's looking to take the fight as they're
towards short.
Pushed back from long.
Yep, dash is going to be dissipated though, and your chance running short. Oh my goodness, they just about missed each other.
I thought he spotted a leg there, but he can't have done.
Tucked tight to the side. Util considered. Cortesia is just checking a cam, I believe.
Does he dare show an ankle?
It's like a Victorian era, mate. Yeah.
Well, be uncouth.
Biding their time.
4 players stacked on the site, though. This does not look good for MIBR if they commit.
There's a bait setup as well from Cloud9. Look at it. Tuck 2 players to the corner.
They're doing a little dance
against it. This is awkward. 44 seconds! Tizia, okay. Collects that kill. Looking to move in a different direction when you have 37 seconds left.
They're canceling off of this one, and they don't have a ton of control, but they did keep this cam down mid. Know that no one has walked up.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it's all on net.
Yeah. He's the one to try and hold them back. It's an onslaught that's going to be approaching. It's going to get gifted at least with the possibility of just one fight, but as he's activating the setup, that's when Cortesia strikes. Oh, just the best timing in the world for these MIBR players to be taking.
2 absolutely perfect 1v1s for Cortesia. Just wins the round for MIBR. C9 don't want to risk losing this one out. Don't have a lot of money left. Their bank would be broken if they lost these guns.
Mitch is clearing out short, wondering if somebody could be around here, but I think he's just looking to try to upgrade his weapon. They pinged where the body was, so I think I might be wrong here, but I think there is a Vandal down short behind him. But surely you're not happy with saving a Guardian in this spot, really. That was a beautiful timing from Cortesia, who's been pretty fantastic today. We've had his name on our lips so many times where he's had double kills, triple kills, or just, like in this round, a crucially important single frag to be able to knock something open.
Yeah, Cortesia, I think, stole that rifle that you were talking about.
Yeah, so Mitch did have to just keep the Guardian in. So now you've got 2 Guardians and a Judge into this round. Pretty horrible way for Cloud9's economy to have gone, considering that they won the pistol.
Last 2 rounds have been all about A. On the defensive side, Ned has been throwing a cam down the bottom of C most of these rounds and getting a ton of info over there. MIBR's never cleared that out. They've never really looked towards mid other than putting their own Cypher camera in that space. It's just been a game about taking in lobby control in these late round hits, or in that last round, the pivot back over.
I think if you see a team that's playing their attack sites like this, you shouldn't be too worried, because in theory they will run back into net in some spot that ruins the round. You know, you can't just be doing 20-second pivots back into C every single round and expect it to work for you every time. But that round they got away with it.
That they did. For Cloud9 though, still going to be taking this tactical timeout. A couple rounds earlier, they were kind of considering options, walking a player down C, getting Oxy posted in that area of the map.
Yeah, I think the reason that they're taking the tactical timeout, though, might be less to discuss strategy and more to discuss economy, because it doesn't look like they're going to force here. Originally, they had bought up as if they were going to force into the round. They had double Guardian and a Judge. And now they've decided just to go for pistols on a couple of their players so that they can still buy into round 6. So that might be an instance of attack timeout being used a bit more as a, wait, hold on, guys, you got the wrong read here.
Great call out of the timeout from MIBR. They're sending it towards C. Only Ned is here to receive.
They don't break the cam. Waiting until the final moments to do that, and Cloud9 eager to take a bit of control towards A lobby, but hits already coming through.
And I almost feel like you want to save pretty quickly here for C9, maybe see if you can get something early on, but if not, losing these weapons would likely mean a pretty big reset into your money.
The opener, again, this guy's been Mr. Consistent. Tasia eventually cleaned up though, they hunt him down and reclaim the gun. Doing a bit of recycling.
MIBR grouping to fight spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of players in through spawn. But a refight once more. It's a Sheriff in the hands of net, not the weapon of choice to really deal with, but counter stun is even perfect on top of it. Bullets lay it down here. 3 players left to try and make a mark, and that's Cloud9 trying to do the most here, but time is ticking away and getting away from them at that. With the player positions, Verno is even going to be that safety net. Has his salvos, and already it's ticking. They realize that the job is done.
They got all the kills they needed there. It was just a matter of doing it a little more quickly, and Cloud9 might have been able to make something happen in a spot like that. They did have to be a lot quicker than they actually were, because as you said, Salvo's still in the back pocket of Verno, but Red Bull Clutch, probably the easiest one Verno will ever get. He just sat there towards Cubby, and the threat was the thing that got it across the line. I do think this is going to be a good idea for Cloud9 overall, the idea of hunting that lurker. Back when we saw MIBR play just last week against G2 on this map, Cortesia was almost always part of a one-person lurk on the opposite side of the map to the rest of his team. And so if you can find him and hunt him down, you can actually play retakes up a man fairly consistently.
Now we're going zooming through, seeing what MIBR can cook up. Drone out through and wide, just trying to sidestep past the smoke as well. That's Vic hunting for a timing, but we're receiving it.
Full 5v5 retake here.
What? Okay, Hunter's Fury off the top. That's not going to be getting any tags at all. Doesn't even clear him through the back of the site.
Look at the rest of Cloud9 waiting for Cortesia to come through garage.
Oh.
And Cortesia's just sat there at headshot box like, nah, I ain't moving.
And these bullets are being laid down. Addison holding.
Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. Here's the kills collected. Trying to push them back as well as the fight was just about to be taken. Insert to pause unwillingly there for Cloud9. Just being stalled out to such a high degree. Already to Cloudburst though to get themselves back in along with a dart. Whipping it all the way around here. Cortesia off to the side as a salvos, but half has been earned to WinCon. The Cloud9 can work with. A couple of taps there. Bullets flying forwards. Just trying to go off the neural theft and the reveals net. Stands his ground. Holds it down. Cloud9 finally able to get around.
That was pretty similar, actually, to the previous one, except C9 sent it as soon as they possibly could. The retakes are looking good. The way that they're fighting together, the kills they're leveraging, and the uncomfortable spots that they're putting MIBR players into, like this one, for example, onto Aspas.
Really nice util usage as well. Zeppa sends the dart for Oxy to dash in and get that 2K. And Zeppa himself taking a bit of a world tour.
Get you up, get you up.
From that double duelist comp playing Yoru to start, now top fragging on the Sova. As again, MIBR head towards C, but this time, Oxy the off in hand and a good bait from net.
Still think it got spotted, actually.
And Oxy's in a lot of trouble. Up draft, up and away. He's missed the initial shot. Bladestorm, an attempt to salvage, but Aspas straight back at it. He's making sashimi out of the rest of the players out onto the side here, and Vic will do quite a bit to try and offset the damage done. Running and gunning, classic right clicks. This is pure carnage.
Aspas is playing gun game. Goes from the rifle, 2 kills with that, and now a 1v2 for Zeppa.
And he's finding the perfect timing on top of it, but the final boss himself, Aspas. It's a 4-piece overall into the round. Locks it up. Wasn't pretty.
Dude, that crouch peek at the end from Aspas was filthy though, man. Securing the 4K, I mean, some of this is mess. Some of this is absurd. Like, how do you keep up with the chaos of what's going on here as the Jet players on both sides? But look at this one at the end. Crouch, and just, I'm not even sure he threw the crouch in there, to be honest with you. It looked like it did from the other POV. But he's so precise with that first bullet.
It looks like he's just giving Emmy a migraine. Oxy has a hero rifle. And that's all to speak of for C9 this round. MIBR have wrestled control back here, and they pivot their look back. Oh, we've gone C for 3 rounds in a row. Now we're going to just go back to our same 4 towards A look. It's just been a 4-1 all day from MIBR.
Yeah, and this was really the same thing that they were doing against G2. And that's why I'm saying that finding Cortesia and really trying to punish that is going to be key for them. Especially when he's playing aggressive on anti-ecos like this. He does give his team a really nice option to pivot back to him whenever he likes. And I think he's just giving so much info here. The fact that the trip goes down and then nobody re-clears this.
He heard them running too.
Yeah.
Watching Cortesia play this map reminds me a lot of like early days less back when he was on Loud with these really proactive lurks into mid, into garage. He's willing to take those risks, those liberties that give his team, his IGL, great options to pivot as it's an open C site that he's earned.
Yeah, good call overall. Gamble stack Cloud9 not working out. Very good macro. They want to try and get a bit fast into the fight here, into the fray all the way through, but you're working against the rifles into the hands of Aspas. Good luck. MIBR, it's inevitable at this point, going to be sitting at that 5th round. Vic will look to do a bit of damage if he can. It's not really going to do much overall to the economy. If anything, you want to go down to the spike. You don't want to build up Verno to that ult.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see Verno hunting for it, actually. There's definitely plays that you can make with the Teho ultimate that'll make that one extremely valuable to use. He is sticking around, looking to see if he can find the kill onto Vic, who's presumably looking to die to Spike. He's a bit too slow on it here.
I think Verno dies to it as well.
Oh, he does, yep. All good.
He's got 4K in the back. I'm not sure he's too worried about the economic implications at this point. Operator coming online here for Oxy. They're going to need a big opening pick, I think. We've seen C9 looking to try to hunt the lurker, looking to try to flank retake. But these early contests for space have been going the way of MIBR, and I think Oxy, looking like he wants to be posted down short, is just going to get stopped by the salvos again, surely.
He's going to stand just out of range of them for now, and chance to take the peak.
If they get Oxy posted in A, it frees up a lot of resources to go deal with the lurker in the rest of this map.
And of course, if Cortesia tries to lurk down short, he's going to run straight into Oxy.
First time MIBR has sent any exploration towards B this game. Looking to maybe fake this space. Have the 3 strong force down C send it as well, or maybe it's just a lurk. A very interesting round here for MIBR.
Hoping that they can pull players, I think, on the rotate potentially. Net is under a tremendous amount of pressure. Receiving a bit of help in the meantime, but MIBR, these mid-round audibles are going to be calling. Look, they're not hard committing. They've got access to the B site, and they're making it very well known. Damage done, multitudes of players, and betrayed by the barrel just poking through. Zeppa is no more. Oxy is going to be joining him, I think, shortly. Just giving a hop over, but Shanum all the more aware for it. At this point, this is a wrap for Cloud9. You've got to try and save these rifles.
Such a cool round for MIBR. They've conditioned these 4-1 lurks, only ever committing where they insta-show or calling back onto their lurk on the other side. Here, for the first time, sending forces towards B, faking C with the spike, and then calling back into it. Really nice mix-up from Artson and the gang at MIBR as They kill net with the salvos and deny C9 an economic advantage here.
Artazine as well. What an IGL. I mean, this is a guy that hasn't got a long history of doing it at the typically top
He's
level.
got like 2 months.
Right. And Frod just decided, like, dude, you're the guy to do it for this team. And he's been getting better and better, I think, while still having great individual performances. Rounds like this, it's a beautiful idea.
Artazine wasn't really the
Bro,
guy
I'm
to...
destroying these guys, oh my god.
He wasn't the one who was pitching to be IGL. Fraud was like, hey, you know this game, you've been with me for a while, you understand my plan. Why don't you try it out? And, well, that trial has been so successful thus far as C9 on an eco. They'll send Oxy on a mission down mid.
We've seen these half-pipe weapons, they can do damage. If MIBR make mistakes. They're not really in the habit of making them, though, to be honest, at this point, as we've been giving credit to the calling. Their mid-round audibles, the way that they've been calling around whether a player gets a lurk or not. It's been quite fantastic, but Oxy, oh, that's what you get, to be honest. Superstar potential, he's going for even more, but yeah, rifle in the hands of Aspas. That's going to be swiftly dismissing the counterpart.
Cortez just pulled 3 players over towards A, but MIBR might still look to call back into him.
Down through short, it's a hard clear for MIBR. Gonna have to play this one tight together. Trying to contact all the way through here. This is just bullets through the wall as well. Slow down to a crawl net. Still Judge in play. I'm sensing danger, yet they navigate it regardless. And now, Mitch was supposed to be that danger player. Verno's running and gonna get jumping in the air. Somehow still getting value out of it. For MIBR to make out with a round win here when there was all that danger just circling around him on the A site. Near enough a miracle.
Felt similar to that Lotus round where Net was tucked towards B with a Judge and got 2, and then he was cackling about it afterwards. But this round was not to be. And I don't even know really how Mitch lands that shot, but it's not the silliest one of the round as it happens.
Okay.
So Oxy goes for a walk down mid though in this round.
Tostek, what is this? What is this? Do you know that ghost bug?
Okay, I don't know what
I don't know what he's saying.
I don't know. I don't know what Ghost Buggy's talking about, but also the tech pause has not come through either. So maybe the admins didn't know the Ghost Bug that he was talking about.
He's making a joke, I think, about them having walls, but
I don't think so. He looked serious about it.
Well, Oxy, that's an opener that Cloud9 have been struggling to get for quite some time here. Puts a pause into the exec, MIBR not choosing to commit.
Cortezia has a very good lurk up into garage window, but it is being held from Mitch backside B. He'll have to pick his timing very carefully.
Making moves. Up through mid. I mean, the way that MIBR are dissecting a lot of the weak points here. Cloud9 set up. It's a critical fight is about to be won out potentially. My God, it's labored, but eventually getting it. He's up in the air. He's getting away with bloody murder. Shorty out. You get away with that. Aspas, why not? Put a cherry on top. Make me a cake while you're at it.
This is a collapse, a crumble of C9. I mean, that's just tragic. The fight itself is so labored. I don't know whether he was trying to bait out the swing or whether he was actually going for the wallbang shots, but the fact you also land the shorty kill after.
And this was a Cloud9 that had 2 chances to close out on Lotus, to clinch their spot in the playoffs, go up 3-0 in the group before they even have to face G2. But now, having to face the music here, 8-3 on MIBR's attack side. And they're gonna have probably both initiator ults heading into this final round.
Yeah, like we said, we haven't seen C9 win on Haven, as far as I'm aware, since late 2023.
They're so rich, they're just gonna die to Spike. Don't risk giving Zeppa the ult. That's actually pretty base. They don't wanna give him a chance, I think, to get the kill there.
That's just disrespectful, man.
Min-maxing.
That's so disrespectful. I mean, after you lose a round like this and then all of your opponents die to Spike. Yeah, that's brutal. Cortezia is just getting into garage. C9 are not running reclears through that area of the map, and they're just waiting for him, and then even when they wait for him, they lose to him.
Darmageddon's out.
Yeah, I'm seeing pings on the minimap. It's about to be chaotic. It's about to be messy. Hold on to your seats. Here's the clash and the skirmish. You've already caught the contact of these players, and here it is. Ult offloaded. Armageddon all the way through. That's the paranoia forwards and a TP on bricks. Mass cleanups in order here, and it's Zeppa and Oxy on janitor duty. Just trying to make the most of it. And definitely finding the advantage. And edge they were looking for. Still double fighting. This is how you throw it. You do not want to be giving this guy in. Cortesia has been on an absolute tear this entire series. And you may have just given him a lifeline.
Net only as a judge, he wants to get a gun. And Cortesia is defending these weapons.
Hell of a read, but anticipating that it could be in a different direction. And Net's just going to be waiting for the spike to be planted before he can receive that upgrade. Wants to play it safe.
I mean, the trip's there for good information anyway on the flank, so if he has the confidence to go for a plant, he's going to have great info about where Net is coming from.
Cortesia has a camera in the post plant, and there are no cages for Net.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Now it comes down to a game of timings. Both these players are going to be drifting around.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, it looks like it's planted for CT. It looks like it's planted for Heaven. You're not really going to think about a guy being tucked short, I don't think, here.
Yeah, it's unorthodox. We'll see if Net considers it here. Steadily working, trying to clear up all of those unknowns across the map, but now getting a move on, getting a run on because he can hear it. Spike stuck, but Net none the wiser, and it's all Cortesia. It's a 9-3 finish to this half of Haven. You cannot give this guy ins.
He said it himself that he was destroying these guys on comms with his team, and he has just been outstanding all series long.
What is this, though? Oh, the double swing from Oxy and Zeppa overheating in the moment in a 3v1.
And that Red Bull clutch puts the half to 9-3. C9, they'll have to mount a massive comeback if they want to rally in this series.
A 9-3 here for MIBR. And listen, I've seen ups, there's been downs, and Cloud9 potentially kicking themselves that they couldn't close it out on Lotus. Here on Haven, it's been hard going for them, making some pretty poor decisions, I think, as well. We've been talking about how, honestly, it's just been a very good macro game from MIBR as well, in terms of the calling. Cortesia always inserting himself and calling for these pivots, mid-round audibles as well. Whatever, and whoever you want to really attribute the success to, MIBR are winning because of it.
I don't think Cloud9 got proactive enough, though, at actually clearing out certain areas of the map. They were kind of waiting for MIBR to be the ones that made the play and came to them. Now C9 are on the attack, though, and I do expect Oxy to be the one driving the tempo, but Aspas waiting with a Sheriff.
Oh, yeah. This is a bit brutal. One, Faultline's going to get a decent job of clearing him out wide here. It's a dart that's avoided. Dash popped off, and everybody wants to avoid him. Don't blame him. Skirting around from the raid boss. Slowing it down into the mid-round. Calling for the walk-up. Flash pop play in through B. It's open access, but there are these sightlines that are opened up, and there's no smokes forward after shock. Pushing it back once more. Paranoia is going to be sweeping through anyway, blinding up most of them. Causing it even, though. It's 4v4 as it stands, and Tap, a push forwards. This is Cloud9 potentially overcooking because Verno has got a bit of a read on it, but he's just missed the timing onto this one, and the smoke's going to be pushed. Doubled up with the discipline there. Shanum, hard committed, hard stuck into the corner, near-sighted as what? Finally, trying to play themselves in. Cortesia! Oh my, finally denied, but he's surely done enough in terms of the damage. Vic, 5 HP, and a dream. The Tap pulled out.
30 seconds
Fast
left.
forwards, and now he knows it's not quite the case. Just hold in for the repush.
Vic has been outstanding for C9 all series, but in the 1v1 against Aspas, can't bring it through. And that's a dagger in the heart. They had opportunities to close out this round, chose to push deep and try and work their way through A, but this multi-kill from Cortesia and Aspas in the 1v1 might just put an end to C9 in this series. 10-3 now.
Cortesia and Aspas, look at the kills that they've been able to put up here on Haven. 31 kills with 13 deaths. I mean, that's spectacular, and they've been so important for this team all series long. C9 are going to force, unless they win this round, it's looking pretty unrecoverable.
It's all or nothing. Aspas, here's your time to shine, and listen. Handed a multitude of targets to pick from, and Shanum's happy to just collapse in after the fact. Quick dodge. A flash, actually, just not quite avoided in time here. Cortesia, gotta be careful. Oh, he's just bumping into all sorts of furniture and geometry. It does not matter. He's still alive, still kicking. MIBR up to 11. The force just not working out from Cloud9. It feels like a bit of a collapse at this point.
Cortesia full blinded twice, doesn't die on the C side.
Oh. And the Guardians are so good in those kind of situations too, because just double body shots and all the players on light armor are gone. I mean, Aspas throws in a headshot there for good value as well, but it's a bit brutal. C9, they started with a great performance in this series, and especially coming off the back of a really dominant series that we just watched from them. I was feeling great about their stocks, and it's kind of just trailed off as the series has gone on. I don't know whether that is attributed to the energy today or whether it's to do with their map pool strength, but it hasn't quite been that same punch here on Haven at all. We haven't seen really any moments of it.
And it's brutal. They had the chance to go to Ascent, the map they looked so good on last week. Instead, chose to head here to Haven, and it has been all MIBR thus far. Last time out of regulation called for Emmy. Would need to be practically perfect from here on out, but the money again is in a really bad spot for C9 after losing that force buy.
It's basically just force up the entire way out.
And right.
Yeah, it really is. And I think this is where a little bit of discipline becomes really important for the MIBR players too. You want to make sure that you close this out and don't allow C9 any level of a comeback, because you saw what happened on Lotus. C9 almost managed to win that map after MIBR were up 9-3. Poor Mitch at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's not good. Pi watch in order. 2-13.
Standing ahead.
To 3.14. To suppress immediately here. Eager engagement there from Vic. He's looking to see if he can draw some of that blood, but immediately disengaging.
How does C9 get the Stingers into position to actually find any value? Cortesia is just super bold holding this angle. Might get pushed off the line by the drone, but I think he's confident enough. He could pick it back up if he wanted to.
Has support as well. Two of his teammates ready to fight down short here.
They've got a good hold on towards the A site. Cloud9, at this point, inevitable they're going to be setting their sights onto it, looking to see if they can clear the way, but Util is going to be used in response of it. And here it is, dash in forwards with that dart, but no clearance into the corner. And Cortesia, you can't be doing this to him, son! He's just like trying to take your time with it. And Zeba just whips it all the way around, quick 180. And a spray down in order here. 2 players left to stand for MIBR, looking to try and play into this retake.
Aspas is still alive though. And Verno has at least the salvos to try and make something of this.
Last player standing.
Didn't anticipate Vic already being in heaven. It wanders forward and whoa, what are you doing up here?
Aspas, correct me if I'm wrong, should be saving onto this rifle.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you were criticizing him for last year.
Yeah.
He's got 2250. He's confident to at least find nothing here.
He knows the timing, though. He's just hoping and hunting for a bit of an exit, but he should be able to get out.
Yeah, everybody on C9 evading. And going out with better weaponry than they came in with, but still not like an amazing arsenal to work with here. We've got one proper rifle out the back end of that, 2 Guardians and a Stinger. So, still a bit wonky, the economy. Another difficult round for Cloud9, but the momentum was not halted instantly. So there is still hope. Admittedly, a flickering and very weak flame.
They're heading back towards A.
Here.
But MIBR, I think this time, want to contest a little more. They have both initiators ready to go, and Teo makes this A lobby fight a real tough task.
Just trying to dodge to the side here. Smokes to weave in and out of, hiding from the initial dart, so Aspas is tucked to the corner. A bit of a fire going back and forth. Cloud9 are gearing up, though, to try and go into this hit here. Stacked. 3 of these MIBR players are going to be realizing it pretty soon enough. Stealth drone. Only broken by net, so it doesn't really tell them the whole picture. Now a drone signifying quite a lot here. We're going to be sending this one flying forwards anytime now.
Cortez has a lot of info, walked up down C long. They can keep this stack on A.
Yeah, and here it is. Flash forward to the fault line as well. A bit of spam into the smoke on top of it. Lighting these players up, but obviously just can't quite spray them down. Still an attempt to flood back in is punished. Cloud9 got every avenue watched for there. An attempt by MIBR to try and defend that one is immediately dismissed.
Left down into a 2v4. Pretty similar to a previous round, except that Cortez is in a much nicer spot to make something happen. And it doesn't really look like Mitch is thinking about this. Vic not holding it either.
Yeah, he was just watching it and ended up looking in a different direction. Cortezia, what are you going to be doing? Putting on a bit of a show for us, I think, here at this point. Oxy with a reposition, trying to be smart with it. Cover the avenues. Make sure that he's that backup policy, lying in wait, and finally tapping away with a Guardian in hand, a bit of precision. And Calm ordered for in the middle of the round. Shaynum's going to be doing a lot of damage, though, to the economy in these stray moments, and hopefully holding onto the rifle of his own.
For C9, though, these are simple rounds. Open towards A lobby, take that space, re-exec. They've done it 2 rounds now, and those re-execs have looked very nice.
Yeah, keep it simple, and hope that basically MIBR don't make major adjustments.
For Mitch now, in a bit of a weird position. 2 and 14 to this point. He gets a kill this round. And he's at Pi.
I know.
Hoping to die here.
I was looking for it in that round as well, and Mitch didn't actually end up taking a fight at any point. Kind of a bad situation where you're rooting for a player to get a kill in order to Pi. MIBR with 4 players stacked over towards A again. I mean, they had the stack in the right place in the previous round, but C9 still won. This time, C9 managing to find the weak side of the map.
I feel like I'm watching the first half all over again with these 4-1s. Start heavy towards A 2 rounds in a row, then go back 4-1 into C.
And I wouldn't believe, except that C9 did actually run it back on Lotus.
It's always that inclination at the back of your mind that it could happen.
Different halves, of course. They ran it back on the defense side.
Here it is, an attempt to try and flood their way back in here. MIBR have bodies and weaving in and out as well. They play Aspas in beautifully. He's able to pick off Oxy, remove one of the rifles from these fights, and out wide here, Vic with a bit of a spray down. It's a mad attempt to try and get some control and coverage in through the back once more.
That is
it! And he's got another kill, so immediately the Pi is averted.
Yeah,
but it was
half
there
a
for
second
a
of
moment.
Pi. Half a second of Pi.
We got the Pi.
Do we get to eat it?
We get the Pi.
Fine? But he didn't. But
he did Pi.
It's
though.
when round ends. I feel bad eating.
No, it's not when round ends.
He pied.
It's when round ends.
No, it's not when round ends.
It is.
He
He's got
pied.
4 and 13.
It's
I don't
just
want
at
to
any
eat the
point.
pie.
At any point,
Eat the pie. Put the pie in your mouth,
He
Brent.
pied for like half a second.
Put the pie in your mouth.
Yeah, well, you're gonna
It doesn't seem fair.
Brent, pie in the mouth or pie on the face?
All right, no
Your choice.
no casting for 30 seconds.
You're gonna eat the pie for half a second, okay? You're gonna eat the pie for as long as Mitch pied. And he did a good job, and you know what? Maybe he'll end up getting back into this game because he got that kill.
You can do play-by-play.
No, I can't.
You can, Josh.
No, you're forced into it. All right, I'll do it. Half a mouthful, Oxy up and over, up, down, down to the power door up.
Maybe I'll let
He's
you
going to
go
play
for a
Storm out, has a
second.
full reveal into the back. Shorty in hand, he's going to try and make a go of it! Decapitating towards easier. Had to mid-gulp in the middle of all that action.
MIBR set up for the retake here. 3 players working back in through Garage. Drone realizes there's no one on alert, but Oxy in a position to make the difference.
Sidestep. Beautiful movement. And Oxy's going for a little bit more there with a dash to disengage. Weaving in and out. This is a hard chokehold. Cloud9 not willing to give up any section of the site.
And why does it actually feel like C9 are going to run this one all the way back? I mean, MIBR are thinking about saving already. Look at him backing off over towards Spawn.
Yeah.
And Aspas, he's got the weapon they would most like to save, and yet he's reluctant to retreat. Now, though, with a drone heading towards him, yep, skedaddle, buddy.
And tacked up too, just through the gap in the door.
And it does really feel like C9 are going to be able to get back into this game because every round, it doesn't matter how much resistance there is, they're able to get in onto a site and win a post plan.
This forthcoming round is going to be very important for that aforementioned comeback. Verno, Artzin, both 1 away from their ultimates. I imagine MIBR wants to try and get those online. C9's going to know that too.
These are some really simple rounds, though. You know, Aspas spots them out and even gets an opening kill right at the beginning, and yet C9 just goes straight up the gut, exec into C. There's no massive crazy fakes or anything to get them into positions. They're just playing default Valorant, and it's working.
Yeah, last map we had the dishonest map of Neon, Breach, Teo everywhere. Here it's just been about the fundamentals, and MIBR, I imagine, focusing on that some as they call their timeout, get fraud into the conversation. Your eyes have to turn to Aspas, that operator he saved on through, and how much value he can bring to the team with it. Josh is still eating his pie, by the way.
Yeah, I
Moment
mean,
has passed.
well, I would like to eat the pie more. It's just sitting there staring at me.
There's a timeout. Have a bite.
I need kind of like a bottle of water.
I'm considering it a
Here,
celebration.
I haven't opened this one.
You haven't opened it?
No,
okay.
that's for you.
I'm going to be like spitting pie all over the place.
That's okay.
It is open.
I don't think I drank from it.
You can have that bottle of
Okay,
water. It was
thank you.
open. I'm not, listen.
We're eating the pie as a celebration of Mitch's IGLing, because you know what? You can still IGL your team to successful attack rounds from the bottom of the scoreboard while dropping 4 and 15. And that's what he's doing at the moment. And it's not even like they're navigating away from the Aspas operator. They just sent it up the gut in that round.
Yeah.
Still, that was Aspas' I think, first round that he actually had the op. He's been rifling a fair bit this half. Yes, this should do. Here's the second.
But I don't want to see him get tricky with it. Like, it's literally working. They've got 4 rounds in a row here just by picking a site. And they're not just sending it off rip every time, but they are picking their approach and then running good executes to be able to get into nice positions.
And danger zone now is Aspas. And Dart. Oh, it's gone way past as well, so he can take a cheeky peek here. Rolling Thunder. Where's that one going? Straight through into Garage. He just tanks a drone shot. A lot of patience being played by Aspas there, but still dash to the side of Oxy. Oh my god, he's already in your spawn.
Oh, now that is lovely.
Shorty's going for more. Finally denied and finally shut off.
You said you didn't want Mitch to get tricky with it, but that is a nice call on the set play.
No,
they
that
send
was awesome.
a dart all the way back to clear this area behind Garage window, see that no one's there. Oxy's then dashing up through Garage, pathing all the way behind to catch the stunned player's back C. And it's Aspas with an operator there. Can't do anything when stunned up with that op. Very pretty stuff from C9.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous set play to bring out. I can't be mad about that one. I did say that I didn't want him to get too tricky, but that one was, yeah, beautifully well orchestrated. And also, if at any point you're going to run a strategy like that, it would be best to do it straight out of the MIBR timeout, because you stop them from being able to run their adaptation that they were calling.
The Brain Destroyer.
It is. That one is the Brain Destroyer. You can't run it again, so now you're going back to the more standard stuff. But here's that setup.
This is 5 rounds in a row for Cloud9.
Yeah, just a really cool variation on the normal C dart. No one's in position to break it.
And it allows Oxy to go for this pathing. And the smokes as well block off B and then block off spawn, so he doesn't have to worry about that either.
And it's interesting because that was Verno's ultimate use to defend his teammate's backside, not knowing that Oxy was pathing all the way around.
Another chance to draw some blood here from either team. Aspas playing tight to the corner here with the Blade Storm in hand.
You need an Aspas round to close this game out. Get MIBR up to 12.
So to put a stop to it, it's a rolling thunder, and immediately, look at that, Aspas just pounces. Verno by his side. What can't this team do? You said it, Mimi. You need an Aspas round, something to really set the momentum back on MIBR's side, because they've been losing grip so far in this half.
Has to be net now, a chance here in mid.
No more charges left.
Just poking and prodding for now.
Yeah, not confident enough to actually go for that one. Maybe wondering if there was a trip that he was going to meet, but I think he would have heard it at that point. Didn't want to take the timing through the doorway, though. Cam above on the door frame. And he's content at this point to just try to dismantle what's going on the other side of the map.
Aspas was quick to try and rotate away from this one here, narrowly avoiding most of the stuns coming his way, but 37 seconds left. This is going to be a quick pivot. Call for by Cloud9. Net doesn't actually have too much space here when he's making this call.
They saw a breach in Jet there, know it's likely to be the Cypher site on C. But still, MIBR have good tools to win a retake here in the 5v3.
I need a few more picks though. As you said, MIBR have all the tools to really stop this one here already. The salvo's going to be used. Sprayed out. Net has got to be careful. Narrowly avoided most of this one, but stunned up and straight through the wall here. And here he is, fast onto the flank. That's Shaynum. Looking to try and put a stop to this one. Not a spike did go down, but the heat applied in through the back. Shepard wins. Critical fight at that, but he's got a lot more to do. And against Aspas, improbable just looks impossible.
And I want to see that first kill from Aspas again at the beginning of this round. He was stunned up midair from the breach ult, barely saw his opponent.
It's his own team's breach ult as well, right?
Yeah. Oh. I don't even...
Or is that a breach stun on the other side, actually?
I think both. He barely saw Oxy, but one blade does it.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
And these 2 kills on the retake as well. It's just a thing of beauty.
Up to 22 kills. He and Cortesia were absolutely farming in the first half. Slowed down slightly, couldn't really find their opportunities, and that big refight has just given them the confidence again. Puts them up to series point. C9 need another 4 in a row.
MIBR have been yearning for a chance like this. Looking for a few more as well. This is Cloud9 getting a little bit too aggro. And still Vic trying to hold that one down. Wasn't he stunned in the midst of all of that still? Pushed out into the open anyway and eventually will fall. Cleaned up.
But Bren, the C side is open in all that chaos. C9 will get a post plant here.
John's going to be used to try and clear out a way in through garage. Smokes it down, you can play off site if you want to, and it looks like that's a call going to be made here by Cloud9. Everybody playing down to long.
Yeah, they're falling off site because of the lack of smokes, but Mitch has full breach util, so they could actually want to fight back into this.
Could get dangerous.
No cages on Cortesia.
Time's not ticking too hard just yet. Updraft up, it's a high ground perch, but Oxy's immediately ripping heads clean off. And he wants even more. Dash procced, anticipating a swing from a specific type of angle, and Aspas so wants to deliver it still. It's getting away from him now. Flash, util, it's in abundance here for Cloud9. From the brink, despite the 2-player disadvantage. Evened up into the 3v3, they somehow find a way to win that round out.
Oxy with 2 magical shots by the look of things. We didn't quite catch it from his POV, but we'll eventually see it in the replay. How has Vic got 2 from here?
He was stunned on
up.
both kills. Did someone's been watching the How to Shoot Well Breach Stun TikToks?
And then, yeah, Oxy gets the kill on the jump up there, as Verno was trying to get into a better position. They bring it within 3. It is still doable for Cloud9 to get it to overtime.
On a C hit.
Go back to what was working for him. Updraft away from the trip, TP forwards into that smoke on top of it. Full evacuation from MIBR. Zephyr with the plant, nothing to push it back. A lot of tension in the air here, a couple of pot shots flying forwards, but now with a util, it's a more concrete effort here from MIBR to see if they can lay claim. Dice up, section up most of this side here. Cartesia right from the side. Oxy! Oxy! He's unleashed! 4 kills! And Cloud9 just will not die.
Oxy, the superstar for Cloud9. Whenever this team is under pressure, he's the man to deliver. Going toe-to-toe with the duelist people call the GOAT. And delivering a Blade Storm round to himself. My God! Those shots were too clean.
I was expecting a massive pop-off there from Oxy, and he does go for the pop-off, but then he's immediately locked back in. This team really believes that they are going to win this map. You see how quickly he reset, thinking about the next round, thinking about getting back in, and what's the next game plan going to be? How am I going to have that level of impact again to get my team to OT?
7 of the last 8 rounds won for Cloud9.
And they only need 2 more. They're starting to do massive damage to MIBR's economy too. Everybody on light armor right now for MIBR. They've taken their time out. This one, the last one that they've got access to before overtime comes. And if MIBR lose this, then their economy is going to be, I mean, you know, light armor bulldogs or whatever for the final round of regulation. And they're not getting close to any massive ultimates either, but perhaps Verno's Tejo ult. So this round is it. Right here, right now. Can C9 take it to overtime? It's all on this.
Pivot point in the series. Cloud9, tenacious, man, not willing to give up.
C9, if they could bring this back, it would be a lock-on playoffs. They want this win after letting it slip back on Lotus.
They've had Cortesia holding C on his own. Now Aspas comes over, but he's alone. Can he stop the tide of Cloud9?
Slow, slightest of windows. That's a tag onto Oxy. A few more straight bullets. Might even collect another one. 140, 10 HP. Oxy going to be thinking twice about this one, and it's more time for rotates on top of it. So MIBR shore up the defense, bring up the barricades. But now they're going to withstand most of this util coming their way. Oxy! Set up for success. Mitch might be sitting at the bottom, but the util was perfection and still an attempt to flood in by MIBR. They want to go for it. It's quirky with the movement, but half committed at best. They're just not really trying to lay claim in through the back of the site, and finally, here they come. Shanum, Cortesia, expecting something. Mitch from the side, out of nowhere. And Cloud9 find the 11th.
The man who came into this half, Pied, shows up and drops a massive 2K to keep his team in it. Oxy had 10 health for these kills. Back-to-back perfection from the young man in backside C.
Beautiful as apple pie. Gorgeous little play from Mitch. Gorgeous little play.
He says chowing down on the pie again.
Yeah, well, here it is. One last chance for MIBR in regulation. Can they close out this series? Or is it going to be going to OT? Cloud9, slow and steady. Cautious beginning. Orb's going to be given up here, so Verno earns himself the ult. Everybody walking up past this lurk and smoke, but that's going to be dissipating! Idiot step just the one before the instantaneous trade-off. Now you're seeing it, neural theft. That's going to be giving a bit of a indicator of what's going on, and then narrowly avoiding instant defeat.
I think he took a tick of the damage there, didn't he? So he was probably only a frame or two away from dying.
And here comes the pivot option, straight through B. It's a new look for Cloud9. Most of his rounds have been ending on C. Still, reveal up. Mitch is going to be leading the charge for his team, trying to get in there. There's no pushback from MIBR.
And there's no smoke for the retake either.
MIBR just trying to find positions to try and play this retake from, but split up across the board.
You have to look to our spots in Garage.
He's going to be taking a peek soon enough. Mitch, a timing to be taken, but he's got his head on a swivel. Both of them trying to hold this one in through the back. That's Vic just trying to narrowly avoid most of that, but stunned up here. Barrel. So Aspas trying to bait the shot as well to try and favor himself in a setup for the fight. And even with that whip setup, Sepa somehow misses it. This is being stuck all the way, surely. Defense in order. That's how MIBR win it. 13-11. And my God, what a finish to the series.
All of the wind just taken out of Cloud9 sails at the very end. Bitter disappointment after they ran it all the way back. I mean, look at Vic at the end there. Head in his hands. And Oxy, what a performance he put on individually too.
I mean, he went band for band with one of the GOATs, Aspas himself. They're both sitting at the top of the scoreboard, 27 kills, 7 first bloods both. Didn't
For
matter,
MIBR though, I mean, looking at that first half, I felt like I was watching Old Loud again. Aspas winning these late rounds. Cortesia given shades of less with successful lurk after lurk, walking his way through. They let it slip last week against G2 when they had their chance, but today against C9, MIBR will not make the same mistake.
I think it's hard to feel super confident about MIBR coming out the back of this, considering that they had massive leads on Lotus and Haven, and then both of those maps were ridiculously close in the end. But an enormous amount of credit has got to be given to C9 for making those runs happen in the first place too.
Pie still getting to you?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's delicious. It has made me feel like more of a Mitch fan as well, I've got to be honest with you, because he delivered me apple pie.
Very kind of him. It was 11-3 at some point. We go all the way to 13-11.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really believed in the comeback too. It looked like MIBR were having so many difficulties just defending the most basic of C execs.
Yeah, some of these rounds were so good. That one we saw a second ago, the set play for Oxy, his work on the C executes.
I do think though that it's, inarguably you're looking at two of the top 5 teams in Americas here, and I'd say you're looking at probably 2 of the top 4, maybe top 3, depending on like how good Sen look.
All right, well, with that being said, we're going to send it down to the floor. Liz is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. And I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Aspas. I mean, they said this is just like classic vintage Aspas, 27-14. I want to ask you, when you're having these kind of comebacks, you know, like when Cloud9 is building these rounds, do you get nervous? Because I saw you. I don't know if the camera saw you. You didn't meditate at one point. You were locked in. So, like, what were you thinking in that moment?
I was thinking, like, what we could do to win the round. At some point, we found what was happening, but we could just like handle it. And then at some rounds, we finally made it.
And you said your wife isn't here. Do you want to give her a message really quickly?
I love you so much. I miss you, and I'm waiting for you to come back.
And I'm single. Anyways, Verno! Thank you so much, Asas. Verno, you're this midpoint through stage 1, right? You know, you're here with the new team. Tell me, how does it feel? You're kind of like a little gut check here. What does it feel like to be part of MIBR and part of this group of guys?
I was pretty good. I mean, I think we're a really good team, and I like the people on the team. So
simple as that, right? Simple as that.
Yeah, I don't know.
And a nice little fist one from Aspas. All right, Arzine, you're feeling better this week. Step 1, but I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question to Aspas, but more specific. During those timeouts when Cloud9 is making those comebacks, what specifically are the changes being made to make sure that they don't bring it to overtime?
Honestly, we need to see what we're mistaking, like what we were doing wrong. Me and Verno, more Verno. Verno does that in game, and he called up some adaptations, especially on defense, when you're having comebacks and stuff. And for me, personally, I don't get nervous in anything because I'm too focused on the game and too focused to search answers and everything for the team to don't go to the overtime, you know?
Fair enough. Good stuff. Cortegia, talk to me. How you feeling? That was close for a second. But now that you're here, where do you think MIBR is in the league in terms of, you know, are they at the top? Are they the second?
100% on the top. I think we are like one of the best teams of this league.
One of the best teams. Could you say you are the best team?
Not yet, because we lost to G2, so they are the best team now. Well, we are improving.
Do you think you can beat G2?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, the gauntlet has been thrown. Shenum and Aldi is here. Ah! All right, Shenum, really quickly, very quick question. I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question. Do you think MIBR is the best team in the league?
Eu acho que ainda não, porque a gente perdeu para G2, como o Cortez disse, mas em breve a gente vai ser.
Not yet, because we lost to who again? G2. Yeah, like Cortez said, but we get in there.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. I would say give it up for MIBR, but no one is here, so I will give it up for MIBR. But we have the match point post-show, so stay right there because we might have Leviathan Therapy Session Part 2. Who knows?
Close. Thank you very much, Liz. Yeah, we'll be, of course, catching up with our friends from MIBR.
Hold the censor button here.
Some commiseration there, of course, with him as he's come back through again. Looks pretty red in the face. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, give me some of those bleeps.
4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
We're going to make some room here, of course.
Yeah, I got it to 11 push-ups real quick, though, right?
Okay, give me 11 push-ups.
1, 2,
all the way down.
3.
Not bad.
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good job, good job. One more for hypertrophy. Yay! Good job.
Whoa, what was that?
Yeah, let's just give it to the players. Yeah,
Bro, come on in here. Come on in here. Take my spot, bro.
I was
Take
trying to do a squat. I was trying to throw something. I don't know.
It looked like you were starting. It looked like you were about to twerk on the
Good
desk.
job, brother.
Hey, congrats, man. Come sit down. Put a headset on. Oh yeah, I'll see you later on. You sit behind us or something.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Would you cuddle with us when you go to bed?
Sure, yeah.
But if you wake up and it's the first thing you see, it's pretty confronting, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, good game, man. Come sit with us. Here, grab the headset. So, everybody, welcome to Match Point. Joining us now, of course, is MIBR's Cortezea and Artezine. Artezine, obviously, we just got to hear from you guys, just got interviewed. What a great game. That's a long one. Are you guys feeling all right after that? You're feeling better, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good to win, but at the same time, we're not like satisfied with ourselves.
Yep.
The game could be pretty much more easier than it was.
Yep.
But for now, yeah, we're just happy. We try to keep the momentum and fix our mistakes for the next match.
Cortezea, are you the best rookie in VCT Americas right now?
I don't know.
You're not sure?
Yeah, I had a chance, but I don't like to think like that.
I'm just letting you know, the conversation's beginning. People are starting to talk, man.
A lot of new rookies playing really well. I'm playing well as well, but I need to improve more.
Makes perfect
Let's see
sense.
in the final season.
Okay, well, we'll give you some more time, but so far it's looking pretty good, bro. Yeah, leading the way. Now, we've got a game here for you guys to play. It's about how well you sort of know each other, right? So we're going to be asking you a question about each other, and you're going to write your answer down.
Okay.
You're not going to show each other. You're going to show us when you sort of answer. So grab yourself a whiteboard. Duo Qs is the name of the game, of course. We'll get these chips off there. I don't know why they're still there. Do you want some pie?
Aspas.
You want some pie while I'm here, guys? You good?
Okay.
I'm fine, appreciate it.
Here's the eraser if you need it. So,
All right.
so I'm going to ask you a question. You guys have the whiteboards to answer. We'll give you a little bit of time, and then we'll display our answers. Let's start with our first question here with our Duo Q game. Between you two, who goes to bed the latest?
Oh.
See if we've got any night owls here on this MIBR squad.
100%.
All right.
Ready.
Let me see if you guys seem to be, have a good idea? Okay, so, all right.
Yeah, 100%.
How late are we talking?
Oh, maybe 2, 3 a.m. Depends on the day.
Okay.
Honest, yeah.
You don't have to get up early for scrims? Like, when does your day start? Like,
Yeah, it starts like midday, but
okay.
Yeah, I usually, honestly, I sleep. I have some problems to sleep.
Sure.
So that's why probably I take more time to sleep. But rather than that, yeah, of course, I get ready every single morning to practice and everything. That's not like a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 now going to have problems sleeping because they're going to have nightmares.
Yeah.
Your face is going to appear as maybe Aspas on that pillow as well.
I think they're gonna dream of Cortezia's face, to be honest.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, pretty frightening stuff. All right, you guys can raise your answers. We'll get the next one. Next question is, what is Artezine's favorite genre, favorite kind of music?
That's so easy.
Favorite music?
That's
oh, really?
So easy.
No, bro.
Oh, really?
Easy. It's so easy.
All right, I want to see Cortezea's answer first.
Okay.
And then we can look at yours.
Wait. Can I show you?
Yes. Trap/rap. Okay.
Okay.
Artezine?
Yeah. Done.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, that's so easy.
Well, you were not certain?
No, we're not 100%. He listens a lot of music.
Okay.
But yeah, trap is the most.
Trap and rap.
Okay.
Yeah.
I respect it. Big time. All right, let's move on. Let's get our third Duo Q question here. Queuing it up. If Cortezea wasn't a Valorant pro, what would he do? I assume for a living and not just like be upset you're not a pro anymore. Yeah.
Bro, I don't know how to.
Yeah, this is kind of hard, to be honest. I'll try to go to.
Okay, try it. Just,
yeah, I'll try to go to like his family.
Okay, give me the soul read.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you've really got to think about this. I mean, we just talked about you being a potential rookie of the year. I'm already talking about life after Val. Sorry, that's just the way.
I'm ready.
All right, let's see it first, Artezine. Policeman.
No, bro. Can I show mine?
Yeah.
Nah,
Chess
no way. Nah, come on.
I really like chess. I'm not good,
Yeah,
but I really like it.
I said like I was going through like family stuff where you could probably want to be a successor for your father. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd say that's fair. That's a decent read. I'm okay with that. You guys already got that synergy going. I can feel it. Let's get our last question here for our Duo Q game up on screen. What was the last meal Artezine ordered?
Oh, I know.
We worked together, you know.
No, but it was not the same one. We and Shannon lost another one.
It's got to be, it's got to be what he ate specifically, not where from.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. Let me try. I didn't solve.
Okay, otherwise...
Wait, I don't even remember what's my last meal.
Okay, let's do where you got it from there. Let's make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, sorry.
Your last...
Oh, okay, yeah.
so what's the day?
I was going to say, for most pro players, it was this morning. So I don't know how long ago it was for you.
Oh, this morning.
I don't eat on days.
I'll put last day.
Yeah, let's do last day.
Okay. So you don't eat on game day?
Huh?
You don't eat on game day, really?
Not at all.
Usually no, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I just eat 1 egg today.
Sean Gares actually was saying the same thing. He never used to eat on game day either. All right, so we'll get Cortez's answer first. Let's see it. French fries.
Something like that.
Okay.
I saw him eating.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of correct because I had steak with French fries.
Okay, I got the half.
Yeah,
half
so I think it's like 50-50.
Yeah,
okay. All right, you guys already getting it together. The synergy's already there. It's clear to see out there in game, guys. You gave us an exciting game, one of the best of the weekend, definitely one of the best of the stage so far. Big fan of that. With week 3 coming to a close, let's have a look at the standings, and then we can get these guys to weigh in on them as well, because things are getting shaken up here in Group Omega. Now, not quite qualified for playoffs, guys, but a 2-1 here with a +6 map differential, getting that win off C9, which is great if there's ever a tiebreaker situation. I don't know how far ahead you thought, but you've got to be feeling pretty good about your playoff chances.
Yeah, I mean, we're just focusing on winning everything. We don't want to like depend on standings and everything. So our main focus now is just be the best team each game we play. So we just want to try to win everything we can.
You feel like your destiny's in your hands?
Yeah, of course. No, my destiny is in God's hands. But yeah, we can help a lot. But yeah, I don't think so. Can I have a question? Because I saw Cloud9 is still with 20 rounds of difference? Oh, that.
Yeah, still +8. Yeah, I think they had. Well, you guys had a close game, right? So their map differential's not going to blow out too much, like despite them obviously losing 2 maps in that series. But yeah, a lot of math to be mathing. I'll leave that to the wizards out the back, the masterminds that crunch the numbers. We, though, will be back in studio next Friday. I'm going to have to stand up. God help me. It's going to be 100 Thieves taking on 2G, and finally G2 versus Leviathan. Folks, it's been fantastic. Great to have you part of the Lands this weekend, guys. Thank you so much for your time. It's great to hear from you.
I appreciate
Fantastic game. Looking forward to seeing more of you guys in Stage 1. Thank you very much for watching, and we're going to leave you, of course, with our Samsung SSD Fast Replay. We'll see you next week.
We get into the action. Leviathan up against Furia. I think the stakes are insanely high for both teams. It's playoffs or bust.
Teleport primed on the waylay. Here we go.
The Thorns have already been procced.
Nice entry.
Yeah, very well done. We'll have a fighting chance at this. Well, they had a fighting chance. Now 1v3 quickly turned into 1v2. You still don't understand the player in hell. And again, safe and secure in the hands of Lev.
Now we've ulted into backside. Leviathan are still making this work.
They're doubling, tripling down on it, and it might just work out. You're absolutely right. Khan's going to have to 1v3 this. Not giving him any room to breathe. He's got 2. He's at all 3. The Red Bull clutch for Lev in map 1. He said it.
He said
He's better. Damn, that boy was right. They've got the utility to double down on this. Oh, but Tech's back sight. Almost single-handedly stuffing this push. 3 on the round for the Sentinel. Make that 4. Furia in a really nice spot here to get to 5. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Yeah, I might have.
Wait.
Heat's weak. Keeping things competitive. King not connecting. Rotzi's going to have to figure it out on his own. He's getting it down to 1v1. He's going to get a both. Rotzi with 4 in the defuse for Lev.
What are they doing, bro?
Seems like they're going to have their number again. Okay, that's 1 kill found. Heat, stop me if you've heard this before, in a 1v3.
Oh, what?
Never had a shot at it. I mean, Leviathan destroy Furia.
And that is a feel-good win for Lev.
Cloud9, MIBR. Really looking forward to this one, to be honest. End of the week, and we've saved the best for last. Have a tap, forcing it wide. He is stunned up. Bit of damage into the process. Time is of the essence. Half. Wincon's earned, but no kill off the backside of it. That's 7-5. MIBR. Important fight for Net to win out. Disciplined by Addison, not enough to really survive into the midst of all of that. Cloud9 still working with that player disadvantage, but a bit of spam might just seek to correct that, and indeed it does. Cortezia though, spamming away, sticking away. Someone needs to get on this.
How's Net picked up 4 in the midst of all of that?
It's just ridiculous. Going to be meeting a lot of presence, as you mentioned. That brawl, the timing is taken against them, and the head's ripped clean off. It really is Shane on a bit of an island. Updraft though, how do you deal with that one? Noxy, clean sweep so far. He's looking for even more. 4-piece. You know, this guy is hunting, clamoring for it. He knows it, and Vic steals it away.
Hey, I was there, man. I was there. I was almost an ace there.
First map of Pearl going away at Cloud9. Into the open arms and crossfire setup that MIBR have got cooking, and set up Vic somehow in the midst of all of this one ended up way out of dodge. And
he's on
the last
defense.
one left.
He's on defense with an off.
Picked up the stinger. Gonna be waiting for you though. How do you deal with all of this? 7-1 now for MIBR. MIBR will be finding it difficult. Yeah, just unconventional, a bit awkward out there. Shaden though is keeping right behind him, lined up with his players. Vic is just instantaneous with the return man. How is he landing these shots? Finally, some backup reinforcements arriving. It's Verno. He's quick onto the scene and a jar with a movement, spraying them down. Rotating around. The question is, does Mitch clear it? The answer is no. This is a tap to try and pull Mitch out wide and open. Aftershock forwards and eager to draw blood. It's 15-13. And MIBR will be taking us all the way here to Haven. Definitely finding an edge they were looking for. Still double fighting. This is how you throw it. Spike stuck, but net none the wiser. And it's all Cartesia. It's a 9-3 finish to this half of Haven. So they put a stop to it. It's a rolling thunder. And immediately, look at that. Aspas just pounces. But the heat applied in through the back. Shepard wins. Critical fight at that, but he's got a lot more to do. And against Aspas, improbable just looks impossible. More concrete effort here from MIBR to see if they can dice up, section up most of this side here. Cartesia right from the side. Oxy! He's unleashed! And Cloud9 just will not die. Himself in a setup for the fight, and even with that whip setup, Seppa somehow misses it. This is being stuck all the way, surely. Defense in order, that's how MIBR win it! 13-11, and my God, what a finish to the series!